Good morning and welcome to the September 26th, 2023 Board of Supervisors for the County of Lake. Call this meeting to order and we will begin with a moment of silence. Supervisor Spatier.
So I know I've spoken about this before, but I will keep speaking on it as it continues to happen. We've had a couple vehicular incidents where lives were lost. That really, it's an unfortunate situation that we keep seeing again and again. We are doing some work to try to resolve some of our street issues and our highway issues, but meanwhile, we all play a role in how safe our streets and our highways are, and just please slow down, leave earlier, be mindful of your surroundings. This really impacts families in a very horrible way, friends, family, colleagues, coworkers. It just has a massive ripple effect throughout our community, and it impacts us all. Also impacts us in the way that we see our security while we're out and about in our communities. So please do your part. If you happen to drive a public vehicle, do your part in leading by example as well. It's important that we set the right example for everyone else to follow, and I hope that we can all be a little bit more mindful so we can reduce these deaths. I believe last week I spoke about overdose deaths, and vehicular incidents of death, I believe, was our number 2, if not number 3, reason for deaths in our community. So I want to hold everybody who's impacted by these losses in our thoughts and prayers, and have a moment of silence for those families and friends.
Captain Taylor, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any extra items not appearing on the posted agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have one. So the reason why I feel this item could be considered for an extra item is due to the meeting that we had yesterday with the CPUC, discussing some of what will be in the extra item. Should I go into it a little bit? Oh, go ahead.
Or the
If I may,
urgency?
Supervisor Crandall.
Right, that's the urgency.
So for purposes of whether or not the board would take up this item as an extra item, this particular item came to the attention of staff and board members after the posting of the agenda, and the board for this particular item would need to take immediate action before the posting of the next agenda. And that item is a closed session item, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, 2 potential cases.
Okay, so this is a closed session item, EJ?
It would
Or
be.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
It's one item with 2 parts, correct?
One item in reference to 2 potential cases.
Okay. Any comments from the board?
No.
Any comments from the public?
Need to make a motion, correct?
Correct.
Madam
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to accept the extra agenda item.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll get to that later this afternoon. And we will move on to the consent agenda. We have any items that anyone wishes to pull?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 5.2.
5.2. Okay, do the public have any items they wish to pull? Not seeing any, so I will bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 5.2.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, we'll just wait 1 minute to get to 9:06. Okay, it's 9:06 a.m. We will do our 6.1 item, public input. Do we have anyone in the chambers with public input? And animal control, we don't have you on our agenda, so if you want to do your presentation at this time, you can go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Officer Guard with Animal Control. This is Sammy. He's a lab terrier mix. He's 1 year old. He does do commands. Sit. No. Made a fool out of
There you go.
Under pressure.
Sit. Good boy. Good boy. But his previous owner is deceased, passed away, but he was working with him, training him. He will go on a harness, but he likes to pull you when he's on the harness. You know what I mean? We haven't got him trained on it yet, but he's really good on the leash, really good with other animals, not aggressive at all. But he's a really good dog, and if anyone's interested, we're located at 4949 Hell Bush Drive at 707-263-0278. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And do we have anyone else in the chambers with public input or in the Zoom room? I'm not seeing any hands up, so we'll close public input. And we will take up item 7.2. Are we ready for that? Okay, consideration of and direction to staff to develop video in support of October 5th presentation of the Lake County Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Crandall.
Yes. So, is there anything?
Just briefly, if I may, the subject matter of the item should be corrected to a consideration of and direction to staff to develop video in support of October 5 presentation to the Russian River Water Forum to make it consistent with the recommended action that's laid out in the memo.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not sure, a lot of folks would probably have been following the agenda and seeing that we've been attending the Russian River Water Forum, which is basically another version of the Potter Valley Two Basin Solution. So we meet with different folks along the Russian River water basin and determining just different discussions and topics about plans for the future in regards to Lake Pillsbury and Scott Dam with the recent application to FERC from PG&E. So with that, they've given us the opportunity to conduct a presentation along with Lake Pillsbury Alliance, and so we're looking to conduct a video to basically emphasize how important Lake Pillsbury is for water, for fire mitigation, and for a myriad of other things as well, like the actual beauty of the area and the survival of the fish. I know that there's a lot of discussion about it, but we also have our thoughts as well. And so giving the community and ourselves a chance to actually talk about what will truly, how it really will affect, in our opinion, once this takes place with water. I know that there's a lot of thoughts that, you know, it's going to be better, but we're really not, I don't feel like there's a lot of planning or even solutions to it. It's just, let's take the dam down. So we want to emphasize our point of view.
Supervisor Spatier.
Yeah, so this is actually a really great opportunity. Supervisor Crandall and I were meeting with the Russian River Forum leadership, asking us questions of helping them accomplish their goals. I want to say and publicly state, Supervisor Crandall spoke very eloquently about how that was not our shared goal. with the Russian River Forum. And so we requested that finally, for once, that Lake County be able to do a presentation with Lake Pillsbury Alliance, as Lake Pillsbury Alliance has never had the opportunity to speak on the agenda and discuss why it is that they are against the dam coming down, and we have never been given the opportunity to do the same. And a presentation is one way of approaching this, which will happen from both the Lake Pillsbury Alliance as well as both of us supervisors. But having a video to really shine a light on the area, we believe that a large portion of the Russian River Forum has probably never been to Lake Pillsbury. It's out of the way. If you've never been there, you don't understand exactly what you're looking to impact or what exactly like the grandeur of the lake and the amount of water that's there and its impact as it goes downstream. So we feel that with our videographer that we have a skill set here that we can really use and take advantage of to really put a really good example in front of people and show them this is what you're looking to destroy. And so the video, obviously, as Supervisor Crandall mentioned, covers fire mitigation, the ecology and its impacts that it will have there, as well as some other interviews with some key folks, just like the forestry department and things like that, our fire district that's up there as well. So I think this video is a good idea for us to do what we can, show it off at the Russian River Forum, and then be able to also utilize that and use that as a way to advertise our position on this Lake Pillsbury situation.
So it'll be public,
Yes.
and will it be on our county YouTube channel?
Yeah, we
Or
could
we
get
can
it.
access it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We think that after we do the presentation, that's when
Sure.
it should go public. But we needed your approval since we're making a pretty loud statement, and just the both of us making that video with the statement was not enough.
Okay. So it will be for the October 5th meeting. Did you want to show it here before, or you just want the direction to make the video for the, It's fine. Either
Yeah,
way,
we
it's fine.
figured that we would show it to them, and then, yeah, because they really are asking what we're going to present. And that's the thing that's frustrating is in these Russian River Water Forum, Patrick Sullivan was in one and started asking questions. And they're like, well, we're not talking about that right now, and this is the situation. But yet they can sit there and talk about like underwater basket weaving, and then it's okay. So that's why we really want to give our side and do it in a way that they're seeing it for the first time. There's a lot of actions that this group and others take where we meet with them, and then all of a sudden a Press Democrat article comes out during the meeting. And so that's even just more evident why we're just the checkbox. And so we really just want to emphasize, what's empirical rather than these different entities writing letters to them or whoever, explaining their point of view and why it's the facts or whatever, and it's really not.
Okay. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. I certainly support the idea that we articulate as best we can the positions we've taken as a board. Don't want it to come out, and certainly the Lake Pillsbury folks do need a voice, and I appreciate this. But the audience, the Russian River Water Forum, I'm not directly involved like you guys are, but there's no indication at this point that they give one whit what's happening up in Lake Pillsbury. They're all focused on this new proposal with the dam downstream and what they propose to do for fish diversion and stuff like that. There's already proper negotiations going on between Mendo and Sonoma and PG&E on that fact. So all the available evidence so far, at least that I've observed, is that neither the Russian River Water Forum nor the Two Basin Solution before that had any inkling that they were going to take any steps to preserve that dam or the people that benefit from that lake right now. So I really want to support this because I want to tell the story, but at some point that story is going to include, we really want to preserve this, but absent that, we want these things as well. And so certainly support this in terms of public messaging, maybe not to the most receptive audience with the Russian River Water Forum, but for our community and the Lake Pillsbury community, let's absolutely tell that story. But I wonder if we're just
taken one last stab in the dark of preserving something that nobody, to my knowledge, is trying to save this dam in any meaningful way. So.
And the point isn't to, emphasize that they already know our position, yet they still try to coax us into agreeing with their plight. And we're like, no, we've never been in agreement with your plight. We know it's going to happen eventually if that's the case. However, this is what you're not considering. And we know they're not going to take the information and be like, oh, I've seen the light. We already know that. We just want it to be shown and on record that when they emphasize to whoever the powers that be that Lake County agreed with this direction, they can see that it wasn't, because there's always an attempt to say something of the like, oh, Lake County, they're in agreement with us, or can you help us convince so-and-so to do this or agree with us? And we're like, no, that's not our place. So, yeah.
I think it'll be helpful to have this tool for all of us to use when we're on our calls, our advocacy calls, and we bring this up as an issue. I feel like, yesterday I was on the phone with the Lieutenant Governor's office, just explaining the issues that we have in Lake County, and this is one of the issues. And so being able to send a link to the video, I think is really going to help get our message out there.
And just to add, so the video is supposed to make one point, but in the presentation, we already drafted a public letter that was approved by this board with Part A, which is we want to keep the dam. Part B, which is if the dam comes down, here are the things that you have to get accomplished. In our presentation that we do after the video, we will be talking about the things that we need to make sure is on the list of essential studies and essential actions taken by PG&E if the dam comes down, because we do not want a mess left behind. So we're not going to ignore the fact that, yes, there's a larger push to get rid of the dam, but we also want to make a statement of this is what you're impacting and affecting, and a place you may not even have gone to and seen. Let me show you, because it's beautiful out there, and it's affecting lives.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this item? Not seeing any, so I will bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve development of a video presentation and augment on October, or, let's see, we had a change, right? No.
To the Russian River
On
water.
October 5th, 2023, presentation to the Russian River Water Forum.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. And we'll move to our 6.2 item, 9:15 a.m., presentation of Employee Services Awards, and we have a chamber full of people to recognize today. We've got Human Resources and Pam Samek to come up and make these presentations.
Good morning, Pam Samek, HR Director. Today is our semi-annual time to celebrate our Employee Service Awards. We start at 5-year increments and go every 5 years thereafter. We've got a lot of service awards this time around. We'll call up each department to help celebrate their employees. And our first department is the Agricultural Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. First, I'd like to honor Janice Luke, agricultural biologist, weights and measures inspector. She's our Class B driver. 5 years. Unfortunately, she's not able to be here this morning. And then next up, we have Sam Upton. He's the Deputy Ag Commissioner, sealer of weights and measures, and he's been with the department for 10 years now.
Sorry, we're pulling up the slide presentation. Give us 2 seconds for technical.
Do I make it the presentation and then click on it?
Presentation, then share. I don't know.
Nope, that wasn't it. All right. Let's see if this messes it up. Did that work?
It did.
Okay.
All right.
Next up, Assessor Recorder, who is going to join us via Zoom.
There we go, just getting my video to start. So first up is Jamie Lee. She's a DR2 and she's been with us for 5 years and great person. We're so happy to have her. Congratulations. Next up, we have Thomas Ingstrom. He's a auditor appraiser. He's been with us 5 years and he's a very big addition for our office and we're congratulations, Thomas. Next up is David Schwenger. He's our assistant auditor, assessor recorder, and he's been with us 5 years and he does a fantastic job for us. And congratulations, Dave.
Next, Behavioral Health.
Hello, Elise Jones, Director of Behavioral Health, and I am so pleased to congratulate Patricia Russell for 5 years of service. Where's Patricia? I know I saw her. Thank you. Jamie Thomas, I don't believe she could be here this morning. She's running all the medication appointments for our clients receiving psychiatric services. So thank you, Jamie, for your 5 years of service. We also have Miss Susanna Wright with 5 years of service, and I watched her grow from actually an office assistant into, she's a therapist now, so congratulations, Susanna. Miss April Gambra is not here, unfortunately, for me to embarrass her. Congratulate her on 10 years of service. Thank you, Miss April. And then Carrie Manning is here. Carrie, will you please come up? Well, Carrie Manning is celebrating 20 years of service. She's presently a team leader, actually a supervisor for our Mental Health Services Act. So all of our wonderful peer support centers around the lake, the 4 of them that we operate, she oversees in addition to many, many other functions. If there's a public event, chances are you're seeing Carrie there. Thank you so much to our staff.
Next, we're celebrating child support, and Tammy couldn't be here, so I'm going to read her name. Cindy Van Leeuwen, 30 years. Next is community development. Is that just gonna- Oh, okay.
I know the name.
Okay.
Gloria, if you want to come up and join me. We're congratulating and honoring Gloria for 25 years today. So as our department sort of was emerging from a period of tumult, Gloria was a strong stabilizing presence. I think that anybody who can spend her day in our budget day after day after day and retain a sense of humor is a remarkable member of our team. And we are enjoying her for the remainder of the year before she takes her well-earned retirement. So thank you, Gloria.
Next up, we have County Council.
So we have 2. Start with Rick Ensley, service for 5 years in the county, and he is our risk analyst. And we also have Nicole Johnson, 5 years of service, our deputy county counsel in our office.
Next up, we have District Attorney.
I'm really happy to do this presentation. Wendy Collard with our Victim Witness Office. She's a victim witness advocate for two, and she is awesome. So great with witnesses and victims that have to appear in court. Miriam Herrera, Yvette, our legal assistant, and she's been awesome stepping up to a big job with getting the charges, in custody charges done so we can get them in court and get them arraigned. Scott, he's here too. And Scott Poma, he couldn't be here. He's a DA investigator. He's incredible in terms of getting leads, following up on leads so we can prosecute cases. And Nick Roto, he is a deputy DA. He's in court right now, I think, so he couldn't be here. He's been slamming out those trials, being very successful, and we're really lucky to have him. So, thank you to all of our employees. They're fantastic. Thank you.
Next, we have probation.
Good morning. I'm Wendy Monfranz, the Chief Probation Officer. This morning, we are here to honor Senior Deputy Probation Officer Roberto Morfin for 10 years of service.
Public Health.
Good morning and thank you. This morning we are here to celebrate and thank, sorry, I don't remember the order they were in. Celebrate Ashley Brown, Senior Environmental Health Specialist. Thank you for those 5 years. We appreciate it. And then also we are celebrating Christine Hannigan, our emergency preps analyst. Also, thank you for the 5 years. And thank you to everyone.
Next up is Public Services.
All right, good morning. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. So a couple of Parks guys to celebrate. One who could not be here, Tyler Dore. He's the Parks Area Supervisor, 5 years. But Josh Shepard. He wasn't here, so I spoke over him, sorry. But Josh Shepard is here, so thank you, Josh. 5 years, Parks maintenance worker. Josh, he has an excellent attitude, honestly. One of the best I've ever seen, not just in Parks, but anywhere. He's an excellent worker, always a smile, and I really appreciate him as on our staff. So, Josh. No, you did not.
Public Works and Water Resources.
Good morning. Scott DeLeon, Public Works and Water Resources Director. I'm actually going to go a little out of order and go Water Resources first, and so I'd like to invite Angela DePalma Dow up. Angela is our, come up here, yeah. Angela is our Invasive Species Program Coordinator, and we're celebrating 5 years of service with Angela. So thank you very much. Okay. All right. Public Works, I have two employees that unfortunately could not be here. I would like to recognize them. Royce Tibbetts He is our inmate crew leader. He has 15 years of service with us. And then Jaleese Simons, she's a Public Works worker senior in our paint and sign division. She is celebrating 20 years of service. So I do have Jason Greider here. So Jason, come on up. Jason is our area supervisor out of the Lower Lake Yard. Pretty sure Jason started off as a Public Works worker. Come on up here too. Yes, please. 15 years of service with our department. So thank you, Jason. Welcome. Next is our Public Works Superintendent, Jim Hale. So Jim also started off with our department as a maintenance worker. 25 years of service, has worked his way through the ranks, and is our Public Works Superintendent. So 25 years of service for Jim. Congratulations. I just want to point out something. I was looking at the math here. Between the two individuals that I mentioned that unfortunately couldn't be here and these two gentlemen, we have 75 years of service between four folks. Just a remarkable feat by all four of them, and I'd like to congratulate and thank them for their dedication. Thank you.
Next up, the Sheriff's Department.
Thanks for finding that for me. So we have a few, but most of ours, Rob Howell, Lake County Sheriff, by the way. We have a few, but most of ours are away at training or working. So I'm going to go through these. At first, we have Antonio Castellanos, Deputy Sheriff, 10 years. Daniel Wyatt, Deputy Sheriff 2, Corrections, 10 years. You stay right here. We have Linda Brabeck. Did I already say that? Correctional aide, 15 years. Stephen Wright, Deputy Sheriff 2, 15 years. And we have Lucas Bingham, Lieutenant, 25 years. Right here, that way I don't feel short when he comes up here. So just a few words for all of them. I love these awards, love these lists. You look at them, you see so much experience and expertise, dedication, and these guys represent all of that. I know county leadership won't speak for you, but they appreciate the time. I appreciate the time, and thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next up, Social Services.
Good morning. Crystal Marketan, Director of Social Services. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so I do not anticipate staff being here. It's a drive. So we will be celebrating staff at an internal all-staff later on this month. But I would like to start by just saying how much we appreciate staff who have been with us over time, and they really are the lifeblood of what we do for the community and, just within the department. So we'll start with Regina Amaral, Eligibility Specialist 2 for 5 years. Catherine Brower, Eligibility Specialist 2, also 5 years. Robert Brothers, Information Systems Analyst 2, 5 years. Bonnie Siha, Eligibility Specialist 3, 5 years. Shauna Gottschall, Eligibility Specialist 2, 5 years. Angela Matson, Eligibility Specialist 2, 5 years. Catherine Sims, Social Worker 2 in Adult Services, 5 years. Cheryl Valdez, Eligibility Specialist 3, 5 years. Angela Wynot, Child Welfare, Social Worker 3, 5 years. Nicole Zwing, Eligibility Specialist 2, 5 years. Catherine Howard, Eligibility Specialist 2, 10 years. John Jaremka, Office Assistant 3, 10 years. Sierra Sacato, Eligibility Specialist 3, 10 years. Thomas Swanson, Adult Services Social Worker Supervisor 1, 10 years. Carrie Bridges, Social Worker Supervisor 2, Child Welfare, 15 years. No, I thought maybe some of the child welfare people would show up. What? And you're just sitting back there? Okay. You yelled? Okay. Let's see, I did carry, so Kimberly Costa, Program Manager, Child Welfare, 15 years. And again, at Adult Services, Kelly Grimes, System Support Analyst, 15 years. Jennifer Marshall, Staff Services Analyst 2 at Adult Services, 15 years. And finally, Georgiana Gigi McKee at Anderson Ranch, Staff Services Analyst 2, 15 years. I just want to say thank you so much to all of the staff. Thank you for those of you who came today. I appreciate it. They really are the lifeblood of what, we do. And, in the days of times of vacancy rates, I really just additionally want to say thank you to the staff who are hanging in there with us. So, thank you.
Special districts.
Good morning, Scott Harder, Special Districts Administrator. I'm not seeing any of my staff here today, but we are here to celebrate and recognize 3 of our staff who have been with us for a while. First is Daniel Miller, 5 years. He is Utility Worker Senior. Next is John Barrick, Treatment Plant Operator. He's been with us for 10 years. And finally, Brian Cowdrey, Treatment Plant Operator as well, has been with us for 20 years.
Next, we have Treasurer Tax.
So Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. We're here today to recognize Greg Peters. So Greg, please come on up. Greg has 15 years of service with the county. He's just been an excellent employee. He handles some of the most complex cases in our office for tax enforcement as an accountant. So I really would like to thank him for all of his service to the county.
Next, we have our department heads.
One of our newest department heads, Behavioral Health, Elise Jones, 5 years. Congratulations. Yes. And Lloyd, come on down. Lloyd Guintavano, County Council. 15 years. Thank you so much.
That concludes our presentation, and I'd like to give a special thanks to Cherish, who puts all of this together in an amazing presentation, chases everybody for their pictures. So thank you, Cherish, and thank you to all of our employees.
From the county, we provide services, and we provide excellent services to everybody that lives here. And we count on our employees to provide this excellent service, and this is you. These are the people that provide the services and keep everything running in the county. So thank you so much for all of your years of service. We appreciate you so very much. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to jump.
You want to take a break? We'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, welcome back. 6.3, our 9:30 a.m. hearing. Consideration of requested hearing and appeal by Thomas Armitage for a notice of nuisance and order to abate and notice of violation issued against 180 Schindler Street, Clear Lake Oaks, APN number 035-391-08. Property owner Thomas Armitage. And we are going to swear in everybody that's involved with the hearing today. Anyone going to give testimony, please stand and raise your right hand.
All right. With your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay.
Okay, I just want to verify that is there anyone in the Zoom room that will be testifying? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, so everyone's here in the chambers today. So I will turn this over to Director Turner.
Thank you, Maria Turner, Director of Community Development. I have with me Code Enforcement Manager Marcus Beltramo, and I'll turn the presentation over to him.
Would you like to come sit down up here? And so they will give their testimony, and then we will pass it over to you for your turn.
Good morning. My name is Marcus Beltramo. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager for the Community Development Department. And today we come before the board for a request for a hearing or an appeal for 180 Schindler Street in Clear Lake Oaks. The appellant is the property owner, Thomas Armitage. Is that the correct pronunciation? Armitage.
Thank you.
All right. So this is just the property details here. It's zoned R1, single-family residential property. It is an unimproved lot. There is no primary structure on the lot. And here's a map of the location. The yellow line is Highway 20. The arrow points to the lot that is identified as 180 Schindler Street. We did receive a request for hearing on August 7, 2023 from Mr. Armitage. I'll summarize his issues. Obviously, the property owner can speak to his reasons for the appeal here today. Appellant claims that he's being singled out. Appellant does not think the violations are a public nuisance. Appellant claims he cleaned up the property. Appellant claims code enforcement is going out of its way to harass a civilian vet. I'm sorry?
I didn't say that.
It's in the... On March 22nd, 2023, these are the photos that we took from the street. As you can see, there's the lot. Located on the lot is a recreational vehicle, a boat, a truck or a van, and some miscellaneous items. Here's a better photo of it. As you can see, there's the boat, the van, the art recreational vehicle, and another boat in the back. These issues of being stored on the property for more than 30 days. It is our opinion that the lot is being used for permanent storage, again, without a primary structure. Storage on a lot would be considered an accessory or a subordinate or secondary use of the lot or the land. On the left is a March 22nd photo. On the right is a photo taken from July. So a fence was constructed during the situation. These photos are taken from a side lot, which we were given permission to access. And these photos just evidence that the recreational vehicle, behind the truck there, you can see the van, and right, the boat. You can see they've been there since March. This photo was taken in July. Based on the information or the evidence collected, we issued a notice of nuisance in order to abate and a notice of violation. Both notices cited violations of the Lake County Code, Chapter 13, Article 1, Section E7 for garbage, rubbish, and refuse on the property. Violation of Lake County Code, Chapter 13, Article 1, Section E13 for inoperable vehicles. That would be the red truck or van. Lake County Code, Chapter 13, Article 1, Section E5, which is use of land or premises maintained contrary to the provisions of Lake County Code, Chapter 21. Again, this is the fact that they're using the property for a purpose in a non-compliant manner, as there is no primary structure and they're using the lot for storage. We cited, in the code, we cited the zoning of the lot being in violation of the zoning designation and what the lot allows, and then also for accessory uses and structures on the property. These photos are recent photos taken on September 22nd, so I believe that's last week, and this is what the lot looks like currently. And so as you can see, the fence is erected. On the right is the photos again of the boat, the recreational vehicle, the van on the right, boat in the left side of the photo, if you can see that clearly. Again, the recreational vehicle with miscellaneous items, rubbish surrounding the, I guess, the base of it. And on the right, you can see the van, and you can see why we determined it was inoperable. There's no tires, wheels. It does appear to be inoperable, or not allowed, or cannot operate safely on a roadway. Here's a panoramic view of what the lot looks like. The fence on the background, that's where the front of the street is. Again, we were given permission to access a side lot to take this photo. Staff recommends the board uphold the notice of nuisance in order to abate and the notice of violation, and direct staff to move forward with the abatement process within 30 days. Obviously, we would like to ask the property owner to voluntarily bring the property into compliance on his own terms. At this time, that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Armitage?
Okay, he's right about the...
So what I need you to do is come closer to the microphone and state your name, and then...
My name is Thomas Neil Armitage. I do own the property. My situation is that I came up, didn't plan on retiring up here. But my mom is 84 and my stepfather is 91, and I was pushed for time to get up here, to get a place. And so I did buy the fifth wheel in the van. I came up in the van. Okay, it has a brand new engine in it and everything, and all the other vehicles I bought is an investment because I didn't want to put money in the bank and stuff like that. It's just stupid stuff. I was living in the fifth wheel when I was there, but I have since moved off and shut it down. The neighbor on that side over there, I believe, is selling his place, and I erected a fence so it wouldn't be to see it. Everything I have there works except for the van. And the reason I haven't got rid of the van is because it has a brand new engine in it, and I just bought a 74 Chevy pickup truck, and I want the engine for it, and then I'll get rid of it. But you can't see onto my property from the street anymore, so I don't believe it's a nuisance. And yes, I'm storing those things on there, but they're all operable and they're my money. That's you know how times are tough here now. Everybody, living behind stores and stuff like that, and at least I'm trying to do my best to do anything. And I cleaned up the lot of all the other stuff that's laying around, except for that chair right there, that's still there. But I cleaned it up. They're moving on this side now. They got kicked out of their place, and the guy on the and nobody there is really complaining about the lot. It's what I own. I should be able to store stuff on my lot that is mine that I'm going to use. I have pictures of the lot from 10 to 15 years ago with stuff on it at all times. There's never been a time that the lot has not had stuff on it. It shows a swimming pool, 2 trailers, and it's been there, and it had just that little chain link fence up. I put the other fence up, and I'm on a fixed income. I'm retired. I only get $1,000 a month. That's all I get. And I'm doing my best to clean it up, and I want to keep it. I was planning on building it, but when you have to pay $10,000 to get water moved 3 feet to your property, it's kind of ridiculous. $10,000. The lot costs $20,000. And I got to pay half that just to get water moved 3 feet. So that, it's morbid, but, I'm up here to make sure my mom, which she is an elected official on the fire board in that district over there. No one ever runs against her. But I hear it from her and I hear it from everybody to clean the lot. I cleaned the lot up. I put the fence up so it wouldn't be an eyesore. And the vehicles, I'll get rid of the van. There's no problem with getting rid of the van. I'll call somebody to come get it. But the other vehicles there, like my boat, my fifth wheel, that's my home. But I'm forced out of that and now living in Lakeport because, I believe, they're right. There's no water there, so why? They're right about not living there. You gotta. I lived in foxholes for months at a time, but that's my home. That boat's my boat. The truck in the back is my SS Chevy pickup truck, and the other boat is we were going to make it into a party boat, so it's like a camper boat, and it's a rare boat. My green boat is my boat, my other boat, and I planned on. And when I come up here, it was the drought, and then we had the worst summer in history, and I stayed there and suffered in that heat with no air conditioning and stuff. So yeah, they're absolutely right. It's not a livable lot, right, as it is. But I did everything I could because I can't live with my mom because they live, they're barely. It's just a long story. Never mind. But my stepfather's 91 years old, and he asked me to come up here. I was going to retire in Havasu, and I ended up in Lake County, a lake that I can't even go swimming in. So. I don't know what you want. I'll get rid of the van, and I'll get rid of, and all the excess trash. There's firewood and stuff like that was there, but I'm not using that anymore because I'm not living there anymore. And you can testify to that. I'm not there anymore.
Our officer Christopher Colin was the lead code enforcement officer on this, and he'd be the best person to testify to any occurrence to the situation occurring on the property.
Okay. If you'd like to come up, if you have something.
My name is Christopher Colin. I'm code enforcement officer with the County of Lake. I don't have any factual knowledge that Mr. Armitage is or is not living there, but I have not seen him there. I've seen evidence of comings and goings, but it is his property, so that is his right. He has claimed that he does live in Lakeport for some time now.
Okay, so that I got I don't want to be a rat on people and stuff like that, but I got all pictures of property everywhere in this county of people living on their property. They have no water hookup. And I have a building across the street from me. That was erected, a commercial building that was erected that has a fence around it without no permits. But yet they were able to get, because they have money or an income and can afford the water, they can build. I can afford to build. I can't afford the water and build at the same time. And I have to wait another year to get more money saved back up. I come up here with I got the building materials on the lot for the roof and everything. I've been looking at getting the tiny homes and stuff like that, but the water is the killer situation here. If I can get the 10 grand to do, and I looked into Habitat for Humanity and stuff like that to see how they can help vets get water on the property. Well, Clear Lake Oaks, for some reason, is the only place in the world that you got to pay 10 grand to get water, and you got to be put on a list, like a lottery. So, I might as well go to the casino and gamble. That's how that is. But I'll abide by whatever the county says. But, I also homesteaded the property. So you guys gonna do what you're gonna do. And I'm not one to, so you can't be living here. I said, okay, so I'm not living there, But that was my home. I planned on that being my home. I still do plan on being in my home because, as soon as I get the money for the water, I'm going to get it put in. But how many of you got 10 grand just laying around to put water in? Not many. But as I say, the black and white pictures here are of Schindler Street from 2021, 2018, 2019, of all having vehicles, not structures, but trailers. At one time, I believe there was like 5 or 6 trailers on that lot.
Mr. Armitage, do you understand that unimproved lots can't be used for storage per our county
But
code?
that's my money.
Okay,
I
but
invested, and if you can't have it, when you buy land, you should be able to, as long as it's not hurting anybody, you should be able to keep your stuff on it.
right. But the reason we can't allow that is because we would have every lot in the county.
But you
being
don't.
used
You
as
do
storage.
have
So
every lot in the county with stuff
And
on it.
I think this may be part of the roadmap task force.
This property is located in the area designated as the Roadmap Task Force.
Okay, and so that is a program that we've put together to focus on a community to fix
but I did
these
my- I-
issues that have been outstanding for a long, long time. And it looks like you have some photos and some evidence of other lots.
All kinds of,
Right.
but they're living on them.
but we
I
can't-
put the fence up because,
Yeah, so we've heard your testimony. I need you to listen to us right now.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Okay? So I just want you to understand that per our county code, we can't have these lots used as storage for all of these vehicles and all of these.
Well, they're not gonna be
And we
staying there the
can't
whole
have you
time.
living there either.
I'm not living there.
Okay, just want to make sure that's clear. We do have some folks in the audience from North Coast Opportunities that have some housing programs, and maybe they can connect you with something if you want to speak to them.
Well,
And
about getting
right there,
water?
back there, Justin and
Yeah, of
and
course.
Janice waving. So we have some programs for people like in your situation that need a place to live or maybe need some
It's
help.
not a place, I need to get water on my property.
Okay,
That's what I need.
but I'm going to open it up. Looks like Supervisor Crandall has some comments or questions.
Yes, I I empathize with you as a veteran. I do know what it's like to be able to stay anywhere, but we can't do that here. It's unfortunate, and believe me, if we could stay in a tent somewhere, you and I, because we've been there. But according to the code, it's written, and I have multiple other constituents on both sides, some that have been abated or a notice to abate, and then there's some that are trying to say, well, I should be able to as well, and have been trying to put their property or whatever you want to call it on vacant lots, and they end up having to move it. So it's an unfortunate thing. I also wanted to mention, I know that you mentioned some housing programs with some folks in the audience, but as a veteran, there's a lot of services in our office here. The local VSO is really great. They've helped numerous veterans, including myself, to get services and even possibly more income to help you if you're a disabled vet and things of that nature, but also down payment assistance and maybe some sort of assistance with the water situation. You know?
I asked about the down payment situation with the water and paying it, but they wanted cash up front.
Okay, well.
Okay, and I haven't never heard of any county.
Well, and that's not the county, that's actually.
Clear Lake Oaks.
Yes, Clogba, and I
But it
get
is
calls
in the
about
county.
them as well, and we don't have any oversight over that water. That's a private water agency, so it's difficult, because believe me, I get the complaints all the time, but only thing I can do is go to their board and talk to them. I can't force them or even bring it to the board or anything of that nature to say, hey.
So you have a rogue county, a rogue city in your county?
It's not a rogue city, it's actually the water department, special districts isn't even necessarily.
Is that because you gave up the water rights to the lake?
No, it has nothing to do with that, yeah.
I mean, this is.
And I didn't give it away.
I know.
A supervisor from the 1800s, they decided to do that.
I know when I bought my lot,
Yeah.
I bought it from Napa County. Okay, and I asked the people specifically, what can go there? And since there was, things on the lot the whole time, as long as I didn't change the structure of the land, I was okay to put things on it. That's what I bought the lot under, the assumption that I could store my things, nobody else's things, just my things that I have all the paperwork for, and that I'm going to use to sell to keep my income going. Because I get
well, that's
$1,200 a month from Social Security, and I'm only 10% service connected because of tendonitis. That's $300. So I'm living off of $1,500 a month.
Well, if you're a Purple Heart veteran, you should be able to apply.
If I can apply for PTSD and all that other stuff, but then I lose my right. It's a long story.
I'm just telling you that maybe you should go and touch base with them. They might be able to get you some more help, even with the water situation and some sort of building for homes, down payment assistance or whatever.
I went to every place that they said about the water, like Habitat for Humanity, this and that, and they can help. But we're talking 2-3 years down the line. And, my mom's, as soon as my mom, which I hope doesn't, it's going to happen eventually. It eventually happens to everybody. Then I have no reason to be up here anymore. And I'll sell everything I got. Because I got property in Pinedale, too. And I got another piece of property in Clear Lake Oaks across the street from her.
We're here about this abatement and nuisance, so I don't know.
And I understand that. And
I'm just bringing up that I'm urging you to go and see.
I'm going to go see these people, yes, I will.
Okay.
It's just, it's hard when you don't, you're living day to day, having to sell stuff to make ends meet. You know what I mean?
I do.
Supervisor Spatier?
So I'm not going to add much more than what's already been discussed. Just I'll add that when you buy a property, yes, it's your property, but you're within a community, and we need to make sure we hold up a standard within the community that you're in. Having a parking lot next to a residence is not a standard that is in our zoning, and it's not a standard that I think I want to change to. I do want to ask you a question. I know you've mentioned it, but I just want to make sure, because all of the vehicles, not just the van, is the issue, because you can't store things on a vacant lot until you have a house there. That means you can reside there, therefore you can start storing stuff there. The RV looks very capable to house somebody, as it did, and possibly more. I just want to make sure, are you living in the RV? I don't want you to be in trouble. I just don't want to take it away from you without having another conversation if you're living in there.
That's my home.
You're living in Lakeport, you're in a residence?
I'm living with this lady right here.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that's not your primary, so that we can have a separate conversation about how we can provide some help if that's the case.
But I can't, that's my home. That's all I got left from all my years of working and stuff, is that.
Okay. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you showing up, I really do, but much of what you're raising isn't relevant to the proceedings. So one question is, I think it's been made clear that notwithstanding your opinion about what should or shouldn't happen there, they've told you that that stuff can't be stored there. You have an understanding that that's what they've communicated to you, right?
Yes.
And one of the responses you did, instead of cleaning up the property, was to put up a fence.
I cleaned up the property too.
All right.
And I put up the fence, so I was told the code, if it's not an eyesore and it's not a public nuisance, and they don't go ask people permission to take pictures from their property, you never see anything on my lot.
Okay, thank you for that. I do have a question for staff. And I know this is in the roadmap task force area, so to the point of selective enforcement or complaint-driven enforcement, in the roadmap task force area, we aren't necessarily reliant on receipt of a neighborhood complaint to initiate an enforcement action?
No, we're not. The purpose of the program is to concentrate county resources to a specific area, not to a specific or targeted property.
All right. And the second question is a close reading of the R1 zoning ordinance regs. I'm not seeing what's been stated, that it has to be just bare ground and that no storage at all is permitted. I do see in Chapter 13 that inoperable vehicles like the van referenced here, certainly that would not be allowed. But is it the assertion of the department that absolutely no storage is permitted on an unoccupied R1 lot?
In R1 or single-family residential, the allowed uses are primary residential uses. This is to preserve the residential character of the neighborhoods. Storage of items are considered residential accessory uses. In order to have a residential accessory use, you have to have a residential primary use first.
So it's been the interpretation, and in this case is the interpretation of the department, that it is. If you have an unoccupied R1 unit, it has to be bare earth. Until you put a residential structure on there, nothing goes on there.
We do have instances where there is some residential accessory use while building a home, but we do not have instances where there is residential accessory uses where there is no home.
I do have the paperwork at home for application for permit to build.
Once you get that permit signed, then it kind of changes, because then you can.
Well, I have it filled out already, but it's a homeowner builder one, and I wanted to make sure I had enough funds at first to move forward with what I'm doing, and the water is the issue. You know, I can either put $10,000 in materials and build it, because I've been in construction all my life. I can either put the money into materials. I bought what materials I could when I first came up here, with every intention of building on that property. This is a nice piece of property. And, you know, we had the hottest summer, then the crazy winter with all the snow and everything.
I know, we've heard what you said.
Okay, well, there's no more I can add then, because I do
and
plan on
I just
building
want to open it up to Officer Colin if there's any further information that you want to bring forward.
Yes, I just wanted to add on the subject of the roadmap task force area. Although this property is in that area and subject to proactive enforcement, this case was actually complaint driven from a resident across the creek.
Okay, thank you so much.
Amy from...
Okay, so I'm going to close the testimony part of this hearing and bring it to the board for deliberation. Supervisor Spatier.
I would just say there's opportunities. Don't let those opportunities go. I think that Supervisor Crandall expressed those opportunities very acutely, and I would definitely follow up on those. If you do not have contact information for any of the VA programs that you can benefit from to get this thing going, please get that contact information before you leave. And I think there's a way out of this. You have the opportunity, you have the application for the permit to build. All of those things put together, I think you can make this a better situation for yourself.
That's what I've been trying to do.
Okay, Supervisor Green?
Thank you, and we're going to vote on this shortly, but I do think there is a room for education that could precede enforcement. We have so many properties in this county. I could be sitting there if I had made a choice to buy a lot, have plans, not understand all of the zoning regulations, including the fact that property you own, bought and paid for, that you can't put anything on there until you've started to develop it in conformance with the zoning regulations. I do have empathy, but I do think it's been clearly communicated that it's not a permitted use. And so we're going to move ahead with this enforcement action. I'm just wondering about how many other people might be in similar situations, just unaware of the regulations that might apply to them, and what type of outreach we can do. But that's a different subject for a different day. We're here on this appeal.
I think it's the responsibility of the landowner to know their zoning and know what's allowed. And the people at community development at the counter are very, very helpful with figuring those things out. So anything further, Supervisor Crandall?
I was just, whenever we're ready to make the motion, it's
Go
in my
ahead.
district, so. Okay, so here we go. I will motion to uphold the notice of nuisance in order to abate and direct staff to move forward with the abatement process within 30 days if the violations are not abated by the property owner.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Is that it?
That's it. Okay. Our 6.4 item, 9:45 a.m. Consideration of presentation by North Coast Opportunities, NCO, on the Lake County Home Hardening Program. It's my great pleasure to invite you up here to present on this program that will fundamentally change one of our communities as a pilot and hopefully spread beyond the rest of our county. So come on up and have a seat, and maybe sit on this side. Marcus is helping us out with our tech this morning. Oops. Takes a village. Sorry. Thank you, Marcus.
Hi, everybody. Remember to get closer to this.
Yeah, you could just kind of pull it in front of you.
Well, she's getting set up. My name is Dana Fernway. I'm the program manager for the California Wildfire Mitigation Program, also known as the Home Hardening Grant.
And my name is Mayra Blasina. I'm one of the project coordinators working in the Kelseyville Riviera area with Diana.
So first and foremost, we just want to thank you for your time today. I know you guys' Tuesdays are very, very busy. The county has been just a tremendous partner with this project. We definitely would not have been able to get to this point without pretty much everybody's support. Big shout out to Jessica Paiska for helping us from the grant writing process and the support all the way through. Also would like to thank Terry Logston, Mariah Turner, the planning department. Just everyone has been just a tremendous support. So thank you. All right, next slide. So this is a $22 million FEMA grant in partnership with Cal OES, Cal Fire, and like I mentioned, the County of Lake. We're really excited about this grant primarily because there's so few communities chosen. In fact, we were the third community chosen out of 5 now. And what's really unique about this program compared to some other FEMA support is FEMA comes in after the fact. FEMA is really thinking differently about natural disasters, the fire world alone. And so this grant is primarily focused on prevention. And we are preventing wildfires through mitigation, defensible space, ignition-resistant retrofit measures on homes. And this really exciting pilot program is condensed down into the Kelseyville Riviera Association. Now, FEMA's goal is to collect data after this 3-year program is completed in all 5 of these communities and hopefully open it up to other communities all through the West Coast. Our local goal, Can you go back? Our local goal is to harden 500 homes in the Kelseyville Riviera Association, and this area was chosen primarily for the exact reason why everyone is thinking now. Lake County has a high risk of fire severity and our socioeconomic indicators here in Lake County. So this particular demonstration site was chosen. As a Cobb Mountain resident, I thought, why isn't it happening in Cobb? Why not downtown Clear Lake? We have all these pockets of vulnerable areas here in Lake County. But when CAL FIRE really broke it down, it really made a lot of sense. And basically, they chose that area because of the population density. Now, our efforts, our home hardening efforts will be maximized with homes that are built so close together. And so the goal is to really achieve this cluster resiliency strategy. Basically, the premise is if my home is hardened and I have a good amount of defensible space around it, my neighbors is also, and so on and so on and so on, until you have this whole community of hardened homes that makes that whole community safer. Another reason why the Kelseyville Riviera was chosen was because those vulnerable exits in and out. I don't have to tell anybody in this room that that's scary. There's also high vegetation that surrounds that community and high afternoon winds that pick up every afternoon. So I've been with North Coast Opportunities for about 4 years now, and every program that I have worked on has been able to focus on the vulnerable populations. And this grant really is no different. So this particular grant, like I said, it's a little bit different than other FEMA grants, but it really does focus on the vulnerable population in making it nice and easy for everybody to be a participant in this project. So the first item is the homeowner has to actually apply for the program. We have really fine-tuned the online portal to make it really nice and easy for homeowners to just walk through it. It takes roughly maybe 10 or 15 minutes for them to get applied and for us to be able to access their application. Once that application has been received from us, we go in and we do a thorough home assessment. In fact, Myra is our lead assessor, and she goes out there on site and takes about 2.5 hours, and she identifies what vulnerabilities this home has, so we know exactly what retrofit measures to perform and what defensible space measures to perform. We communicate that directly with the contractors. So again, make it nice and easy for the homeowner to be a participant. They don't have to talk to the contractors. We know exactly what retrofit measures to convey to them. And then we also pay the contractors directly. So it's not a rebate program. They don't have to wait for a reimbursement. And so again, just makes it nice and easy. We have a neighboring community that has a FEMA grant with roofs. And those homeowners actually have to pay up front. They wait for reimbursement. As you all know, everything's getting really expensive. Could cost anywhere between $30,000 and $40,000 for a roof anymore. So we don't leave that on our homeowners to have to take on that responsibility. Every home is eligible up to $40,000 in retrofit measures. And for folks who have an at or below their moderate income for the area, there's no share of cost. Now, folks who do have a higher income cost may have a small share of cost, but they're not ineligible to be a participant in this program. So speaking of the defensible space and retrofit measures, Myra is going to talk a little bit more about what we're actually doing on these homes.
Thank you. Can we have the next slide, please? Thank you. So one of the goals of the home hardening program is to manage the fuels around the house by creating defensible space and making the structure stronger. We get the coupled approach to reduce the chances that a house would catch on fire if there was a wildfire coming to the area. So defensible space refers to the 100 feet that surround the structure. And the idea is to mitigate the vegetation as it gets closer to the home. So if there were to be a fire, it would hopefully die down before it gets to the house. Those 100 feet are divided in 3 zones. Zone 0 is what's closest to the house, is the first 5 feet. That's also called the zero ignition zone. And that is where we're gonna put the biggest efforts to have absolutely nothing combustible that close to the house. That way we can avoid flames getting all the way to the structure. And then we have Zone 1, which is the following 30 feet, and Zone 2 that goes from 30 to 100 feet. In that area, we're going to really be looking at the vegetation and try to break it up so that if something catches on fire, it doesn't have continuity to go, again, all the way up to the home. Can I have the next slide, please? And then we have here a few of the home hardening retrofit measures. I want to mention that 90% of the home fires start by embers. So there is some measures that are specifically to protect the home from embers, and some others that go above and beyond, and they want to harden for flames. All the homes in this program are going to be hardened for embers, and then they're going to be evaluated. If we're not able to mitigate the fuels coming up to the home, then we're going to do a harder effort, and we're going to do some other retrofits to protect for flames. So hardening for embers, we're going to look at all the gaps around the home, on the roofs, around the walls. That's usually where embers can find like a nice host to start a fire. So we're going to close gaps on the roofs, and we're also going to do fire caulking when that's an applicable thing to do around the walls in the house. We're going to reduce the vent screen sizes to 1/8 of an inch to reduce those embers that get that close to the house. We're going to put gutter covers to avoid debris from accumulating in the gutters. And another thing we're going to be looking at is the garage doors. Those are very famous for having gaps all over them. So we're going to do our best efforts to seal those garage doors. And then when we're talking about flames, then we're going to go above and beyond. We're going to recover roofs with Class A fire-resistant materials in assembly as well. We're going to change the gutters if they are combustible to make sure they are non-combustible material. We're going to create enclosed eaves to stop flame intrusion up into the attic area. We're going to replace the wall cover to have a totally non-combustible material on the siding. We're going to install double pane, double temper windows. And we're also going to create fire breaks between any attachments that are around the homes, like decks or attached structures. So again, these are just a sample, a few of the measures that our program is going to implement on the home and the property.
Thank you, Myra. So I know we have wanted to come and do this presentation a little bit sooner. I was kind of delaying things because I was really hoping that we would actually be in construction by now, but we've had some delays on the back end. But for the last year, we have been really busy. One of the first things FEMA recommended is to jump into the environmental clearances. And I really had no idea what I was getting into at the moment. But right off the bat, because these are federal dollars, we do have to go through federal procurement whenever we hire any vendors. So we actually went through 2 phases to hire our SMEs. So right off the bat, we hired a historical architect, a biologist, a botanist, and a Native American sacred lands researcher. And so we went through and we cleared 1,250 homes for construction or to move on to the next phase of construction. And that report took about 3 months. FEMA reviewed it. It took another 3 months to get it cleared and okayed. And that direct report went to the county to help us get our umbrella CEQA clearance. And so with the NEPA clearance, Myra actually starts that process whenever she is on site during the home assessment. And if we have anything that kind of springs up during the assessment, we then bring back our SMEs to continue doing that research just to make sure that we are protecting our environment. So with all of these clearances and all these conversations and all these SMEs that we have on site, it really, proofs in the pudding. We are protecting our environment while we're making our community safer. So we're really, really thrilled to have all of these projects completed. We have worked diligently on making sure our platform for our homeowners to apply makes it nice and easy for them. So far, so good. We opened up the portal to 15 homeowners just so we could go through that training, make sure it was nice and easy for the homeowners, and we're ready to move forward with that. Myra has actually completed assessments on all 15 homeowners through this application process. We've done Q&A with CAL FIRE just to make sure that that assessment is really fine-tuned and ready to put together a scope of work for each home. And that's kind of where we're at with that process. We're putting together that scope of work so we can go out to bid to our contractors. This process sounds and looks really easy on paper, but from assessment to going out to bid, it could be anywhere between, I don't know, roughly 20 hours per home. So it is quite the project. Speaking of contractors, we have gone out to federal procurement on 2 different occasions, and we are really excited to say we finally have a qualified pool of contractors, some local, some outside of the area. In fact, we have 5 General Bs and 7 C-27s, so we're really excited to get them into contract. We do plan on opening up federal procurement again, probably in the next 6 months or so we can even have even a bigger qualified pool. So anytime we open up federal procurement, we announce it on the website, on the radio, in the newspaper, so all of our contractors know exactly what the process is. Our goal is to have hammer swinging hopefully in the next 60 days. Next slide. So homeowners say, you're not going to be able to get to my house, maybe by the 2nd year, maybe even by the 3rd year. I didn't mention earlier, but this is a phased approach. Our first year, our deliverables are 25 homes. The 2nd year, 175 homes. And by the 3rd year, we'll have the 300 homes under our belt. So with us starting so slow, we still have homes that are sitting there ready to be worked on. But in the meantime, we always share this home retrofit guide with the community, with the homeowners, with anyone who will download it and look at it. But I always want to share it with everybody. If you guys are in the journey of making sure your home is safer, this is an excellent guide. It walks you through like a mini assessment, talks about some of the scope of work that Myra just mentioned. So I always encourage everyone to download it. And if you do have questions while you're working on your home, feel free to call our team. We're always here to answer any questions for everybody. Next slide. And that's it, in case anyone has any questions.
Wow. Just a minute, we'll get to public comment, so you can have a seat when I'll open it up and you can come up then. I am so excited that we finally got to do this presentation. It's been almost 2 years. It was December of 2021 when we had the field trip organized by Cal OES and Cal Fire, and I know you two weren't on the team back then. But we had 10 different communities to look at, and we took CAL FIRE and OES around the county. We weren't able to see all of them in one day, and it was their choice to pick this. It was what they were looking for. The other 2 pilots that came before us had, it was one in San Diego County and one in Shasta County, and they were different versions of this program. Mm-hmm. So that's how we got started. But my very first concern was, oh my gosh, this is a huge, huge task to implement. How are we going to do this? But Cal OES and Cal Fire have been tremendous in handholding. They've hired consultants. We've had meetings every other week. I say we, I don't go to all of them. Every other week since December of 2021. Making sure that when we finally get to implementation, we can handle it. And so it has been a tremendous lift. And I am so grateful for NCO to take this on. The other pilot programs had fire safe councils to assist them. I'm just going to say that we are surging past the other pilots. We haven't started building yet, but they're very impressed with how much you've done and how well you've been able to get us through the FEMA application, which was massive, and pulling together all of these details. So I'm just so proud to be part of this partnership. The whole idea is to harden communities, and we know that homes become fuel. when a community is burning. And so this is why all the homes in a cluster are going to be worked on whether or not you meet the income guidelines or not. Because we can't have homes that haven't been hardened in a cluster, or we don't have a hardened community. So, and that's why the vegetation management, is it a 10 or 20-year commitment that the property owner has to?
20.
20 years they have to commit to managing their defensible space too. So it's been very well thought out, but because we're the pilot, we've learned a lot, right? A whole lot.
Still learning.
Still learning. The other piece of this that hasn't been mentioned, there's a lot going on with home insurance in the state of California. And this community will also be eligible for the new changes that the Department of Insurance is making, which we still don't 100% understand. But what's happening here is being used for those programs. And then the assessments and the tours and being out on the ground with the high-level CAL FIRE and OES people walking us through and developing the tablets and the software for the tablets. It's just, it really is incredible how much has gotten us to this point, and we haven't even started swinging hammers yet. So I don't know if you have anything else to add, Vice Chair Simon, about this process. I know you were really involved in the beginning. So just want to turn over to you to share thoughts.
Michael had his.
Oh, okay, but I just, since you were a part of it, I thought.
Oh,
sure, go ahead,
next
Supervisor
up,
Green.
right, go ahead, Mike.
Just a technical question. It sounded like you had an umbrella CEQA clearance, like a CAT-X or a statutory exemption, but you may still be doing a site-specific NEPA review. But this is kind of FEMA-driven. So is there an indication that a similar flexibility in the NEPA process will be forthcoming that would give you umbrella coverage and not force you to do that site-specific review?
Not at this time. We do plan on, we have our SMEs on contract at any given moment. We still do have to do the nesting bird surveys and clear the NEPA site-specific clearances. So that will be done as an as-needed basis.
Yeah, I do want to commit, just comment on all the hard work that's been done. NCO stepping up to be the partner. Remember the first couple of conversations we had about bringing this pilot program to Lake County. Obviously very excited about it, but understanding the hard work that needed to be done. When we bring in these pilot programs, just like the task force that we have working on the North Shore at this point, it is to get that long-term goal of the entire county to be have an opportunity for these home hardening projects all over our communities. It's not where you start, it's a long-term vision that you have to start so we can build this program. The ultimate goal is to get through this 3-year period. Hopefully there will be funding coming down through FEMA to do the entire county and all the properties that need to be done in Lake County to continue us moving forward. It is exciting to see, even in the early conversations though, you could see that we were moving, all the organizations that were involved were moving a little bit faster than even some of the other ones that were chosen before us. Ultimately, when we swing the first hammer, that will be great. But I think ultimately this will be down the road funding that's really going to have the opportunities to make that major impact. And the one thing that really excited me about the program was, if you're going to take the funding, that 20-year commitment on the vegetation work that needs to be done. We have learned a lot, and I just saw some more demonstrations that were done on the zero area being so important in our communities. It used to be we'd plant everything right up to the house, have your beautiful stuff, but things have changed now, and we've got to change with the times and the climate as it is changing. So excited about these opportunities, but also excited about the opportunities it's going to bring for the entire county, all the unincorporated areas, the cities, as we move forward once we have successful projects done in the Riviera area. Thinking about building resilience in communities. I don't know where this funding is going to come through FEMA, but the way it's working, I think it is going to be one of those large funding opportunities that we haven't been able to get into. So the long-term vision is there. I know it doesn't happen quick enough. We are having the insurance conversations now, but hopefully this is going to be the community that they look to, one of the pilot programs here in Lake County to really help us move forward. So excited about it. NCO always steps up and helps the community. We had another conversation just earlier on, helping a veteran. Hopefully, don't know if that'll happen, but at least I saw those contacts happening. So CAL FIRE, Cal OES, all the partners that notice the work that we're trying to do here in Lake County is really important. So Jessica, thank you for all the hard work. It's in your area. I know you've gone to a lot more meetings than I have on this issue, but it was great to be a part of that decision to bring it to Lake County. And like I said, it's not where you start, it's that we had to start somewhere. And we started in the Rivieras because every report we have gotten from CAL FIRE, when we looked at it, that was the place that is still left, that has not burned, that is the most vulnerable. And we talked about ingress, egress, which we also got the grant for that in the area.
Oh,
So
nice.
this is the beginning of the opening to help Lake County be a hardened Lake County. So thank you very much for the hard work.
Fantastic,
I want to
thank
thank
you.
admin, everyone that's worked on it, Terry. But it just didn't happen in a vacuum. These were conversations at the RRA. These were conversations at the Lake County Fire Safe Council, South Lake County Fire Council. So everybody that had this stuff on mind after the events we had gone through was how we were doing it. And there are neighboring communities, Napa, Sonoma, that have gotten different brick grants for different things. But we got the pilot program, so I know that's going to help us down the road, move forward, and get the funding that we need to help all the communities. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I don't know who was first over here. All right, go ahead.
The program itself is great. Hopefully, it could go countywide. I think there's a lot of issues in my mind of understanding the possibilities of making that happen. So you're dealing with a area that I'm just going to say it made me kind of chuckle that Riviera is mentioned as a vulnerable population, maybe a vulnerable area for fire, but the population itself is not vulnerable in the sense of how we speak of vulnerable populations. So I'm looking at like the median income. Hold on, can I finish?
Yeah, but I'll disagree with you.
So looking at the median income is 122 versus Clear Lake is 37. How do you translate that into a pilot program extending, especially when it's 80% home ownership versus 40% home ownership? There's a difference in how you engage with a different population when some of that population may not even be active or engaged to want to make those changes. So I love the idea of the home hardening. I just don't know how you expand it. Like, this is a area and population that I think you will get more engagement and activity from, but I don't know how you circle around the lake with the same expectations. I'm wondering what your reporting data points are. And I hope that as you progress, you can come back to us and show us kind of what demographic are you touching? Are you touching the high end, where that basically means that those who have money are receiving money to help their houses be better, and you're not able to help those who struggle to have it? Because I think that's important to me to better understand the rest of the population that is looking at this program in hopes that it can extend, but financially and logistically, it's going to be a struggle to make that expand further than the location you're in, because that location has some ability to do these things already. This is helping to propel them in getting those things accomplished. So love the program. Hopefully it does expand. I struggle to comprehend the future of it.
Well, I think, oh, sorry, Deanna, but we don't know what the future is because we've got to get through this program. We've got to build it out. And you don't just say the whole county is a program. You have to start with a specific area. And this is a vulnerable area. It may not be as vulnerable as some of our other communities, but there's a very high senior population here who cannot do the work on their homes, cannot leave their homes, has difficulty evacuating, has difficulty with connectivity. So it met the threshold for the income levels, which is low and moderate. And it's key that we have moderate in there because anyone, these people struggle also with their homes. And so there is room in the program for a small amount of people who are above the income thresholds, but they have to pay, it's 10 or 15%?
10 to 25.
10 to 25%. So they do have to pay into it. They are going to receive some assistance because $40,000 is a lot for anybody to come up with. And it is based on the home ownership. There are a lot of rentals there too. So it was very complicated to put that all together, but that's how we got there.
Yeah, I like to agree with that. And, prior to this project, I actually developed a work experience program for street homeless. So I'm used to, working with the most vulnerable in our community. And while this isn't, a similar vulnerability as some of those pockets of folks, like Jessica said, we are coming across seniors who cannot get up on their ladder. They cannot get up on their deck. They don't have the income to fix their rotted deck that could catch embers and cause their house to catch on fire. We actually had an AmeriCorps team going out every week doing defensible space. In fact, the county was so generous in donating supplies for those efforts. We're also seeing a lot of people who lost their homes in Valley Fire and other fires in our community, and there is an emotional vulnerability there. And so there's a lot of trauma in this community, and so I consider them vulnerable. And if we can go in and make them feel safer in their homes, or give them enough time to get out, or get enough time for the fire department to get there to put these small spot fires out before a big fire happens, that is vulnerable work, in my opinion. And like Mocha and Jessica have said, we have to start somewhere. And I am plan on making this program incredibly successful so we can open it in other vulnerable pockets of our communities.
So my last question, there's a 20-year timeline of keeping defensible space. Who's enforcing that, and is that something that's already kind of designed, or is that something that you need to work on and bring back to us so we can better understand? Because I feel that's asking our code enforcement to look at, or are you going to go back to those houses and see if they're complying with that 20 years? Just kind of wanted to understand how that gets enforced and who's in charge of enforcing.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. Those are conversations that are still ongoing. We are currently putting together our tri-party agreement, so the homeowner actually agrees to go into this 20-year commitment. As far as enforcement goes, that's still a piece of the puzzle we're still figuring out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I also just want to mention that the importance of layering these opportunities. So the AmeriCorps kids showed up, and they were willing to go out and do this work, but they didn't have the tools. So I used my discretionary funds to buy a whole bunch of tools to get out there and help those people. And then the Fire Safe Council just got a $500,000 grant to help homeowners, or I know, probably renters as well, across the county to help with defensible space. I just want to mention that this is just one program, but we're layering and leveraging everywhere we go. And that is countywide. So we just found that out, I think a week or two ago. So we'll be figuring out how that program works to anywhere, because we know that all these people are struggling. We know we have a high population of seniors. A lot of times people will move into their vacation home that they owned for generations. By the time they become a senior and they're on a fixed income, that house is really old and needs a lot of upkeep, and they're just not able to do it. And so these are all the things that we have to be contemplating as we move forward.
And I'd also like to mention this program is not just geared towards homeowners. Obviously, the homeowner is the one who has to apply. But if somebody has a rental in this particular area, they're welcome to apply for this program. So these folks who are renting can also be a participant. And we notice a lot of the renters are people who have lost their homes in fires. So again, we go back to that emotionally vulnerability. They are welcome to apply and make sure that they can get these retrofit measures done.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes. There we go. I appreciate this presentation. This pilot program is a tool that will help lower the risk of homes being affected by the hazard of wildfire. If we could extend this program eventually countywide, it legitimizes the argument that we should be charged by insurance companies in accordance with risk versus hazard. Sure. With that being said, the fact that those who will be partaking in this program enhance the survivability that insurance companies should be taken into consideration. For example, if they're charging by hazard, shouldn't they be charging more towards people that are driving in the city? If you see every car, they have dents. This is frustrating because we have all of these problems with insurance companies. And so, nonetheless, I just think this is a good start. Sorry to go on that tangent. I think it just legitimizes our argument that, we have homes that are a low risk, even though there is the imminent threat of a wildfire. And so I think it should be taken into consideration. And so I like programs like this because it gives us a chance to at least show we're doing something. So, yeah, just want to say that.
Thanks. Okay, I will now open it up for the public. Do we have anyone in the chambers that would like to come up and ask a question? And you can state your name and have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Elaine Brown. FEMA, I'm just wondering, is it local contractors that will be served only, like the local people here, the contractors? Will they be the ones that get the bids?
Yes.
They're just local?
No.
Oh, you have some out of
So it's open
Yeah,
to people
absolutely.
outside.
So with it being a competitive bid process, whenever we open up procurement, anyone from any area of California, even outside if they so wish, can actually apply to be a qualified contractor in this program.
All right, it just doesn't service our community here. That's one of the checkpoints. One of the best ways of having significant loss of property is having a full force fire department. I know over at the Riviera across from the market, last week I was pounding on the doors of that fire
Yeah, but
department.
let's keep the comments to the home.
It is for this.
Oh, okay.
It's fire department. It's a county issue. And I'm looking in there, there's one old fire, maybe from the 70s, in one bay, and then someone's pickup truck and no one answers the door. I was happy to see West Coast in there cleaning up and a new one, one of those.
We're talking about the home hardening
I'm talking about
program?
the fire. I'm talking about fires.
We're not
and
talking
this
about the fire department.
Goes back to what FEMA could do with their $40,000. $40,000 could be half of an income for really doing something for this community, which is buying people that can fight these fires. And I know the one at Hill looks like it doesn't have a flag flying, which is a sign of distress that maybe people aren't working at the fire communities where those people can go out and actively fight these fires instead of the rich, the elite, given this $40,000 that we don't really have oversight on to see how that's being used. So I would really recommend the board as a county to look into your fire services, because over at Rivera, they had in one porter, there's 4 different components, 4 different places where they didn't have fire trucks. And the man's name was White, that it was on the placard. I imagine those men did a lot of work to make sure that this community was safe. And there's one old truck in that 4-station place. And I really want this community to thrive and survive. And it's people's boots on the ground, men and women who are actively fighting fires, not some FEMA thing. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll just remind you that Kelseyville Fire District did try and pass a measure, failed, but maybe you could look into that. This is, there's so many different funding pots, we don't all just squish them together. These are specific programs designed for specific tasks, and this is the proactive work of hardening communities. So come on up, Joan.
John Moss, I have many questions. During the Valley Fire, I went and interviewed with FEMA. And I was told that I would have to pay the money back that FEMA loans me. At the time, I was fairly decrepit and low income and single and a mother, and I was getting help from my family. So until I see it in black and white, I agree with Bruno. Jessica, if you've been meeting every other week with the people who are forming this, I ask and require you to notify the community that that's what you are doing.
Yes, it's in my calendars.
And there was a family I was helping, and a local sheriff was making all these demands on this man who was a homeless, he had a home, but he was a little bit, he was a Vietnam veteran with a very confused mind, very brilliant, but very confused. And I was trying to help him.
Joan, this is about the program.
I'm talking.
I want to keep it focused on the agenda item, which is the home hardening program. So if you could just tie it back in, that would be great.
Thank you. Please stop interrupting people who come up to speak. I would like to say that this man had written my friend a notice, and he hadn't followed his own directions. We went to the homeowners. There are many people but I want to see it in black and white, because at times FEMA does charge and doesn't ask for money back, and at times FEMA doesn't ask for money back. I want to see who's running the program. I want to see it in black and white so the homeowners feel that they are being told the truth. Thank you.
We will have a tri-party agreement. Nobody is committed to this program until they get to that point. So they apply, we review their application, we do the assessment, we go through that process. But again, no homeowner is committed to the program until they see that tri-party agreement and they can see in black and white that FEMA is not going to be requiring for these funds to be reimbursed.
Yeah, and you and FEMA and CAL FIRE and Cal OES have been putting out press releases.
Yeah.
That described the entire process. I think the first one went out spring of 2022.
Yeah.
Is when the first press release went out. Every other week, these are on my calendars. I announce them every other week. I don't always go to them. I can't always make them, but I have been 100% transparent with those meetings since the beginning.
And I'd also like to reiterate that, again, every FEMA grant is different.
Yes.
And again, with this being a pilot program, this is really one of a kind. So I'd also like to remind folks that this is a local program led. They are giving us the money. We are dispersing it, via their guidelines, but this is a local program.
Correct. Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the chambers who has a question about the home hardening program or comment? Can we check the Zoom room? We do have one hand up, phone 7257. If you would like to unmute, state your name, and if you have questions or comments about the home hardening program, go ahead.
Hi, is this me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. This is Bart Love.
Bart, we can't hear you now. Your phone cut out a little bit. Okay, I think we've lost her. And
Okay.
Are you back, Bart?
I'm trying. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, thank you so much. The manual sounds fantastic. Please distribute it in the Riviera. Please come to the HOA meetings occasionally, Supervisor Peiska, and tell them about the program and what's going on. Not everybody understands how beneficial this is, and the HOA has actually been a little bit hostile, some people. And it would be great to have more information directly to the HOA and to the neighborhoods themselves, like the manual, so that we can be educating ourselves about best practices and doing what we can in the meantime as we apply. And it hasn't been clear about the application process, and I hope that it can become more clear and easier to do. It hasn't been easy to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Bart.
Hi, Bart. This is Deanna. We've spoken a few times. We are actually hosting regular meet and greets, so the homeowners can come and meet the team. Jessica was at our last meet and greet, so we have various different partners there who you can chat with. Even some of our contractors showed up, so you can meet them. We are setting the next date, and we'll have that out in our monthly newsletter I know you're a recipient of. So, and I'll make sure to share that with our board as well if they're welcome to come. But we're always happy to sit down with you, Bart, and answer any questions that you have. In order for there not to have an unclear message, this is not a program of the HOA. So these meet and greets are held at our NCO offices. We do meet with the HOA more than once a month to keep them in the loop with any updates of the program and just to kind of lead them in with discussions of the homeowners. But if there's anything unclear, they're always guided to come back to us. So again, feel free to give us a call or reach out, Bart.
Madam Chair, I have to step out for an important phone call, but I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, so I know NCO has been present at those HOA meetings, and your meet and greets are really effective, and it's really nice to meet you. You have a long list of people that are already interested in the program, but I think the next step is when we start to see this program roll out, and people are going to get excited about what they see, and a lot of that will answer a lot of questions too.
Absolutely.
So it's just the next phase when we just keep on rolling, and everyone can share in the excitement, and then I think we're going to see a lot more people interested in signing up.
Absolutely.
And we're really grateful for the early adopters who are super interested in getting started. Supervisor Spatier.
Just a last question. That was a public comment, and I know that during your presentation, you did mention that you have a mix of interest of contractors, local and outside of the local area. I know that we offer like a local preference with like if you're within range of 10%. Do you have something like that to see if we can get more of our local contractors involved versus getting outbid by contractors outside?
I will say I have been raised in this area my whole life. I love Lake County. I always want to keep our dollars local. I actually came from the Chamber of Commerce and really love our small, business owners. However, following FEMA guidelines and making sure that it's a competitive bid process, we do not have any preference for local contractors.
It's not that you do not have, you're not allowed to have.
Correct.
Because of the law.
Yes.
Just wanted to check in.
Yeah.
Well, and I will add that, again, I know personally some of the local contractors were hesitant to get involved because it seems very complicated and maybe it's not enough money and, how is this all going to work out? But once things start rolling again and we're ramping up, 25 houses the first year, 175, then 300 year 3. So once we start to roll this out and people are going to see that it's not as maybe complicated as they thought, then we're hoping to bring on more contractors and you're going to open up the procurement again and build that list out because each one has to be bid out.
Absolutely. And in fact, our strategy is to do 5 homes at any given time. So it incentivizes those contractors to be able to come and bid out 5 homes at a time. $250,000, our scope of work is fairly simple. They can kick out these 5 homes in a number of weeks, really. And they'll all be within a square mile radius of each other. So they're subcontractor, and we allow subcontractors. That's not something a FEMA grant normally allows. And so we feel really lucky that way. So say we throw out a bid, a contractor can bid the roof, they can bid the gutters, they can bid the defensible space and keep it all in-house. So we really feel that that's a valuable tool for our local contractors. And so again, we are, the scope of work is fairly simple. We put it on a document that makes it even simpler for them. All they have to do is verify length and width and whatnot, and then do a quick walkthrough, throw us our bid, and off we go. So we're trying to make it really nice and easy for our contractors. And like Jessica said, we're really hoping once hammers swing, everyone's going to get really excited. I mean, this is $20 million we can keep within our community or within our local contractors. And like I said, we do have contractors that are outside of the area, but are they going to want to drive here every day? I don't know. That's up to them. But we do have to offer it to everybody.
Okay. You want to come up and give another comment about the program? Okay.
I'm going to talk about the Valley Fire and the fact that the Prather brothers came back after they evacuated their homes.
Hey, Joan, we
and
really
and they saved our house.
Okay, we have to keep this.
We never know what a fire will bring.
Joan, this is about the home hardening program. You've already come up once.
I am a homeowner, and I am concerned about what happened at the Valley Fire. We never know. In the Valley Fire, other firefighters were other places. We didn't have enough firefighters. They kicked all their
You're way
family
off
out,
topic.
and the
You're way
Prather
off
brothers
topic. And you're being disrespectful to everybody in the chambers.
and saved our houses. Thank you.
Sit down. Thank you. This has to be about the program. Okay, thank you.
Elaine Brown. So $40,000, how is that distributed? It's $20 million. How is that? Is it, you said there's 5 homes. Is that $40,000 over the 20 years? How does that work?
So the $40,000 goes towards the retrofit measure the retrofit measures in the defensible space that is identified during the home assessment. So all of those dollars would be spent at the same time.
So how can someone like we, the people, go and look and see exactly how one home's expenditures of that $40,000 is spent?
So during the tri-party agreement, it actually lays out the full scope of work, and the tri-party agreement is between the contractor, the homeowner, and North Coast Opportunities. So everything is transparent to the homeowner and the contractor.
What about the U.S. citizen who's FEMA is a part of? How do we get to see how that's spent?
So you want to see the contracts of these other homeowners? Is that what
I want to know each individual house, how that $40,000 was spent for each individual home.
So on our website, we actually have a list of the retrofit measures, and you're welcome to go on there and look at them. They're all very much the same. We don't go out of that scope of work. In fact, FEMA has a very set standard of minimum quality of standards for each scope of work. So I'm happy to share that with you. In fact, it's still on our website, and you can go in there and look at all of the items that we'll be working on.
So can the U.S. citizens see like the receipts given for that contract, or that specific contractor for that specific home?
Well, we haven't started spending yet. Construction hasn't started, but I'm sure if that's a requirement of FEMA, then we would be posting those publicly.
What if U.S. citizens want that to be seen?
At this time, that's unknown.
All right, I'm just concerned because there can be indiscretionary funds. Things can be spent any way they wish to spend them. And I don't want to see that with that $40,000 when we have people that need jobs to fight fires.
So this program is run through a nonprofit, North Coast Opportunities. We do have a monthly board meeting where we do announce all our financials, and that is open to the public. I'm happy to send you that invite if you're interested.
I'm more interested on each individual house where that $40,000 is being spent.
Well, with the tri-party agreement, that is a very HIPAA-compliant document, so that would not be open to the public, but I'm sure we can discuss this further.
And to the board, that is a concern. Thank you.
Okay, it doesn't look like we have any more public comment. I don't see any hands up in here or in the Zoom room. So I will close public comment, and this is a presentation. Really thank you both for
Thank you all. Thank you.
everything that you've done. This is an incredible opportunity, and this is going to be a total game changer for this community, and we know this is going to be the first of many projects. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you again.
And we'll take a short break. We'll come back at 11:15. I think Supervisor Crandall will be able to join us by then. Thanks. All right, welcome back. We will now move on to our 6.5 item, 10:30 a.m. A, consideration of presentation of the summary of hitch spawning 2023 from the Lake County Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee. B, consideration of Lake County Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee's recommendation to approve $5,400 to support the Robinson Rancheria and California Department of Fish and Wildlife program to eradicate carp from Clear Lake. And we have our Agriculture Commission and we have our committee members. Thank you for joining us today. We're looking forward to this presentation. I know a lot has happened to get us to this point, so I will pass it over to you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having us. I'm Greg Giusti, Chair of the Lake County Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee.
Luis Santana, Vice Chair.
And that was an understatement. Since your emergency declaration, a lot has been put into motion about the hitch, and this committee has taken to heart the direction that we've been given. And so this is our chance to provide a summary of what committee members have found and to highlight some of the other activities that are ongoing in the county outside of this particular committee. What a difference a year makes. The weather conditions this last winter and spring provided optimal spawning conditions for fish. After so many years of drought and dry creeks, water being in the streams at the first of the year, and more importantly, sustained flows through May, and even today, Kelsey Creek and Middle Creek still have water in them. We haven't seen that in a long time. So it not only provided the opportunity for adults to come upstream and spawn, it provided an opportunity for the eggs to be laid, to incubate, to hatch, and for the juveniles to move back down through the system and get back to the lake and find the refugia that they find in the tules and other shoreline vegetation. Equally important is the lake came up 9.5 to 10 feet because of all these rains. A year ago, the water was 100 yards in some places from tules. Now, when the lake filled up, those juvenile fish that were able to move down the creeks, and even those that are born in the lake, are able to move into the cover of the tules and find protection from predation. So in terms of recruitment, we probably couldn't have asked for a more optimal year for recruitment for hitch to get new individuals into the system. And I'm going to turn it over to Luis in a little bit, and he can talk about some of the activities of all three tribal members that are on the committee. But just to give you a quick overview of boots on the ground and committee members putting eyes on fish. Fish were recorded in Adobe, Alley, Clover, Bachelor, Cole, Cooper, Dale, Lyons, Forbes, Kelsey, Thompson, Middle, Scotts, and Robinson creeks. So all of the creeks that historically supported fish, and this is just a short list, there could be others, creeks that historically supported hitch runs because of the water conditions saw fish return this year. I mean, it really is a testament to the resilience of these little fish. I mean, they've had a lot thrown at them. The drought years most likely inhibited their ability to get recruits into the population, and we saw multiple age and size classes come back into the creeks. Luis and members of the Robinson, the Big Valley, and the Habematol tribes participated in a number of fish rescues. Because of the high flows, many fish got out of the boundaries of creeks and were trapped in puddles. And I know Luis has got some numbers he'll share with you. So there was a big effort to make sure that fish that got out of the creeks were picked up and put back into the creeks, and get enough practice, you get real good at it. And the survivability of those fish was extremely high. I would say, better than 98%. Other groups, because of the board's action to declare the emergency situation, other groups that have been looking at hitch in the broad sense, not only the Blue Ribbon Committee, our Wildlife Committee, but the Agricultural Committee, the Clear Lake Conservation Strategy, the Clear Lake Hitch Task Force, and the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Program. Everybody's focused their attention and are now considering the hitch in their discussions. It really is it's a testament to the leadership that this board showed in getting people to wake them up and say, all right, we have to start paying attention to these little fish. And I think the community has responded. I'm going to turn it over to Luis now, give him a few minutes, and then I'll finish up with some other future activities that we know are going on.
Yeah, so I'll be able to talk about some of the rescues. So it's kind of broken down into two basins, Big Valley and Middle Creek watershed. There has been some stuff on the lower lake side of the lake on Siegler Creek, but not as much. So Big Valley, so these numbers actually come from larval and fry rescues, not adults. The adults I had already reported as of May. So I'm just updating numbers since May. So in Big Valley, there was 21,939 larvae and fry that were rescued. And then in Middle Creek, we actually just started doing rescues because we had been waiting for the creeks to recede enough to justify a rescue event. In Middle Creek itself and in Scotts Creek, there's actually still water that's supporting hitch and other native species. So we kind of just waited And if there needed to be a rescue, we would go in and do the rescue. But in Middle Creek, this is all also juveniles and fry. And we've rescued 2,848 in the last month or so. And so this is obviously awesome to be able to do. And we can't really say, okay, we save these fish and they're gonna, survive to adulthood, because these are at the bottom of the food chain, so they do get eaten. But they have a better chance now that they have been able to survive. But on Middle Creek, last week we did a habitat assessment, and there's still a lot of intact habitat. So it's looking good there. And even on Scotts Creek, that was really surprising, because there's areas where last year there was no water starting in like July, and now there's plenty of water, and I'm not too worried about those fish moving forward. And then part of our observations, I gave you the observation numbers, sorry. So the rescue numbers were actually 985, Clear Lake Hitch, and others as well, but we were just focused on Clear Lake Hitch, and the observations were 2,848, and that was, actually that's juveniles, 2,848 juveniles seen in some of these creeks during spawning time, and they weren't spawning, they were congregating with other fishes, which is really interesting, because I had never seen that before. But there was 760 adults, and the weird thing about Middle Creek and Scotts Creek is anytime we were out at the same time, Big Valley was out doing their spawner surveys, we couldn't see any fish because the creeks were so turbid. So just because we saw very little adults doesn't mean they weren't there, because then after the spawn, it was kind of like this 3-day window that we saw some fish, and then we didn't see them again, and then we started seeing eggs and larval fishes emerge. So just because we didn't see any doesn't mean they were there, but overall it was a good spawning year. Hopefully a lot of those fish have made it back to the lake, and if not, some are surviving. When we do rescues, we do end up finding dead fry, dead larval fishes, so it does happen. One of our rescue events on Lions Creek, most of the fish that we were actually able to scoop out were just like floating on the water already. So sometimes, it happens. It sucks, but it does happen. That's all I have for Hitch.
Yeah, thank you, Luis. So, Luis is a fisheries biologist for the Robinson Rancheria, so he's one of the guys that's got boots on the ground. And I'm going to stick my neck out a little bit here today, and say fish need water. And that's what made the difference this year. I mean, we had water for a prolonged period of time. We had flows that allowed fish to move upstream. They were able to get up as far as the stream allowed them. And there are obstacles, there are culverts, there are bridge abutments, there are things that stop fish from moving up. But those reaches of streams that fish could reach, they had the ability to get in there and do their thing and turn around and go back. And it really was heartwarming to see so many fish come up the streams again. That's someone who's followed them for over 20 years. It's been a while, and even Fish and Game said these are the best numbers they'd seen since 2014. Just again, our committee is more or less just a clearinghouse and a gathering of other information. We're volunteers, and you asked us to take on this chore, and people have responded. As you heard Luis, they've responded quite boldly. But other things that have been shared with us going on within the Watershed Protection District, myself and members of your staff talked directly with Kelseyville Unified School District and asked them to hold back their sport field irrigation for a couple of weeks well into May, because they have big pumps, and those big pumps are next to Cold Creek, and Cold Creek had a lot of fish this year. And we worked with them. They were very agreeable. They held off, irrigating their sports fields to ensure that they didn't dewater the streams. There's the tribes are working on the tagging project with Cal Fish and Wildlife. The Watershed District is contributing to the state's Hitch Task Force meeting and contributing to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service conservation strategy meetings. Grants and awards that the district has sought, $500,000 applied and submitted for the beneficial to hitch to Congressman Mike Thompson for Adobe Creek conjunctive use, Kelsey Creek detention structure repair, Scotts Valley project looking at groundwater. Other U.S. EPA awards of $399,000 with establishing habitat assessments on hitch observation network. So there's a lot going on right now with different groups well beyond our small little committee that are paying attention to hitch. So, you know, things just look a lot better this year than they have for a long time, and we hope that with the added attention that your action has brought to the hitch, you know, we will continue to see positive progression in maintaining this unique Lake County species.
Okay, well, thank you for your report. Are you aware of any of the work that CCC volunteers are doing for creek cleanup in Cole?
I didn't hear you.
Oh, the California, Angela, maybe you can answer a question on that later. Yeah.
Three Cs, okay. I'm not, but I'm sure there's somebody in the audience who can.
Okay, I was just hoping we could get a little report on that. If you want to go right now, that'd be great.
I don't have exact numbers, but they were out a couple weeks ago and they removed a lot of vegetation from creeks in Adobe Creek and tributaries in the Big Valley area. So that's successful. I know that was run by CDFW, Jennifer Garcia there, with partnership from the Watershed Protection District, some staff. Marina and Mitchell worked a lot on that project, and they got some good results. And so they're hoping to do similar work within the Big Valley and other basins, basically clearing out a lot of veg, invasives, and natives that were clogging the channels.
Okay, and do you know if they hit Coal Creek? That was one of the places
Yeah,
they were.
some areas in there, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
They did Cole, McGaw, Adobe, and somewhere else. I don't think Thompson. They're going to come back in the next 6 weeks to do Big Valley again, and then do part of Middle Creek watershed.
Awesome, great, thank you. Supervisor Green.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for this report. Little committee that roars, in my estimation, and I hope you will continue to meet and educate us. One thing that I found fascinating, the anecdotal reports and the videos and all that, we have a really good understanding that this was definitely a significant year. But in terms of how we map that and how we do resource planning for future years, it's kind of a side concern, but it is a concern. How do we document through this combination of scientific study and this anecdotal evidence where our hitch habitat is, and it may be actually a larger question, where are our public trust waters that the hitch run in, and how do we map that? And in some instances, especially in projects coming before community development, some of those projects do have to take a look at hitch habitat, at least that was recorded in prior years, and my inkling is that some of the resources out there that may be referenced by biologists and preparing reports for these projects may be outdated or inaccurate based on what we've learned this year. So can you explain, to the extent you have knowledge of this, what traditional resource documents are out there that do define and establish the outer limits of what hitch habitat is, and has this year's strong spawning run kind of changed that dynamic? Do we in fact have outdated resource materials that need to be updated, and if so, what is that process?
Well, all public and published resource materials are in the past, right? So they're automatically dated. What's needed is real-time collection and a repository of everybody's efforts monitoring fish and being able to have real-time assessment of what the population is doing. You know, we were able to put together this report today based on what people were willing to share, but that's literally picking up the phone saying, what have you got? It would be nice if we could establish a system that people were comfortable with, where they could report their findings, time, water temperature, flow rates, and for example, U.S. Geological Survey put up a new stream gauge this year on Coal Creek. So when I recorded the finding of hitch on Cold Creek, I not only was able to say, yes, there's fish and give an estimate of numbers, I was able to provide flow rates and temperatures of that water. And I submitted that information to CLERC, the Clear Lake Education and Research,
Environmental Research Center.
those guys. So, and they have a way to record that, but then in talking with them, they don't have the funds to actually do anything with that data. So, but that's the kind of repository that would provide real-time information year after year so that we could start to do a trend analysis. I know there's a lot of efforts of sampling out in the lake, but whether one agency is using gill nets, another agency is using electrofishing, that's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Okay, it's a big lake, and these are small fish. The best way to count these fish is when they're in the streams. It's just like counting salmon. You don't count them in the ocean, you count them when they're in the rivers, coming through a weir or something like that. So if we could establish a system that all of the participants were comfortable in and get that real-time information, then we could start to do some trend analysis and understand the relationship between flows, temperatures, water quality, and how these fish respond. That's a big gap right now. How do we get real-time data, collect it, and analyze it so people can make decisions from it?
Well, I think two things at least: population modeling, and there's a huge data gap in that, but also for our selfish purposes in analyzing potential projects, we can't really adequately define Clear Lake hitch habitat right now. So if a biologist is tasked with saying, is this project within X amount of documented hitch habitat, unless they turn around and say, oh, it was a good rain season, now I got to go reach out to Clerk or some other data source to pull that together themselves, it puts them at a disadvantage. So, they're going to pull whatever available information is out there, and it does tend to be outdated. So definitely not something we're going to put on the committee's to-do list, but as the state and federal agencies and our local stakeholders continue to track this data, you're right, we need to report it in some type of portal, and we need to make it actionable, among other things, so we can do seeker review of pending projects. So just wanted to share that.
No, thank you.
Well, I think this is a discussion that could happen at this committee of figuring out how, as all the partners are at the table and stakeholders are at the table, how can we develop some kind of local tracking system that everybody is comfortable sharing with?
Well,
Has that been
we could certainly ask, we could certainly put that on the agenda for discussion, and there's a lot of talented people on that committee, and see what we can come up with.
And then maybe that's something that we can fund if it comes back as a request, is, figure out what everybody, I'm just going to look for a consensus here, to figure out what everybody, how everyone can agree to do this and feels comfortable going forward, and then what that looks like, and then how do we build that out? And how can we support that from the board level?
Okay. Supervisor Green, did you mean like a spatial analysis kind of thing? Like when we go in, do whatever rescues or do any habitat and just report on the spatial analysis? Like, so you could see it on a map, like, oh, this is here, this is here, this is here.
Well, I'm going to use the exact, if, say, for example, a cannabis project was popping up near a stream where a hitch habitat could be present or not. The argument is how far up are they? And I don't want to put a particular applicant under the spot, but I'm aware of one project that claims the closest hitch habitat is, over a mile away. Maybe at the time the survey was done, that was true, but knowing where this particular site is and knowing where the hitch ran, to the best of my knowledge, they pushed all the way up to the dams for the reservoir and possibly even beyond magically. So I'm not really sure what's happening with the hitch upstream of Highland Springs. I'm curious about that. But I think the closest thing that would be a deliverable would be to follow an example that Sonoma County has used. Permit Sonoma ended up passing a public trust ordinance that maps out basically where fish roam in their jurisdiction, and it's kind of a hodgepodge of primary agricultural areas and the tributaries, right? And it's a public trust ordinance because it follows what CDFW and the Fish and Game Code define as navigable waters where, fish are known to run. And at the end of that, they have a whole bunch of regulations, and if you're in a public trust area, you have to do certain things as far as well permits and what have you. But the deliverable that would be most useful, I think, and I don't want to speak for anyone from CDD, would be a map. And part of what Permit Sonoma's public trust ordinance does is has a very detailed GIS capable map that maps out all the areas where those additional well regulations are done, and it follows. It's a subset of the county as a whole. They focus their efforts in these public trust areas where the fish are, and they map those areas.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Sonoma County Fish and Wildlife has done it for coho salmon in Sonoma. So I mean, you can actually, as you say, look on a GIS layer, look at the name of the creek and see where fish, those coho salmon in that case, are known to have occurred. So yeah, it's doable. And I agree, it would be a very useful tool for planning purposes and for decision makers.
And there may be some GIS data that would help cobble together a crude effort of that, that has a WW overlay zone or something like that. So there may be some crude tools that we could cobble together to at least estimate. But I support the suggestion by Chair Pyska that if it's something you could kind of kick the tires on and get back to us on what is feasible, what can be done, it would certainly help hitch recovery efforts that are ongoing, but it would also help us in other areas of the county's work involving land use planning and project approval.
I should have something like that in the next couple of months. I just have to go through my data. I just haven't had time.
Sure. And then what we would also, I think, like to see is just the shared data, and how can we get to a point where we're all sharing data and seeing collective data across the county, and
That would be huge.
figuring out how we get there.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't get my pen,
Okay.
but I'm trying.
Supervisor Spatier.
I think that if we can prove that locally we can share amongst each other, that we can invite other federal and state partners to do the same. I think if we can make it happen here, then we can start growing even further than what just our data. We can involve other people's data as well. So I would agree with that to move forward. I think the mapping is an interesting idea. I don't know how its impacts will be used, and I think that's another discussion altogether as far as how it impacts development or how it impacts projects. But having a map at least gives us data to be able to rely on and see what is happening. So I'm in favor of looking at both those things, and if the committee can find, maybe by speaking with Sonoma County, if that's the idea that you want to move forward with, or finding out what is the best practice out there for dealing with this, and coming back to us and letting us know if there's a price tag that's attached to it.
Yeah, good point.
Supervisor Crandall?
I want to apologize for jumping out to VA calls when they want to from different agencies. I'm just glad I don't have to go to the appointment, but nonetheless, I might have missed part of the presentation, so this question you probably already answered, but I'll ask it again. Glad to see that the waters help, for the chai to survive. Do you think it would have enhanced even more had the sediment and the vegetation been dealt with as well?
Yeah, sediment and vegetation, it's more of a management practice now. In appropriate areas like where to deal with excess sediment or excess vegetation, yeah, absolutely. Especially when it comes to migration upstream and downstream. That's one thing we're definitely looking at, and I'm speaking on behalf of Robinson's program. And yeah, absolutely. There are areas where sediment and vegetation is a huge problem, and we're trying to, that's part of the SEAS work, the California Conservation Corps, but we're also working on separate projects just like that. Like on Scotts Creek, there's so much woody debris throughout that creek. It's insane. There's places that are blocked off. And in some instances, it's actually good for out-migrating juveniles because it causes pools, and then the water just kind of stays there, and there's plenty of shade. But as far as migration, yeah, that's definitely a problem in areas where they're blocking the entire creek.
Do you think also with like what we're talking about with the data or the mapping or whatever the case may be, highlighting the areas with that sediment and vegetation being an obstacle could also be included, or is that a lot more?
No, I'm working on that too.
Okay.
I just haven't been able to go through my data. Thank you. It's a lot.
So we're mapping the problem areas?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, great.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, I'll open it up for the public. Do we have anyone in the chambers that would like to come up? You can state your name, but your staff, so I think.
Yeah. Ansel DePalmadale, Lake County Water Resources. One project I wanted to add was that CDFW is actually dedicated, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, another staff member. His name is Nathan, and they're contributing to what's called a flow study. So they're actually identifying areas for flow where habitat is being utilized by Hitch. So they're going to be generating a lot of information. They're using what's called green LiDAR. There's also the effort from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to collect all of this data and information that we're talking about today in order to make the listing decision that's coming down in 2025. I just think it's prudent to recognize all the efforts that are going on from the state and federal level. So here at our resource-constrained county level, we're not, reinventing tools that may or may not work that are already being developed concurrently with a lot more staff and resources. So those are some things that are going on. And then I did want to share item, and Matthew has it, he can share it. So a part about data sharing, we are hosting a Clear Lake Integrated Science Symposium. So the last time Clear Lake had a science symposium was in 97, 98. I have the hard copy symposium proceedings upstairs. They got a nice layer of dust on them. So this is a place where we want to have information sharing be accessible to the public, to agencies, to partners. We do have a couple pre-symposium work groups. So instead of us getting a huge big committee to decide on how to do the symposium, we're going to have a couple work groups. Thank you to the board. You guys approved a contract with Dr. Janine Pfeiffer to help organize the symposium. We've gotten some grant funds from the Integrated West Side SAC Integrated Regional Water Management Group. We've also got sponsorship funds from the Yolo County Flood Protection Water Conservation District. The district is also matching some funds, and we are going to be reaching out and doing more fundraising for this to have a place to host it. It will be in August of 2024, so it's about a year away. And this gives us a lot of time to plan. We're going to have researchers present, agencies, state, federal, tribal, as well as many different sessions. We are going to be going to the Fish and Wildlife Committee to ask to sponsor the Hitch session, which might be a day. But that's a place where we're going to have all the information, any information on spawning, juvenile surveys, Hitch surveys. We'll have Fish and Wildlife present. U.S. Fish and Wildlife can give updates on the conservation strategy, as well as other sessions for basically Clear Lake research and watershed land-based research. So we are planning to do what's called a digital binder for the proceedings for this, as opposed to a dusty binder that goes on the shelf that we don't look at again for another 25 years. We're going to have this be an interactive website with links. So if people want to find out more about what UC Davis is doing, what Robinson's doing, they can look at some of that data. They can get links to it. And this is kind of our response to issues with Hitch, as well as other issues that are going on in Clear Lake watershed. I have some hard copies of this flyer I'll put up here and then also provide to the board and admin.
Great. Thanks, Angela. So the Green LiDAR project, is that up from flyover data, and when's that being collected?
So they're actually starting it now, and Luis, I don't know if you have more information on Green LiDAR. Nathan explained it to me in like a quick 10 minutes. But basically they're combining, some aerial and on-the-ground information to kind of look at flows and habitat and the structure of creeks. Because we don't know exactly what habitat Hitch prefer, they probably just like anything where there's enough water. So what they're trying to do is to identify exactly how, if we're going to restore these streams, how we can do that and where Hitch utilizing the streams the most. Like Luis said, you need to have enough flow, but too much flow is going to prevent juveniles from migrating and also adults from migrating up to spawn.
Okay. So we're doing our countywide LiDAR flyover any minute? 39%. We're 39%. Terry, do you think that this information will be useful for the habitat? Do you want to come up and give a little minute on it? This is the project that I've been pushing really hard for the last 2 years, and we got the funding from the Department of Conservation and USGS to do full LiDAR of the whole county starting now. The next hurdle is getting about $500,000 for software so that it's publicly accessible on that platform. So
Yeah, great. That's a great introduction. My name is Terry Logston. I'm the Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Tribal Liaison for the County of Lake. And Matthew Rostein in our admin office and I had the opportunity 2 weeks ago, I believe it was, with the kickoff team about the LiDAR. We're now, as I yelled out from the audience, sorry, we're at 39%. But it's not just Lake County. We're part of a larger swath of the North Coast. It's very high resolution, thanks to, I believe, Supervisor Pyska and others to get us this technology and this product at such a low affordable cost for the county. It's truly amazing. They're going to be rendering it. I think we get the final product in a year, but the flyover is happening, and we're constantly seeking funding for the derivatives that will be publicly available where all kinds of companies, and particularly our water resources staff and the tribes can use for decisions such as this. So
Yeah,
thanks.
and looking at watersheds.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, staff, for filling in a few things. Now I will open it up for the public. If anyone in the chambers would like to come up, you can have 3 minutes. State your name. All right.
Hi, I'm Pat Scully. I just wanted to, basically gathering information, I think, is something that we have done a terrible job at. We do have a means of doing that through the clerk website, which some people have decided that's not a good place because I'm not sure why, but we should all be real happy what we saw this year. There was a huge hitch run. We own the property just below the Adobe Creek Reservoir. We've owned it for the last 20 years, and this was by far the biggest hitch run that we've seen up there, and we keep a pretty close eye on it. We feel that there's been a serious effort to downplay the great hitch run that we just saw. Feel that through the state agencies, some of the local, basically some of the local groups that are monitoring. We should be just thrilled to death at what we saw this year, and we're not seeing that. I've got drone footage of Adobe Creek that I will share with each of you. It's too hard to email, so I'll give you guys thumb drives with it. It shows thousands of fish. Ben Ewing with the California Fish and Wildlife, he does his assessments. I think he showed his first hitch sighting on April 3rd. On the clerk website, and I know it's just not on the website, we saw it in person. I believe it was March 15th, there were thousands of hitch seen in Coal Creek. So you're 18 days before Ben saw anything that was reported, and that's the information that's getting out to the agencies. So if that's the information that they're basing their population estimates on, Greg mentioned that the place to look and see the health of the population is in the creeks during the spawn. We need to do a better job of monitoring that and recording that. I would suggest for people that don't like the clerk website or think that anyone can get on there and sabotage it or whatever, that we get that changed to where everyone's got iPhones and can take videos. It's pretty hard if you submit a video on one day of fish going up and down the creek that you're told that it actually didn't happen. I know the Big Valley Tribe had a large staff of people that were monitoring throughout the spawning season. They were down at the water board hearings prior to the spawn testifying how they haven't seen any hitch yet, but they were hoping to see some. But I don't think there's been any information given, supplied by the Big Valley Tribe on what they saw. And they've got all the information. Agricultural community, I think, was monitoring it fairly closely. I think if you talk to the people in the agricultural community that live along these creeks, there's a lot of information there, and there's a lot of information on the clerk website. I'd hope that you guys will take the time to take a look at it.
And by the way, we can't receive thumb drives.
You what?
It's against our policy to receive.
Oh, you can't use thumb drives?
Maybe we could get it a different way.
So we
send it,
do a
drop it off at
Dropbox
admin
or
and
something?
we'll figure out, yes, great.
Right, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, and then I think we need to figure out how we can get to sharing data. And I think the committee and having, kind of working through some of the issues is a great place to start.
Great. Thank you.
Anyone else in the chambers? Joan, come on up.
I want to know, since I took pictures of the hitch also, I have them on file with Channel 8. They're 6-7 inches long at the high end of Dobie Creek. How eradicating the carp, how are you going to eradicate the carp when the hitch are near them?
We're going to get to, that's the next part of
This is about the agenda.
Yeah, I know, and this is item A, and we're going to get to item B in just a minute. And then maybe your questions will be answered. So if you want to talk about carp, come back up in a couple of minutes after we.
And secondly, I want to know about the water.
Okay.
The grand jury has a good paragraph about the water. I'll talk about that when you let me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else in the chambers? Okay, great.
I think Joan forgot a book here. Hi, it's Rebecca Harper with Lake County Farm Bureau. I just wanted to highlight something else positive that's happening, and I think Angela would probably be better fit to give some more details. But the Lake County Watershed Protection District, in partnership with NRCS, has received some funding that will be open to farmers in the community to apply for, specifically if they have projects that will impact water quality, and examples of that could be better management practices, fencing for livestock to limit access to waterways, improving stream crossings, reducing soil erosion, just some of those practices that have the potential to affect water quality and potentially the hitch as well. So that's pretty exciting. There's some funding for that. And we will be working together to host a workshop on that and get folks in to apply. So I just wanted to give some attention to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chambers? Okay.
Michael Wegner, thank you very much, Board, for bringing this all forward. I think that we spend a lot of time focused on all the things that are wrong or not going well, and I think this is a point where we can really look at the community working together to, create a solution, working in conjunction with everybody who's sitting at the table, all the shareholders, and I just want to highlight the fact that, traditional ag and the ad hoc committees have been working together very well, or very closely. And with that, I think we can potentially see more advancements on this particular front to making things better and getting more accurate counts. But it's not really this side and that side, it's really all of us together. And I think that's how everybody's working, and I think that this meeting today actually highlights that. So I just want to point out that we as a group are doing well.
Great. Thank you, Michael. Anyone else in the chambers? Okay, I'll look to the Zoom room. I'm not seeing any hands up in the Zoom room. So then we can move on to, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm going to see if anyone from the board has anything to add before we move on to item B.
Just last thing, I appreciate very much the comment about the leadership this board has represented, but we follow in the footsteps of giants. If it were not for the advocacy of the tribes and their EPAs and the state and federal agencies picking up that mantle, it would not have landed in our laps with such force to demand action by this board. So I appreciate the vote of confidence that we're getting things right. There may be people who disagree with that from time to time, but I do appreciate the First Peoples of this land who instruct us about what good land and water stewardship means.
Thank you. And I'd like to just thank Mr. Wagner's comments. I mean, our committee, I don't run a real tight ship when I run a meeting. I let people talk and let people feel comfortable. And that's obvious when we come together. I mean, there may be differences of opinion, but people are free people feel comfortable to share what they brought to share, and we I just accept that and pass no judgment and just keep moving forward. So I think, as you said and Mr. Wagner said, there really is a collaborative spirit going on right now, and one that I want to continue to foster. And yeah, it's been good. So again, thank you all, and thank you for members, board, committee members and staff who have supported us. We'll help get you there.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, so item B, consideration of Lake County Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee's recommendation to approve $5,400 to support the Robinson Rancheria and California Department of Fish and Wildlife program to eradicate carp from Clear Lake.
Thank you. Yeah, the word eradicate might be a little strong, but to manage the number of carp in Clear Lake. I'm going to give you a very brief overview. Luis can get into the weeds, if you will, on how this project is designed to work. And to be clear, even though Luis is one of the principals of this project, he did recuse himself from the vote from the committee, and it was a unanimous vote on the part of the committee to advance this to the board for your consideration. And Supervisor Green, I'm not sure if you're aware that one of the primary purposes of the Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee is to advise the board on how to spend fish and wildlife fine monies that are collected by the county. Warden writes a ticket, the court levies an award, a portion of that fine money goes into a separate account at the county. The reason the county can accept that money is because there's a Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee. So one of our jobs is to come back to you and say, well, we've got some money in this account. Right now, and Catherine Vanderwall, your Ag Commissioner, is our administrator, but we're around $40,000 in the account. Catherine and I worked annually, and we put together a budget, kind of ballpark figure of we allocate about $20,000, or about half of the total budget for projects each year, and it's incumbent on each member of the committee to go out and drum up projects, if you will, try and spend that money. That's why we're coming here today with that kind of a thumbnail overview. But I know you're the only one that hadn't heard my spiel on that, and I wanted to give you that. So we were approached by Robinson Rancheria and California Department of Fish and Wildlife to assist them in doing surveillance of radio tagged carp in Clear Lake, to follow them post-spawn this time of year to see where they congregate in the lake, so that a company that's working with the rancheria and the state can come in and harvest carp using nets, but to efficiently and effectively identify where carp congregate in the winter months, so they can increase their efficiency. At one point, there were 30 fish that were radio tagged, mostly carp, a few common goldfish, and Luis and his folks drove around the lake trying to find these fish. Well, you can imagine using radio telemetry equipment, which I've done in the past. It's cumbersome to drive around and try and find a fish in a 44,000 acre lake. The proposal is to provide the rancheria and Fish and Wildlife with enough money to do 3 flyovers of the lake with radio telemetry equipment to locate these fish and to identify where these fish in the wintertime are stockpiling, so that this company coming in can target these fish and remove them. So it's 3 flights at $1,800 a flight, for a total of $5,400. With that, I'm going to let Luis tell you why there's an interest and a need to remove carp, the number of carp in the lake, and let him give you some details of the project. It's all yours.
Yeah, so it's definitely a management program now. It's not eradication. It's probably impossible to eradicate any kind of species from the lake just because how big it is. But we tagged 30 carp and goldfish January 2022. And so we have an antenna that we could either drive it around on our boat or out on the truck around the lake. And so to do the entire lake in like the best of our ability in the truck or vehicle, whatever it may be, it takes 2 days to go around the whole lake. And then to do it in a boat, it takes a day and a half. But the problem that we ran into this last spring and winter was I lost a bunch of tags and I had no idea where they went. And so I went up to Tule Lake and I found 3 tags. And then up in Scotts Valley, we found more carp off of Eichhoff. So the carp were migrating when waters were connected. So then that added more to like trying to find these carp. So what the flights would do was you could do it in less than a day. And we could do it seasonally because it's 3 flights. So we could pick the seasons. But removal of carp and goldfish would happen in the winter. And we would stop probably a month before we would think the hitch were going to make their runs and spawn, just so we don't stress them out. So removal would be like November to January. So we do want to do flights definitely in the winter, possibly in the spring, and then in the fall, just so it's better to, it'll tell us more of like, okay, this is where we need to focus. What we have seen is near Redbud, there's a lot of carp there. So we know they do congregate there in the winter, and some do congregate in Rodman Slough in the winter. But after that, like we've been trying to find them and we just cannot find them. So
Tell them why you want to get rid of carp.
oh, and so the biggest reason getting rid of carp in the lake itself, they eat a lot and they eat everything. So they do eat fish eggs. So when hitch do spawn in the lake, they'll eat those eggs, carp and goldfish. They're very aggressive. Both species, they will kind of move everything out of the way, including bass and catfish. And so that's one of the main reasons we want to get rid of them, the fish eggs, but they also eat all the food. So all the food that the hitch would be eating, they also eat that. They uproot vegetation, which is the habitat that the hitch would, kind of hang out in until it's time to go out into the open lake. So ecologically speaking, they're just bad for hitch.
What about water quality?
And I don't know if you guys have seen them spawning, typically in March and April, but the lake becomes like black along the shorelines where they're spawning, just because their spawning behavior. During their spawn, they kind of kick up sediments, and it could be like a foot deep that they kick up those sediments, and they suspend sediments and, add to the pollution within the lake, which isn't good.
Yeah, so the spawning activity is, as Luis, they're quite aggressive, and kicking up that mud sediments is also going to be releasing phosphorus into the water column, which is a principal driver of cyanobacteria. And so the amount of biomass in this lake by carp, there's tens of thousands of carp out there, and they're big animals, and everybody focuses on the adults, but little carp are going to eat baby fish. And so those little hitch that are coming down and going to the tules are going to be sharing space with carp in those tules. And as Luis said, they're quite aggressive. And the data that we were shared with is that there's a level where carp numbers, the amount of biomass, pounds per acre, if you will, of carp, creates an economic and ecological concern. That level in Clear Lake is about 2.5 times what that threshold is established at. So the idea is that to remove some carp, and carp were removed for most of the 20th century. There was commercial fishing going on Clear Lake, and those carp were captured in seine nets, along with goldfish and Sacramento blackfish, transported live and sold in the markets in San Francisco's Chinatown. But why did that stop? People got old and they retired. The last commercial fishing stopped about 2001. So explain the group that you're working with that's and what they plan to do with these fish and how they plan to catch them.
Yeah, so it's WSB Engineering out of, I think their main office is in Wisconsin, but they also have offices in Minnesota. And out in the Midwest, they do that all the time. They remove carp and goldfish. I think 4 different species out there. And so they came out and they're like, hey, we could probably use this technique to kind of remove them. So they showed us how to do the seines. And the seines, it's big webbing, it's big mesh. So it mostly keeps out all the other fish. And so you collect the big carp and big goldfish, and then you remove them like that. Any kind of bycatch, you just kind of throw back in the lake. The other thing they showed us was box netting, and this was I was super skeptical when they told me, but you put down cracked corn, so stuff you would feed your chickens, and you put it in the lake, and then the carp come and eat, and you kind of have this net sitting on the bottom. And then once you know they're eating it, you lift the net. And so the first one they showed me, it was right around 350 carp and one goldfish and nothing else, which was kind of incredible. I was just like, I didn't believe you guys. Because I was thinking like, oh, we're going to catch bass and probably some sunfishes. But yeah, it was all carp. And then any bycatch we did get was catfish. So we weren't getting much other bycatch other than catfish. But it was successful where we did do it. But yeah, they came and showed us. And so the idea is they're going to come back and show us even more. And then that way we know how to do it. And then moving forward, we can manage it ourselves.
So given the fact that this group that Robinson Rancheria and Cal Fish and Wildlife are working with have experience in this very thing and are willing to come out here, work with local representatives and teach them how to do it, the committee felt that, the expenditure of $5,400 to kind of jumpstart this and to get that basic information they need, where to target these fish was a good use of this money. So we, as I said, unanimously, the committee is recommending that this project be awarded $5,400 out of the Fish and Game Fund to support this effort. And if you have any questions.
Thank you. So any questions from the board? Supervisor Green?
Budget Unit 2701, that is the fine account?
Correct.
Supervisor Spatier?
Yeah, just a quick question. I was hoping that you would provide that, but just the introduction of carp to the lake.
So there's
several stories.
Speculation.
But carp were suspected of being the great fish. And in Europe, they're highly sought after, and in parts of Asia, they're highly sought after. There's confusion as to, are these European carp or Asian carp? The best urban legend is that some carp were brought into Sonoma County in the 1880s, and this gentleman took it upon himself to move carp all over and worked with others to move them around because they would improve the fisheries in California. Today, carp are everywhere. But it started, I say, the urban legend is that it may have started from one individual in Sonoma County. What have you heard?
Fish and Game back in the 1920s kind of was just putting fish everywhere. That might have been one thing, but yeah, farmers.
That's job security right there.
Yeah, they didn't know any better back then. It was crazy. They were introducing northern pike everywhere as well. So, yeah, your guess is probably as good as mine.
And then the final question is, you spoke about how they're going to get the carp. What are they doing with the carp once they manage the carp population?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I've been reaching out to a lot of different facilities to see if anyone would take them. I've reached out to a couple vineyards too, and only one responded, but it was the wrong time. So what we've done at Robinson is we put some around the garden, but anything else that we couldn't really do anything with or no one wanted to take, we buried.
What kind of groups are you reaching out to?
So fertilizer facilities. There's one group, I forget what they're called. Actually, there's two groups out of like Fresno that would like to take them. And so if they want to take them, that's fine. I also reached out to the compost place in Kelseyville, but I never got a response. Jackson Family Wineries was interested, but it was the wrong time. They're like, oh, we're not, everything we've done with compost, we've already done. So reach out in the winter, and so I'll reach out to them again.
Okay, thank you.
Try there's a soil company, I think, in Potter Valley.
Okay.
Bull Creek Compost.
Yeah, that's how I reach out.
I know they have chickens in their soil, so maybe they want fish too. Any other comments from the board?
Nope.
Okay, we'll open up for the public. All right, we've got staff. So
Staff
no
again.
time.
Again, Terry Logston, Chief Climate Resiliency Officer, Tribal Liaison. I'm speaking on behalf of Angela DePalma Dow, who had to leave. She apologizes. But as the invasive species coordinator, she said that she supports carp removal program because, as calculated based on Robinson, CDFW, and WSB engineering surveys, the carp in the lake currently are responsible for putting 16,135 kilograms per year of phosphorus in the water column from the sediments, bioturbation. And so, of course, phosphorus is food for cyanobacteria. And as Chair Giusti mentioned, she, along with the others, all support this. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hey, anyone from the public? Looks like we've got someone coming up.
Chris Jennings. Here's a fun fact for everyone. According to the Lake County Record B, they posted an article on February 23rd of this year. Carp came to Clear Lake in 1880. And they're the most widely eaten fish in the world, with more than 200,000 tons consumed annually. So maybe we can eat the carp. Thank you.
Thank you.
Need to start a carp festival.
Well, when I lived in San Francisco in the late 90s, everyone was like, oh yeah, we go up to Clear Lake to fish carp all the time. So is that not a draw anymore? People just aren't doing it anymore? How do we get people to come back and fish for carp?
Well, you got to use corn. I don't hear about a lot of people fishing for carp.
Okay. Come on up.
Well, since they're so big, maybe bow hunting them? I mean,
Well,
I know
there were bow tournaments, archery tournaments that were quite popular, and during the spawn, they've just kind of gone away. I think the organizers just gave up, but they were quite popular for a number of years. And I see people up here in the spring doing it individually, but it's not organized tournaments like there were 10 years ago, but it used to be quite popular. Now it's more on an individual basis.
All right.
Okay, Joan.
Joan Moss, I agree with you, Jessica. I know that there are many of the people who are up here with the geothermal development would go to the lake with bows and arrows, and there was one weekend where everybody shot the carp with their bows and arrows. It did happen.
Yep. Okay. Anyone else in the chambers? Not seeing anyone, and I don't see anyone in the Zoom room. So I will bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the recommendation from the Lake County Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee for $5,500 to support the Robinson Rancheria and California Department of Fish and Wildlife Program to manage.
5,400.
Did I
5,400.
not say that? I apologize. 5,400. I apologize. Support the Robinson Rancheria and to manage the carp from Clear Lake.
And Madam Chair, if I may add, the approval of the amount is from Budget Unit 2701.
As amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hey, thank you, Luis and Greg, for coming in today, and thank you for all of your volunteer work on the committee. I know it's a time commitment for all of these committees, and really appreciate everything that you've been working on since we kind of gave that committee new direction and new life last winter.
Thank
So
you.
really appreciate your work.
I will share with you when Angela said the old proceedings from the 1997 symposium is gathering dust. Well, I was one of the principal organizers of that, and I'm gathering dust too. So I feel like kindred spirit with that old book. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Catherine, thank you as well. Catherine.
Okay, so it's 12:16. I'm wondering if we should probably just take lunch now.
Madam Chair, you have a public hearing at 11 o'clock.
So we need to do that. We can't move it until after lunch?
You also have a 1 o'clock and a 1:30 timed item.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 12:21 for our 11 a.m. hearing. All right, welcome back. We are going to go to our 6.6, 11 a.m. public hearing, continued from September 19th, 2023, consideration of draft ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Lake County Code relating to permitting agriculture exempt and temporary cannabis processing structure, and amending Article 27 of the Lake County Code regarding mitigation fees, and amending Article 68 of the zoning ordinance regarding definitions of temporary building types. Director Turner.
Thank you. Whoa, my goodness. All right. We brought this amended draft ordinance to the board last week with the recommendations of the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force, the Ag Advisory Committee, and the Planning Commission. The board they approved those amendments to be integrated into the article or into the ordinance, as well as clarifying setbacks, adding additional clarifying language, and there were corrections recommended by County Council for clarification of the environmental analysis wording. I have before you the Cannabis Program Manager Andrew Amelung, as well as 2 members of our Cannabis Ordinance Task Force available for questions. Before we get started, there was some public input as well as some questions about the wording that was my first attempt for clarification, but it actually sort of made it muddier. So if you'd like to look at in 2G, standard permits for electrical installations, to walk you through this, there were questions about what if, the additional requirement of shipping containers wasn't originally included in the use permit, so how would we allow it now? And the program or the processing and the use of electrical for that specific task, the processing, drying of the cannabis, should have been included in that original permit. And so the way it reads, as approved through the applicant's existing use permit, is actually still relevant. However, it is important to note that these temporary structures for our existing permittees, we're limiting it to their already approved cultivation area. The reason for that is because that is the area that's already been vetted. Cultural resources have been vetted, water, stormwater, it's all been examined for that cultivation area. And so because of that, the anticipated environmental impacts are negligible for the temporary structures that are included in this ordinance. Should the permittee wish to go outside of an already vetted area, that's when we would require a modification to the use permit. Andrew is ready to address any of the questions that were included in the public input, and we're all here happy to address any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Spatier.
Just a quick question. Quick question. At this point, you are not changing language. You just elaborated on how that language should be interpreted?
Indeed, yes. When I was thinking we might need to change the language, but I forgot about a conversation that I had with County Council, sort of explaining how it actually all works just the way it is. So we'll keep that.
Anything from County Council?
And before, just a quick question. My goal is if we all disappear and we have brand-new staff and brand-new Board of Supervisors, that we don't have to rehash the conversation to understand what this means, because I think it could be interpreted in multiple ways if read through the lens of somebody who has not been involved in the conversation. So I'd love to look at maybe a compromise of change of language, such as within the approved cultivation area or whatever the terminology is through the applicant's existing use permit or something of the kind, where it kind of denotes that a little bit more, because now it just sounds, since it's connected to the installation of the electrical stuff as approved through the applicant's existing use permit, I think that can easily be read in the sense that if in your use permit you never offered to have any electrical connections for this, that means you haven't been approved, therefore you have to revise your application prior to ever going here. And so I would love for it to kind of help us in the future when all of us have moved on, retired, whatever, that it's not something that is questioned.
There are two locations of that in the ordinance, and we could add the clause that just says, within the cultivation area as approved through the applicant's existing use permit, if that's okay.
The thought behind pardon me. The thought behind keeping the language as it was is that if we're allowing for certain additions, such as electrical and other kinds of equipment, we're creating an impact. The whole point here of this ordinance is to create a ministerial permit, which would then be, because it's ministerial, would be exempt from CEQA. If we start adding things in, then we would be triggering CEQA, because CEQA requires that if you have ministerial elements of a project and you have non-ministerial elements of a project, then the whole project is then subject to CEQA, whether part of it was ministerial or not. So if we wanted these actions to be ministerial, we structured the language to allow for actions that would keep it within the realm of the ministerial permit. If we start adding things like allowing certain additions, such as certain kinds of equipment, certain kinds of plumbing and electrical and all sorts of other things, we run into the realm of creating impacts that now trigger CEQA and require a review. So the language here is intended that if the individual permittee, and keep in mind, these actions can still, all of these activities can still be incorporated into a permit at the initial stage when an applicant applies for a cultivation use. They could broaden this based on that application because it would be subject to CEQA and it would be evaluated in it. But if they would like it to be a ministerial action, one that's just approved without any other kinds of review, then it needs to be a minimal action. And so this language was designed to be able to incorporate things that were approved already under the use permit that would have been evaluated, so that we are not adding to that use. So if the applicant, so when we add it as approved through the applicant's existing use permit, that means any of the technology, any of the machinery, any of the extra sort of things that the applicant wishes to use those things would have been approved as part of the prior use permit under which this structure would be allowed as a ministerial permit, if that makes sense.
I'm feeling like I'm hearing two different things.
Okay, then maybe I misunderstood your question.
Actually, I think that it would be consistent, and Jennifer can chime in on this as well for the cannabis industry, but the purpose of these temporary structures is because a lot of our permittees have been unable to construct their permanent structures yet. However, the electrical work and the use of electricity for the processing and drying is already included in those permits. So this would be, so that's why for those existing permits, not the ones that are still getting processed that can be amended now before approval, but for the existing permits, it would still be consistent. And Jennifer, you can let me know if that's not entirely.
That would be so long as somebody had put dry structures in their original site plan. With market conditions changing, there have been people that didn't have dry structures because they were a fresh frozen model, and so they didn't handle that on site. So now this is bringing up a whole series of questions of what is there ever a modification process rather than starting all over again? Because now you're looking at we can have generators for temporary structures provided you had allocated for permanent structures in your site plan, but yet your overall use permit might say no generators. So how are we going to make these changes amenable and make this a living document that's all interpreted the same from generation to generation of the board and the department? So I think now we've actually gotten muddier. Sorry.
From what it was.
Yeah.
We're going back to the carb conversation.
Yeah. So I don't know how to rectify that.
So in order to keep it a ministerial permit, we're still going to need to limit it to what has already been approved because the CEQA, or environmental analysis, has been finished on that one already. Outside of that, then for those permittees who did not include any sort of use of electricity for processing or drying, then we'd have to take a look at that to see if that would trigger. We'll look for categorical exemptions where appropriate, but we may need to do a modification to the use permit in that case.
Do you have a rough idea of how many people did not include dry structures or dry equipment in their original use permits?
I do not have that figure, but the, I guess, overwhelming demand for this option is coming from projects that already have a processing structure, a permanent processing structure proposed and approved in their use permit, but they're unable to build it at this time. They're looking for something to bridge the gap between now and a few seasons later when they can build it. So, but, the question has been raised. We do have projects that did not propose a processing structure who may wish to pursue this. If they submit an application for this, as Maria said, there's a narrow window of options for categorical exemptions concerning accessory structures and temporary structures. So if they're small and the impact is negligible, it could potentially be an option, but I do not expect to see many, instances of that. Other projects that are still pending approval can factor this into their plans. We have seen some interest in that. People are going back to, the drawing board. They'd like to, plan the first couple of years, use the temporary structures before I then get my permanent structure and have that part of their overall proposal.
Is there a way to have it be ministerial where and when possible, and then have a modification process for those that need it, so that we can help those quickly that are in a position to do so?
Yeah, that's essentially what most of the CEQA sections covered in the initial study refer to. As we review these, when we see that they're beyond what fits within a ministerial perimeter, then it would either be a modification of the use permit or an amendment to the use permit.
And how does one modify a use permit?
Maria?
You would submit an application for a modification of use permit, and it would go back, after getting processed, it would go back before the same body that approved the original permit.
Yeah, so I think what's most important here is just ensuring that we have a mechanism for a modification, if that was not already included in the site plan, and also for those who do have a permanent processing structure included in their site plan moving forward. And then just to address Bruno's concern, I think that's very valid, worrying about how other boards, how other staff members might interpret this in the future. I think that's something that we see a lot of. So I think if we can flesh this out as much as possible and get it to a point where we all agree, because definitely if there's varying interpretations of it by this board, surely there would be varying interpretations of it in a future generation.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a two-part process. I hear the concerns about having some ability to modify a use permit. That, in my view, would be outside the scope of this ordinance. And it may actually exist in our current ordinance. And if there's some clarification needed in that modification process, we can take another bite at that apple another day if additional clarity is needed. To Supervisor Sabatier's point, I'm not aware that there's been a huge push or even awareness of potential modifications of a use permit once granted. But I think it's well within the realm of CDD's expertise to handle those requests when they come. And if there's something wanting in our current modification process, absolutely. I just want to compliment staff and all the hard work of the task force. What I see before me in this revised ordinance is great. It reflects careful thought and analysis by County Council and CDD. It does, I do want to highlight, because this had come up last week, that on page 2 at line 23, 6.251B, that it does strike the language that would extend permit eligibility to non-cannabis applicants. It removes the language in addition to those conducting agricultural operations. And I just want to mention that because that was a bit of a bone of contention last week, and I was not able to get consensus to strike that. But I do believe that is the appropriate action. I do believe all the other amendments proposed in this are rock solid. It does establish a truly ministerial permit process. And I'm in full support of this moving forward as is, even if there are questions remaining about how to modify a use permit for certain applicants. If that modification process is initiated, then that permit application presumably could open up application of this once that modification is approved. So congratulations, lots of hard work reflected in this, fully support this as presented, not super supportive of any effort to tweak it further at this point.
Supervisor Spatier?
So I don't see that language in the initial study. And so I'm wondering, the way that the initial study was done was to look at just the addition of dry sheds on their own, which you came up with a mitigated neg deck.
A neg deck.
Or, sorry, a neg deck. It doesn't say specifically within the approved application. It just says within an approved cultivation or something like that, an approved permit. But it doesn't specify what's specified in the language here. And I would assume that the way that the initial study, and please correct me if I'm wrong, looked at this addition as a whole, what is the CEQA analysis of that? And so each one that you receive, you would look at to say, no, you're digging 10 feet down in the ground to put some piping. This doesn't fit within what we were looking at. But if it fits, then you would be able to allow that. Because yes, you do need to do a review, but I just don't see that as a problem for it to be there. You're still looking at this ordinance on its own because of the CEQA analysis, what the initial study final decision is. And so it still has to meet that decision. And so you'll work with the applicant to say, no, you can do that, yes, you can't, or no, yes, you can do that, no, you can't do that. But if you didn't have a dry shed within your application, but you're still working within the cultivation area, now we're looking at the analysis of its impact just as a dry shed by itself. Because I think a lot of people, when we started this, were worried about adding buildings because it was such an issue just to go through the hurdles of getting the permit process, that they didn't want to add additional things that would delay it much further. And so I think at the beginning was very bare bones. And so those people that still are here, that still remain within the industry, they may have a much harder process to get to where we are. Now, granted, I'll say on the reverse argument, there's still time. This will not get accomplished by the time that this season is over. This allows us to go through the next year. This gives them an opportunity to revise their original application and go through a modification as was just suggested. So I just wanted to speak to both sides that I think this thing can stand alone because of the CEQA analysis. It doesn't seem to say the CEQA analysis is based on another CEQA analysis. And so that, to me, shouldn't prohibit somebody who doesn't have it in their application to move forward. Unless I'm wrong and it's inside the initial study that it says, if it was in there and it was approved, then you can go ahead and move forward and be approved here.
So during the discussion last week, there was input that pointed out that using electricity just for odor control was insufficient for what would be required in a drying or processing shed, because electricity would also be needed for the fans and the temperature control and things like that. And so that is why that got added in and turned into processing instead of just an odor control situation on drying. And so because of that, which was not specifically spelled out in the CEQA, this is how we could keep it still ministerial.
Okay.
Sorry, just to follow up on that, the initial study does refer to the approved cultivation area. So we're looking at scope of development within that approved cultivation area.
Okay, thank you.
And one last thing, the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force is reviewing development standards after we come to you for your conceptual approval of zoning districts and level of permits for cannabis-related businesses. We could address, that would give us some time to see how this ordinance is working out and include that then. The development standards for this ordinance could then be included in that update as well.
Okay. Oh, public comment. Do we have anyone in the chambers that wishes to come up? Come on down.
Chris Jennings. I think initially no one wanted to do dry structures on their building because 4290 road standards. And we worked past that hurdle in 2019 and we got over road standards. So that way we were all considered ag, like the state recognizes cannabis as ag. And therefore we're able to get, ag exempt dry buildings, which now seems to be out the door. So it feels like, once again, we are now separating traditional ag from cannabis. And so I just wonder when the day is that the grape farmers and carrot farmers and peach farmers and everyone else, pear farmers, all have to have separate sub-guidelines of what they're doing, just like the cannabis people. I just don't know why we can't continue going down the path of an ag-exempt building and go that route. And then if so, how come a lot of these ag-exempt buildings and facilities have power for themselves? So aren't we talking to the ag commissioner and finding out how they have power in their buildings, like the packaging facilities and places like that? I see our farm person shaking her head, so maybe I'm incorrect there. I also think, and I'm going to hurt a lot of feelings in this room, and I'm so sorry to say this, I believe the LCCA is not a representation of the people. They have about 7 people that attend their meetings, and I attended one of the meetings, and their lobbyists that they paid with everyone's membership money does not represent the people, because we're all talking about something, and it was her way, not everyone else's way. So I just hope that the board continues to listen to legacy cultivators. It's like, if you're an Article 72 applicant, I think your word should mean a lot more than what it does nowadays with the new city folk coming in and trying to rearrange our ordinance to their standard when it comes down to it. And I'm not trying to hurt feelings. I'm sorry, I'm just calling it as it is. There's plenty of farmers that I know that do not align with this. There's so many things going on with this ordinance right now. I feel like we're going backwards. Ag is ag, cannabis is ag, right? The farm, that's going to get brought up eventually. It's going to be a fun one to talk about. I believe our ordinance is being interpreted. The ordinance is being interpreted all over the place because you have different people telling you interpretations. You have different people coming out to your properties telling you X, Y, and Z. And I feel as if we had a very clean path going on, and now it's getting muddied. And I believe lobbyists are coming in and they're ruining it for the small people. And I don't know if we've gotten to the point yet about dry structures on properties, parcels under 5 acres, but I believe we have farmers that are farming cottage licenses under 5 acres. Where's this community farm group looking out for the small farmer? A while back, we're all fighting for the small farmer. Now we've forgotten about the small farmer, because if the small farmer relies on the big guy, then the big guy has a job. And I think we all need to be aware of what's going on, and we need to see that. So I believe that a small farmer, cottage farmer, has the right to dry their product on their facility. They don't need something large.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have anyone else in the chambers? Or anyone else in the Zoom room? We've got 2 hands up. Do you want to respond?
I want to make sure that we're on the same page, that we still are allowed, this is separate from ag exempt buildings.
Yeah.
We've already addressed ag exempt buildings, and they are allowed in cannabis. This is a temporary dry structure separate from that. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page still.
Yeah, I think that's really important to clarify that we did already talk about ag exempt structures. Cannabis growers are allowed to utilize ag exempt structures, and electricity is not currently allowed. If you apply for an ag exempt structure and you do want to have electricity, you will have to go through a separate building permit application. And that's regardless of what you're farming, if you'd like to have access to an ag exempt structure. And the reason for that is not to discriminate against who you are or what you grow. The reason for that is so that individuals who would like to use an ag exempt structure for basic purposes, for storage, do not have to pay additional building permit fees for a structure that's really not going to serve any other purpose than traditional ag storage or cannabis ag storage, whatever that is. So that really doesn't have to do with crop type or otherwise.
Yep. Okay. I've got 2 hands up.
Just a quick clarification.
Sure.
We are changing the ag exempt mitigation fee.
Yeah.
So that if there is power, now it's in writing that you will have to pay the mitigation fees, and obviously you go through a different permit. I think that's been a little bit
Lackadaisical in the past?
It hasn't been always exactly the same depending on who goes to go do the permit process. In the past, I think having it in writing is going to help make sure that it's equal across the board.
I agree.
Yeah, but until something is passed, because it's in this document today, to make that be placed in writing, so an important change.
Yeah, and to add upon that, that was also part of the reasoning to where the task force and coming from the fire districts had suggested calling these drying structures when it was still being considered within the realm of an ag exempt structure without being a place of employment or human habitation or with people in there and having certain building standards and fire safety standards. That's where the name was brought in to include processing, which does fall under fire district guidelines and would require those building permits.
Okay, we have 2 hands up. Sarah Bodner.
Good afternoon. This is Sarah Bodner, Policy Director for LCCA. We really appreciate you turning around this language so quickly. You know this has been a constant need for years now to get a solution. And unfortunately, as written, the language around mechanization doesn't meet the needs of current permittees. Bruno, you really nailed it, that coupling the use of mechanized fans or climate control issues with the previously existing use permit is where the conflict lies. The goal here isn't to make sure everything is fast-tracked through ministerial permits at all costs. The goal is to ensure that there is a pathway to on-farm drying for any existing or new permittee in line with this ordinance. And so I think that's a misinterpretation of what the task force and the planning commission and the board directed. And I hope that when we leave here today, we can have a pathway for everyone, whether or not it's in their existing use permit. Because as Jen explained, when people applied for their current use permits, which was maybe as far back as 2017, they weren't necessarily planning on drying on farm because their farm plan changed or because it was too expensive to send it out of the county to get your product dried. So we need to make sure there's a pathway for everyone. And if we tie the use of mechanized equipment to the previously existing use permit, we're putting people in a can't-win situation. So I'd really like to see those uncoupled. And I don't believe that that was ever the intention. And if the CEQA determination initial study was written in that way, I think there was a mistake that was made because the task force and the BOS said they wanted to allow fans and dehumidifiers because you can't dry cannabis without fans or dehumidifiers. So if it was left out, I apologize that this may create a little bit more of a delay, but I think we either need to rewrite that or rewrite this section in such a way that says if your existing use permit allowed for those things, then it can be ministerial. But if not, here's a pathway to do it. As written, it says it is prohibited unless your existing use permit has them. And that's really the problem. So I think, I've brought many permits through the Planning Commission, and we've seen the Planning Commission be confused about the generator rules. They banned generators on some farms. We got to bring them back if they now want to dry. Farmers have evolving needs, and it's changed over time. So I want to make sure this language creates a pathway where no matter what farmer you are, if you're in the system already or you want to be in the future, you have a pathway to dry your crop, which is all we're really here to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have phone 7257. Go ahead, you can unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much.
We're not able to hear you. We're not able to hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, so good.
Go ahead. We're not able to hear you. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I just want to address Mr. Jennings' comments. Because we've been at this a while now, haven't we? A few years. And I recall back in the day before I joined this seat, before I joined the county before that, I was trying to herd cats with our first Growers Association, Lake County Growers. And as we got closer to passing the ordinance, I recall very clearly you standing at that same microphone saying our group didn't represent you. And in that same back and forth, in your own efforts to advocate for your position and what you felt was best for the growing community, you ended up successfully convincing this board at the time to impose the cutoff that stands to this day. If you don't already have a water board permit for cannabis discharge that's been approved by the cutoff date, you have no opportunity under our current ordinance to bring an application forward. That's the legacy that came from that. And then you say LCCA doesn't represent you. Well, in fact, whether you belong to LCCA or not, LCCA does represent you. They do represent the permitted cultivation industry, those who are lucky enough to get through the permit process, get their water board permits, and get across the finish line however they could. I happen to agree. We have created this parallel universe where it should be cannabis as ag, and yet this is, with some benefit of hindsight, the price we're paying for progress. Whether you and I agree as whether cannabis is ag or not, it didn't matter. 5 board members at the time we passed the first ordinance didn't agree with that. If I asked the same question today, I doubt anyone, myself included, would say we're ready for that step, because we've seen good progress for some, again, that were lucky enough to get into the finish line with the water board cutoff date. We have an industry that we didn't have 5 years ago. And those people that do have permits in progress and permit applications in process are represented, not just by LCCA, but also by the Farm Bureau. Look at what's been accomplished. So it's a very imperfect record, I grant you, and it's definitely not an equitable record, if only because many of the legacy growers I work with didn't get through the finish line. And many of those same legacy growers, if they didn't get a water board permit by the cutoff date and maintain that water board permit, they have been effectively forestalled for years now, years, from even dreaming about bringing forward an application. And now we have a cannabis task force that's been working for more than a year to amend this ordinance, and I certainly applaud their work, and it's important work.
Supervisor Green, we have a few other items we need to get to, so can you make your comments directed towards the agenda item, please? Thank you.
Anyway, I want to acknowledge the imperfection. This is not what Jack Herrera would want. It's not what I want. It's not what you want.
Okay, we're just going to stop this conversation, okay? You had your 3 minutes. Please keep your comments to the agenda item. Thank you.
I'm going to be supporting this ordinance. I think it does represent the industry that exists here fairly. I do believe there are other issues we can't address today that do need to be addressed in some appropriate time. But I'll just leave it at that.
Supervisor Spatier.
Just one last quick effort. On the initial study, it specifies like a plot map, it specifies the grading, it specifies all the details that you would assume would already be a part of the original application for the cultivation permit. And so since there's no connection saying the plot map submitted with a correlation to the cultivation ordinance. Since you're asking for every detail that you would ask for a standalone permit and that went through, does that help us in identifying if it meets the criteria that was reviewed, not only by staff, but also the state clearinghouse to provide the CEQA results or the CEQA analysis findings? Because it doesn't say anything about a connection to a site map that already pre-exists and has been pre-approved.
The issue we have here is that the initial study for an ordinance analyzes the impact of the ordinance, not the individual projects themselves the ordinance may approve. So what we're looking here for an initial study on, in this instance, is if you as a board change your ordinance or the county ordinance in order to allow for this increased use or this change in use, will that generally have an impact on the environment? And then later in the future, the projects allowed by that adoption of that ordinance would individually be subject to CEQA, arguably. So the initial study now did not analyze and could not analyze the projects that come in the future subject to this ordinance. It couldn't analyze any of the machinery, the amount of the machinery, the consequences of having machinery on site. It could not analyze any of that. In order to allow for it, therefore, in conjunction with this use, we can connect those uses, or this use that's approved, with an already pre-approved machinery used on site. It would allow those who have that pre-approval to use that machinery within the framework of where these buildings or these structures are allowed, in conjunction with these structures. If your board is looking to change this to allow for an increased use, then we would have to recirculate an initial study for the ordinance, because the ordinance would then be changing to allow for a greater amount of use, or a greater use in conjunction with this adoption. And each of the projects themselves may ultimately trigger CEQA because of the increase, because of the impacts that may be associated with the technology or whatever else you're looking to add in conjunction with this. Future permits are protected in the sense that if you're applying for a permit now, for example, you would just include all of that in your assessment. But if we allow for it now and we keep adding things that permit holders might have preferred to have included in their permit at the start, then we run into the risk of creating a piecemealing process under CEQA where we're allowing for further impacts going forward that were not analyzed under the original CEQA analysis for that underlying use permit. To make that work here, not just now but into the future, we looked at the language for this ordinance that would allow as much use of or at least allow for reliance on already approved CEQA analyzed uses. So the underlying use here would be the cannabis cultivation permit. In conjunction with that would have been a CEQA analysis that analyzed the impacts of potential technology, for example. So fans, which arguably could foreseeably have impacts that are noise, odor, chemicals, storage, and depending on the number of them, the size of them, all of that would have been analyzed under the CEQA, arguably under the use permit. And therefore, what you're doing here under this ordinance is you're relying on that. So you're saying that because the uses that we're relying on already have a CEQA analysis under our ordinance, then the adoption of this ordinance now would not have as great an impact because we're not allowing things that otherwise would have been, that otherwise would not have been analyzed, if that makes sense.
I don't necessarily agree, but I will move on. I think because we're looking at temporary, I think we're making a big deal of something that is not a big deal for a temporary that was reviewed for its potential impacts already. What I'd like to do is, so number one, I hate the idea of generators, but it's a part of ag, no matter what kind of ag you're doing. It's a necessary part, but I hope that we can get to permanent electrical connections for those that are going to be doing this type of activity past the temporary. I hope that people are looking at alternative methods of bringing electricity to their stuff as well. This is supposed to be a stopgap to help for a temporary amount of time. We have a 2-year maximum for the general purpose tent. Thank you for reminding me. And a 3-year maximum for the shipping containers. Again, the goal goal is to get to a nice, permanent farm implement that can be utilized. What I would like to know is if it's possible, if this moves on to a second reading, is it possible within that time frame to bring us back how many applications are not asking for, and what kind of maybe revision you're going to have to be looking at if people approach you for a modification? Even a ballpark figure? Just curious if that's enough time or if that's way too tedious of a chore to go through all that process, because I know there's over 100 and something applications that have gone through.
It would be a bit tedious.
Okay,
A lot of it, we get phone calls, questions. We know people are interested, but we don't have a record of it.
Okay, then never mind. I think that there's an opportunity, there's a pathway, and at this moment, let's take the step forward rather than not taking any steps at all.
Okay. Action?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Excuse me. There is one correction, I believe it's from a typographical change on the ordinance, on the clean version, which is attached and made part of the agenda packet. If your board decides to move forward with a second reading on page 7, around line 3, I believe the phrase agriculture exempt, and that phrase there should be deleted. And if Director Turner would confirm, I believe that's just a typographical change that needs to be made. And so if your board decides to move forward with that, it would be as amended.
Yes, I carried over the original title since the signatures went on a separate page and forgot to take that part out. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move to approve the ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Lake County Code relating to permitting temporary cannabis processing structures.
Need to neck that first.
Oh, to be read in title only. I'm
So it would be
making it up as I go.
I apologize. So the first part would be a motion to approve the first reading of the ordinance as amended to be read in title only, in which at that point the clerk of the Board of Supervisors would read the title.
Actually, before that first step, if you wouldn't mind adopting the initial study.
That will be my first step. So moved. Adopting negative, the initial study is at 23-13.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Then move to approve the first reading of the ordinance. Read as title only.
Yes. Ordinance, first reading of the ordinance as amended to be read in title only.
Yes, as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Lake County Code relating to permitting agriculture.
Skip that part.
Skip that part?
Yeah, skip that one word.
Which one?
Don't say ag
Agricultural
exempt.
exempt and
Oh,
go right on to
permitting
temporary.
and temporary cannabis processing structures, and amending Chapter 27 of the Lake County Code regarding mitigation fees, and amending Article 68 of the zoning ordinance regarding definitions of temporary building types. Fine, okay.
And then lastly, I move to advance the ordinance for the second reading to the next available supervisor meeting on October, is it 3rd?
As
As
amended.
amended.
As amended. Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Would that be, I apologize, would that be date and time certain, so October 3rd?
Typically, second reading goes into consent if it's.
Oh.
Yeah. That's fine.
We're good.
Good.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We are pretty far behind schedule, but we will take a lunch break and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. So I apologize for our guests that are here for our 1 o'clock and 1:30 items. Okay, welcome back. We will move to our 6.71 p.m. item, consideration of Chapter 8 agreement, sale of tax defaulted properties with the City of Clear Lake, and we have our treasurer tax collector, Patrick Sullivan. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm here today to present for your consideration a Chapter 8 agreement sale with the City of Clear Lake. I've been working with the City of Clear Lake for the last several months, working with them to identify properties that could serve for economic development or housing needs within the city. And these are all tax defaulted properties otherwise eligible for tax sale. You'll note in the city's proposal, which I can put up if it's helpful, but do you want me to put that up on the board, or is everyone comfortable with the materials provided?
It's within the packet.
Yeah. it's
Okay.
fine.
So you'll note in the proposal the City of Clear Lake issued, they suggested lower prices. I worked with City Manager Flora on this matter. Those lower prices are because the city is going to have to do certain amounts of work on some of these properties. A lot of them are going to require action by code enforcement or other cleanup needs. There can be weeds, abandoned vehicles. There's road work that has to be done in the area, and the city could speak more to that. But it seems clear that the City of Clear Lake is going to have to make an additional investment beyond simply purchasing these properties. So from my office's perspective, it's worth your board's consideration to review those proposed prices, and I would recommend accepting that lowered bid for them. Something to note with this agreement is that the actual price is not completely set here. After the board approves it, the city has to approve it, which I believe the city manager has been given authority to do. Once that's approved, it goes to the state controller's office. We can't actually initiate any further steps until the state controller gives their approval. To expedite that, one of the recommendations I've had in my association is that you generally do not want to alter the terms of the Chapter 8 agreement sale. The agreement sale is created through the state controller, through a committee process with county tax collectors and others. The advice I've been given is essentially if you modify the agreement, you tend to trigger a longer review. So the board is free to consider any other terms, but just be aware if we do alter anything, it is likely to lengthen that review from the state controller's office. Once that review is complete and we have their approval, we go through a noticing process that's pretty comparable to the regular tax sale that we do through an auction. We send out notices. If there are structures or residences, we may need to make contact. I don't believe that's applicable here. We'll publish. There's a few other ministerial steps we have to complete before there is an actual effective sale date. So the price you see here recommended is going to go up slightly because there's going to be increased interest. Probably it may be a few months before the sale actually has an effective date. And then there's also the cost. For instance, we have to pay for title research on each of these properties and notify the parties of interest. The city will have to pay that. So I anticipate the price you see here going up several $1,000s by the time all of those factors are in place. A few other things I would note, there is a below market sale in here, which are often the most challenged types of sales. They especially come up in bankruptcy for us. I think it's worth noting here, the city has made contact with the property owner, and we actually have a letter in the packet that the property owner is aware of what we're doing here and is supportive of it. So while that is often an issue, in this case, I don't believe it to be any concern. And then just the final point, obviously, is tax sales. They can be challenged under state law. They are often challenged in bankruptcy. There are difficulties after the sale's done sometimes with people getting title insurance and conventional financing if you're trying to flip it right away. But I have raised those points with the city, and I believe they're aware of it. So I don't have any further concerns on this sale. If the board has any questions, I'm happy to take them, and I know City Manager Flora is here as well if you have specific questions about Clear Lake's plan.
Sure. Do you want to come up?
Good afternoon, Chair Pye, board members, Alan Flores, City Manager, Clear Lake. Just want to make a couple brief comments and then happy to address any questions the board has. So first I want to thank Treasurer Tax Collector Sullivan. It's been a pleasure working with him over the last several months on this and a number of other issues in trying to kind of creatively problem solve some of the issues that result from the tax defaulted properties in the city of Clear Lake. This isn't really an ideal plan, not something that we're really wanting to do as much as we feel like this is one path forward to being able to solve some larger problems that are impacting the community in Clear Lake. So we're hopeful. So there's 24 properties here. And the goal, if the board sees fit to approve this agreement, it's approved by the state controller and so forth, would be to convert these vacant, unused properties into a number of different things. Some of them we envision some single-family housing development. This is all of them struggle from continual kind of code enforcement issues that we like to get these properties into productive use and eliminate that sort of drain on our general fund. There's a few of these parcels that have had a number of illegal encampments, public safety issues, a number of fire starts over the years, and being able to address that. And then a couple of them also we have talked with the Conocti Unified School District. They're near the school about the possibility of doing some school safety projects associated with some additional land that's nearby. So, again, we would wish that, folks would put their property into productive use and government didn't have to get involved, but we feel like on a few of these key properties, this is the best path forward at this time. And so, again, appreciate working with Mr. Sullivan, and our hope would be that if we kind of work through this and come back and deal with some of the paper subdivision lots and whatnot that are within the city, and this could be kind of a model moving forward. I don't know, the county hasn't done this type of thing for a number of years. I don't believe the city has ever purchased properties through the Chapter 8 option here. So anyway, just happy to address any questions the board has and ask for your support.
Okay, Supervisor Green?
Thank you. Just first run through this process for me, so I guess I kind of hung up on the public purpose. So the application does ask what a public purpose is, economic development and housing. But it's interesting because cities don't typically build houses themselves, so it might be a flip this lot and a subsequent offer to a housing developer. So my question, perhaps for Patrick first, is definition of public purpose and what limitations are based on that. And one reason I ask it, I didn't see any zoning on that. So if it's a series of subpar lots, it may end up getting flipped to some developer lucky enough to want to do R1s on them. That's cool, but it's a fairly broad public purpose that's stated in the application.
I believe I can speak to your question, Supervisor Green. It's different in a Chapter 8 sale when you're dealing with the city, for instance, another agency, because it's a much broader authority that's given. If it was a nonprofit coming before your board saying they wanted to purchase these properties to do affordable housing, I would actually have to attach deed restrictions and monitor their progress. I would have to keep tabs on it throughout the duration of that project. But when it's a city, there's a much broader array of issues that they can acquire property for. They're not limited to these tight and narrow categories. Nonprofits, there's open space, affordable housing. Like I said, I would actually have to record deed restrictions. Because it's a city, I don't really need to do that. As long as there's a broad public purpose and your board accepts that, my understanding is that's fine, although I'm kind of looking at Lloyd for this too.
Yeah, so the governing statute here is Revenue Taxation Code 3791, which is also cited in the documents, the part of the agenda packet. And essentially the requirement, the prerequisite would be if the property has been sold or attempted to be sold for taxes for 2 or more years, the governing body of the taxing agency may, as provided under that same article, make an agreement with your board in which the property is situated for purchase or an option to purchase. So that alone gives your board, under this specific arrangement, the discretion to approve such a sale or not. And that section right there does not reference specifically any public purpose requirement as opposed to other statutes for this type of proposal.
So there's a public purpose reference, but there's not a definition, a hard definition of it in that section of the Revenue and Taxation Code.
There is no public purpose reference on this code section that's being utilized.
Supervisor Spatier?
So I know that for the majority of these, except for the top 4 that are on the list, I helped with our previous tax collector to place it on the tax auction in hopes to get these properties more active and participatory in the communities. The top section, the Soderling, I know that myself, CC4C, and even some council members have all been out there to weed eat because it is a property that is absolutely a absentee landlord. Absentee property owner. And so I would say that to me, whether or not there's a statute, there is a public good to changing the level of activity that is occurring there because the level of activity is a burden to the community it surrounds. And so I'm happy to see this come by. I know that we were able to put most of these on the tax sale, but the direct sale was a bit of a barrier for us to overcome, and really thank Tax Collector Sullivan to help push this through, and we're at the finish line here.
Okay. Any public comment? Anyone in the chambers or anyone in the Zoom room? I'm not in the Zoom room. Any hands up? Okay. Then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the Chapter 8 agreement sale of tax defaulted properties with the city of Clear Lake.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you both for being
Thank you.
Okay. Our next item, 6.8, 1:30 p.m., consideration of discussion regarding the state's draft emergency information order regulations for the Clear Lake watershed. And we have Director De Leon with us. I'll pass it over to you.
Yes, good afternoon, board.
Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Scott De Leon. I'm Public Works and Water Resources Director. Marina Delagianis is on with me, and she has prepared a couple of slides for this presentation. We are bringing this item to you simply for discussion. There's no action to be taken, but if your board has any consensus and direction to staff, then following the discussion, then that could be appropriate. A couple of things to note for anyone who makes public comment to this. The public comment is really going to just go to this board. And any public comment that wants to go to the state, you're going to need to make that separately to the state. And Marina has a couple of slides, I believe, or at least one slide that talks about the upcoming public hearings for this with the state. Go ahead and switch your slide there, Marina, to the next one there. We brought this to you because this proposed regulation has the potential to be fairly impactful. It provides the state the ability to gather information from all water right holders or water users within the entire Clear Lake watershed. To include groundwater users, it has the potential to impact anyone who has littoral rights, groundwater, if they're using groundwater with a well, and it's not limited to anyone that's near a creek or spawning habitat for hitch. This is basically includes every parcel in the Clear Lake watershed. Though we've only provided the draft main regulation that has the requirement, there's some other regulations in there that, of course, allow the state to fine people if they don't comply. So the way I interpret that, they reference two separate items that you would be in violation of, and each has a $500 per day fine. So the way I interpret that is the maximum fine that the state could charge would be up to $1,000 a day for non-compliance. So it's significant. Again, this is a discussion item for your board. We provided some background about the proposed regulation with respect to its relationship to the governor's executive order. All of that was included in your memo and the packet that we submitted to the board. With that, I think that's going to conclude my introduction. And Marina and I are here if you have any specific questions. And there is the slide that has the orders, the draft orders. So you'll have them there in front of you for your discussion. With that, I will turn it back over to the board and be happy to try to answer any questions.
Supervisor Spatier?
So I'll ask my question, and then I'll provide my feedback on direction that I think we should look at. Clear Lake watershed, it's defined in the definitions as something that doesn't quite match what my definition would be. Does this preclude any other creek outside of what it speaks to, the Middle Creek, the Scotts Creek, Kelsey Creek? It seems to be more on the north and west, a little bit on the south as well, but nothing on the east side.
Well,
just wondering if it's and everything else, or did it not list everything, or is it specific to those areas?
Well, in the slide that's in front of you there's there is a definition for Clear Lake watershed, and it appears to be Middle Creek, Scotts Creek. It appears to be the west side of Clear Lake, and would appear to be to coincide with the creeks and streams and tributaries that are historically used by the hitch for their run. So there is a bit of a conflict there, because the Clear Lake watershed, in our definition, is a much larger region, and so perhaps that's one of the things that could be better defined is exactly the area that these regulations would apply to.
Yeah, and then it gets more confusing on the fact that it lists all these creeks, but yet also anyone using groundwater away from those creeks, what exactly is the distance? It doesn't seem to identify that. And so I have great concerns on what this impact, not just to those who would have to meet this new standard or meet the guidelines of this executive order, whether it's for commercial purposes or residential purposes or whatever, even our public utility systems. I'm just greatly concerned as to what that does and what we're asking for. And so because of my concern, I'm going to say that something was offered for me to do from this board, and it feels like it's working, and I'd like to offer the same situation. We brought here the concerns of the California Department of Public Health's decision on the syringe exchange program. The board denied moving forward with a letter directly to them, but to engage in conversation, and we are engaged in conversation, and they are responding, and we have another meeting set up, and it feels like we're being heard. And I'd love to do the same thing as send a delegate from here, a group from here to speak with, I don't know if this is directly from Fish and Wildlife, or if it's the Water Board, or if it's a mixture of everybody that we need to speak with, but to have those conversations to help define and better understand what the impacts are, and to see if we can mitigate what appears to be the largeness of the impact at this moment in time, if we can bring it back to a remote location of those creeks versus such a broad term of watershed. So that would be my suggestion, is we engage in conversation and see what we can do to mitigate the scope of this order.
So add the workshops that are next month.
I think the workshops are not meant for that type of engagement. I think staff and supervisors engage directly with their staff. Once you start mixing in the public, they have their own agenda, not the public, but the water board will have their own agenda, and they're not going to be able to really sit us down and have a conversation with us to understand our needs and our concerns in comparison to a private conversation.
Can I chime in real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, Marina Delajanis, Deputy Water Resources Director. So going off of the comment made by Supervisor Sabatier, we did get an email this past week from the Water Board. This is their regulations that they have drafted up for compliance. So they have invited us to engage, provide any comments, but we would need to submit a formal public comment. I don't think that you can submit too many comments. So definitely hear what you have to say, Supervisor Sabatier, as it relates to having these conversations prior to. But just to reiterate, public comments are to be submitted via the formal process, which I have the slide here on, which we will be submitting via the October 19th board meeting, or excuse me, the water board meeting, which is in person. And then they have another formal public workshop to solicit these public comments via Zoom on Tuesday, October 24th. They will also take in any public comments in writing that you can send, and I have additional information. You can email that to them. And that public comment period closes on October 31st. So I don't think that we can reiterate and have these conversations enough. So just wanted to provide that additional information.
Okay. So it sounds like we're not going to be able to have those meetings, those conversations before the public comment period, but we can try.
We could try. Again, the State Water Board did reach out to my department, and they did share that they are interested in having these conversations prior to.
Okay.
So what they can modify, I'm not quite sure, but they did reach out to us, and they wanted to specifically hear any comments or questions that our department, the Watershed Protection District, has.
Okay. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. I hear a couple opportunities for the county itself to offer comment. And one would be we would have certain facilities or wells that we leverage. So the Watershed Protection District and the county as a whole, maybe special districts, may have some very site-specific or facility-specific concerns and about how this may impact them. For example, I know the city of Lakeport presumably would be subject to this because of their groundwater well at Green Ranch. But to the original thing about the scope of this, yeah, I believe it is purposefully broad in its scope and intent to cover the entire county as through evidenced in those watershed definitions. And I want to acknowledge that the draft regulations as they are presented here today are not self-explanatory, not real self-evident what the end game is there, but I believe if we're to summarize what we know and what we've learned in this long year of learning about the Clear Lake Hitch emergency is we don't know what we don't know. And so the first step the state water boards took was earlier this year when they focused on the riparian rights and surface water diversions and making sure that we had all the data coming out of the county that needed to be collected. And for those that were familiar with that process or heard about that process from a neighbor, it wasn't the most fun thing to get a notice from the state water boards, including the notice of potential fines and what have you. But at the end of the day, I think most of those people that received those letters found it very easy to engage with the state water boards, work out ways to figure out reporting mechanisms. And, it may have been something that had never been asked of those people before, even though they were subject to the reporting requirements. And it may not have been, to be honest, a priority for the state water boards before that because they were on the hook to collect that data and we weren't exactly banging down the door saying, where's that data? So it's been a learning curve as far as the first steps of the state water boards into this subject. What's before us today, I think, is a very reasonable disclosure that if they are to take meaningful steps to address the Clear Lake Hitch emergency and also the standing drought emergency order, the executive order that still stands, they need data. and we don't have it. It'd be really hard to task Department of Fish and Wildlife with calculating in-stream flows sufficient to protect the public trust and to protect hitch migration and spawning without really understanding the interplay between our groundwater and our surface water bodies. And on top of that, we also have a standing groundwater sustainability plan area in Big Valley. Same thing. At the end of the day, that agency is supposed to provide some type of knowledge and monitoring and oversight, and occasionally may want to execute some management actions just to make sure we're managing the resource appropriately. We couldn't even begin to explore how to do that effectively without having a much better real-time picture of where our groundwater supplies are and where they might be bleeding off from time to time in real time. So, I totally get if people are concerned in seeing this, but that's why we have public scoping sessions. That's why the state water boards, they are going to come here to Lakeport and do a listening session in person. They are going to do that Zoom session, and they're going to take all those comments together. And if there is some valid reason to limit the scope of this somehow, okay, let's talk about it. I talked in a previous item about possible public trust areas and stuff like that may be an area of focus. But at this stage in the game, what they're doing with this information order is basically saying, we do have a crisis here in Lake County. We do have marching orders through the executive order and through the heartfelt request of the Lake County community to do something meaningful. And that meaningful next step that they have identified, I fully support. We need to understand much better where our wells are, what wells we don't know about, and I don't think it's going to be universal water meters for everybody, but I do think there are going to be opportunities, especially for larger well installations, to put in well monitoring equipment, to take a voluntary action so we can start building this database of well locations and well levels that will be useful to these future discussions that we need to have to figure out next steps for stream flows and fish. And that's about it. Thank you.
Anyone else before I open it up for public comment?
Just final comment, and it is so a complicated issue. Obviously, in reading through all the materials here, I agree with the public comment opportunities we're going to have, and any other conversation that can happen between now and then. I agree with defining the areas. I did read it too, to Scott's Creek, all the creeks that were on there, really look at the hitch conversation that we've been having. But some of this reporting shouldn't surprise people. If you have a water rights number, whether you're water diversion or water rights, you should be filling those out every year anyway right now. That's how you keep your license on a yearly basis. I know that because I currently do that. You can do it online. There are other ways that you can do it, but if you're diverting water, putting it in ponds, using it for irrigation or any other diversions, if you have a standing license, you need to be reporting that on a yearly basis. So it sounded like they weren't going to do anything redundantly. There may be some other stuff. Now, obviously, the well conversation is something new, but at a county level, anyway, we know our neighbors in Sonoma, I think, implemented something for wells. So it is coming. So I think getting the definitions and stuff that we need to do are very important, but understanding that even in South County, where we're not a part of the Clear Lake, watershed, there is a cry from the community of understanding our aquifer a lot more that we are living off of down there. So I think these conversations are coming, down the road anyway. So I think refining those definitions and other stuff are important, but participation is going to be just as important as anything else. So I would agree with any side conversations that Water Resources may have to come up with. My thoughts are, being that it's on this side of the lake, it would be, Jessica and Mike, but that's up for the board to decide. But Jessica, I know you work on a lot of different things too, so.
And I think we'll open it up to the public. I think we've got a lot of comments, potentially, some people in the chamber. So if you want to come up and state your name and give your 3 minutes.
Hi, guys. It's Rebecca Harper with Lake County Farm Bureau. As this is, primarily just a discussion and an informational item, I'd just like to share some information for you as how the draft emergency regulations pertain to agriculture and the context around that, just so, if it helps at all. Anyways, so essentially what the draft emergency regulations do is outline the authority for the State Water Resources Control Board to issue an information order. So we had talked kind of about this information order concept when we started really discussing and focusing on the Clear Lake Hitch emergency. So that's essentially what these draft regulations do with regard to ag. So I think, we could expect sometime in the near future for there to be an information order issued, specifically to gauge some more information on groundwater wells and what their usage is in the Big Valley Basin and in the Clear Lake watershed as well. So just as some backstory to kind of everything that's been going on. There is an agricultural stakeholder group that's been working directly with the State Water Board and helping to provide them with feedback on the draft emergency regulations and some other processes as we go along, just as there's other working groups working with them as well. And so something that I hope we will see in the draft emergency regulations and in the information order is a mechanism for alternative compliance. It's something that we've been working on. But if there are those landowners who have been willing and cooperative to provide information so far, we'd really like to see that they have the opportunity to do so and continue to work in cooperation outside of an information order, whereas that information order might pertain to individuals who are not so willing. So that's something that we're working on. It's something you might expect to see more of, but I just wanted to give you that information for what it's worth and let you have that as background as well. So if there's any questions about that too. Awesome.
Questions about that? No. Okay.
You got your thinking face on, Bruno.
Always.
I can tell.
No question, just thank you. The Farm Bureau has been up front in this whole process, and I think to the extent concerns have been raised, Farm Bureau has been front and center in addressing them head on, and the Ag Group too. So I appreciate all the hard work, and I'm confident in the months past that we're going to get through these future months just fine.
Yeah, if you have any other questions, feel free to reach out to me as always. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up.
Come on, Joe.
I'm Joan Moss. I was the public comment person for the Groundwater Sustainability Project under Denise or Michelle, and they were kind enough to write all of my public comments down for me. Just recently, a friend of mine shared that he understands that there was an airplane surveying everything in Lake County, and he had built a pond at a Lake County Supervisor's verbal permission 35 years ago. And he was being assessed for that pond, that he didn't have a permit. And he's one of the problems that the Farm Bureau woman is going to come across, because he had verbal permission to build it, and it's been 35 years. The vineyard right next to him has gotten their water development permitted because they were just recently built, and they're recently permitted. But is it fair to make a 35-year-old pond that this fellow thought that he had permission to build pay a permit fee? Something like that. We have problems. I'm not going to say his name. I don't have permission to say his name. But it's going to happen all over our county, and we need to work together to try to solve it. That's not what I'm saying. And I'd be glad to share what Kelly was nice enough to produce. I have it produced, and I'll give it to whoever wants a copy. It's not exactly. It's what I do. I am an investigative reporter. sometimes we clash, but I do try to give the facts. So this is happening, and I think we need to share and communicate and try to work together. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone in the Zoom room? I don't have it open. Do we have hands up in the Zoom room?
There are no hands raised in the Zoom room at this time.
Okay. Then I will close public comment. Supervisor Sabatier?
Well, now that I learned I can give verbal approval of things, I had no idea. I'm not looking to negate what is in front of us, but if we're going to be asking people to do things with the threat of a fine, I want to make sure that it's right what we're doing and fair what we're asking people to do, because it's not voluntary, it's being forced with a threat of action if you don't comply. And so I think having a conversation to better understand what their definitions are, what the scope of this is, I think is not a bad thing for us to approach the water board with, to continue the conversation and better understand what their final aim is. And I would love to see us sending a group with our water resource team to have those conversations.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, again, I think the track record shows. Again, when we were talking about the surface water diversion, several people got notices, and at first glance they're kind of scary. I've already given feedback during that process that I understand why their notices are written the way they are. They're legal documents, and they're advising people of information and how to, how to get in touch with the water board and stuff like that. A nice cover letter goes a long way, maybe a nice envelope too, but that type of feedback has already been given. But to the extent we're going to interject ourselves in what is really a state process, we can certainly give feedback as it pertains to our facilities. If we can echo some of the concerns that are raised by some of the people in our community, we'll certainly amplify those voices. But this is their process. So we're going to participate, we're going to comment on it, but we're not going to drive it. And I just want to be clear about that.
So if I can argue that, yes, it's their process, but we requested for them to create this process. We literally asked for the water board to come help us with the hitch. That gives all the cards to the state. Again, not saying negate, but let's check in before we start asking our people to participate in something that we're not fully aware exactly what they're being asked to participate in. The impacts could be small or the impacts could be large, and being at the table allows us to at least understand and prepare and possibly see if we can minimize the scope so that it actually is the right scope to work with. I think we know what our people can and can't do much more than the state can. And rather than saying the ship has sailed, no, I think that's what we're here for, is to protect our people from things that are unnecessary to ask of them. Again, not negating what's being asked to do, but we need to be at the table with them to help them make sure that they don't do something that's an overreach.
Were you going to say something?
No, I kind of said what I had to say. Obviously we did the Clear Lake Hitch emergency. This all derives from those conversations and what this board made. That was a 5-0 vote from what I remember. I really appreciated the Farm Bureau getting up here and talking about what's going on. When I read through the notices, it didn't say shall be fined, it said may, and through the conversations, and obviously we know that is a slippery slope, but I just appreciate all the conversations that have been had. From the Farm Bureau and the agricultural industry, I saw a list of preemptive opportunities to help with the flow this last year. It was like a 10 or 15 page suggestion on what they were doing. So I think the conversations are happening with the industry. I understand with the new thing with the wells, but the reality of that is it's coming. We need to be prepared for that down. It may not be in the next 5 years, but it might be in the next 10 for sure. So understanding that. So I think they've given us a process to go through, but if Water Resources wants to make some comments to really kind of divine things, I'm definitely in favor of that.
Yeah, I'm in favor of putting together a delegation. We're not really putting together an ad hoc committee. Can't really do that today, but the timeline is short. And it's the first meeting is on the 19th of October?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would hope that we could meet with them before that, but I will say that the next couple weeks of my schedule are very, very tight, and so would you like to do this? Because I don't think that I can get something on the calendar.
I can try. Obviously, it would have to work with everyone's calendar, and so it all depends on exactly when. I'm sure it'll be via Zoom or virtual, as it usually is with the state. So I'd be happy to make that happen.
With Supervisor Green? Okay. And so try and get that meeting done in the next 2 weeks if possible, so that you can come back to the board before the comment period, which will begin on the 19th, so.
And we don't meet after the meeting of the 3rd, so at the earliest, maybe we'd be back on the 17th to share with the board.
Yeah, if we could so if we could bring that back to the board on the 17th, have a group conversation after what you all have given feedback and learned and tried to understand more of what's being asked. I think that's the most appropriate thing that we can do right now. Supervisor Green, did you have something else?
My only question is I do want to check with Water Resources.
It'll be with.
They have some staffing issues too, so I want to make sure they have bandwidth to accommodate our needs on that.
Yeah, I think that was offered up, but
Yes.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, it'll be Water Resources staff, the two of you. Not sure if we want to also add special districts in ag.
I think right now, we're looking for more information and better understanding, and we can share that with the others. And then when it's a point where maybe we want to share our concerns, then that would be a different conversation as well. Because right now, I think we need to better understand before we formulate concerns. That would be my opinion.
And a couple other thoughts. And again, it is short notice, kind of, but not incredibly short. So if there's interest from Ag Advisory, we could kick it there, get feedback. Scotts Valley Advisory Council, I met them with last night. I shared the regs with them again. There may be some regional concerns that come up. Big Valley GSP people may have different concerns. So certainly we'll spin up what we can do, but we do have Ag Advisory, we have Fish and Wildlife may want to give input. So there's any number of communities of interest that may want to kick the tires on this. So we'll certainly we won't call it an ad hoc, but we'll call it a working group or whatever. But there's plenty of other organizations that may want to give input. You may want to take it to your guys' max and get some input. So.
Well, I think we need to have the meeting with the water board with a small delegation first, and then come back to the board. There's a lot of other organizations and committees that can also submit comment during these two workshops, but I do agree that we should probably keep it a little tighter initially to have that intimate conversation.
I think it would be a good start.
Yeah. Okay, so I think you'll all be able to schedule something preferably in the next couple of weeks so that we can come back here on the 17th.
The four of us will communicate.
Oh, sorry, I thought you just had something to add. Okay. Well, if there's nothing further, I think that was just consensus and information.
Chair Pyska, just maybe one final reminder. The in-person participation meeting with the state, in your board packet, it lists the time as 2:00 on Thursday, October 19th. That has been revised by the state to 5:30. So just for members of the public who are interested in participating in that, it's 5:30 on Thursday, October 19th.
Here in the chambers. Yep. Okay. Wonderful, thank you. All right, thank you everyone for joining us for that item. Our next, 7.3.
I was just going to say, I was just going to help you out, 7.3.
Yeah, 7.3, consideration of response to the 2022-23 Lake County Civil Grand Jury Final Report. This is brought to us by our admin office, and it looks like we have our Deputy CAO, Matthew Rothstein.
Good afternoon. It's a privilege to address your board this afternoon. I am Matthew Rothstein, Deputy County Administrative Officer. Each year, the Lake County Civil Grand Jury's final report documents findings and recommendations of their investigations. And in recent years, your board has been invited to respond to specified recommendations. You will have seen the draft response attached to today's agenda, prepared pursuant to the Penal Code Sections 933 and 933.05. And draft responses included information provided by elected and appointed department heads, and we're very grateful to all who took time to review the reports and contribute. For your awareness, your board's final response must be submitted to Judge Markham no later than Tuesday, October 10th, and copies of the departmental responses will be included with your board's submittal. A typographical error was corrected in the Administrative Office's departmental response. The corrected version is now attached to today's agenda and publicly available. And staff recommends your board approve the 2022-23 grand jury response. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier.
And the only changes to the administration one was just the dates?
Yes.
Okay. There was something, I'll just express it, but I can go either way. The responses that we have here, not specific to our sheriff's response, but our overall Board of Supervisor response that summarizes all of the responses. So for example, underneath the sex trafficking hiding in plain sight, the note says no response was required or requested at the Board of Supervisors. Our board encourages readers to review the response of Lake County Sheriff Rob Howe, which indicates this recommendation has been implemented. And it says the same thing underneath America's Bleeding School Shootings. And the way that I read it is, it sounds like the recommendation has been implemented based off of the recommendation that was provided to us, but it has already been implemented prior to the investigation. And I kind of wish that it says that, so that on the record, this was not an issue that we resolved, this was never an issue. And it's, the way I read it is, it was an issue that we have resolved. And again, I can go either way because I know where we are and I know where we stand, but in writing, it reads differently, in my opinion, compared to what the truth is. So wanted to see what the board thought of that, and either way, I'm willing to move forward.
I noticed that too, and maybe going forward, we could word it a little differently next year. That, it's. I agree with that. Anyone else?
Yeah, can we make that change today? I'm in agreement with that change.
Yes, your board can make changes to the report as presented, and as far as approval, your board has the discretion to approve it as amended with those changes, if your board so chooses.
Now, I will say, I know that it's part of post-training, but I don't know the initial time that that post-training was required. Was it 6 months ago when this started? But the way that it was worded, it's already been part of the process. So I don't know if we have enough from the sheriff to say 100% prior to the investigation. Is there a better term to use? Okay, you're okay. Then I would like to move forward with adding the words prior to this grand jury investigation to those two items of the note under sex trafficking and America's Bleeding.
Okay, any public comment? Okay, come on up.
Joan Moss. My photographs of the hitch were very moving to me, and I studied this report very carefully. On page 212, there is effect on the hitch. I'd like to read this into the record. This is by the grand jury members. Over the last 6 years, the number of hitch has declined significantly, and now many local agencies consider it to be an endangered species. Recently, an emergency was declared by the Board of Supervisors regarding the status of the hitch. Part of the reason for the decline of the hitch is the pollution of the waters of Clear Lake from chemicals such as cyanotoxins. These chemicals, commonly referred to as blue-green algae, are particularly harmful to adults, children, animals, and fish. Runoffs from agricultural properties and cannabis farms contain insecticides and fertilizers. These are meant to control insects, but affect the health of crops, the hitch, and the lake. That's page 2012 of the grand jury report. And this is doing what we find it hard to do here in Lake County Supervisors, is connect subjects to subjects. The hitch don't have any choice of what they breathe with. Okay? They breathe using all these cyanotoxins and poisons. So I think that should be in the record. And I am just a citizen. I am not a member of the grand jury. But I did put this in an article, and I will send it to you. Thank you. It's called Froth Monsters. You're going to love it. But this is in the grand jury report. My story is about the geothermal solids and wastes that have gotten into our water. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the Zoom room? Okay, then I will bring it back to the board for action.
Move to approve the response to the 2022-23 Lake County Civil Grand Jury Final Report.
As amended?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. 7.4, consideration of presentation on broadband initiatives. This is from our administration office. Thank you, Matthew. And we've got our Deputy CAO, Ben Rinkelman. Welcome, Ben.
That was close.
We'll take those.
It's internal.
Has that USB been approved?
Came from administration here.
What
That's what I was
happened
told to do.
when the walk across the lobby?
It wasn't on the park bench outside.
Should I be over there then to click?
I think it'll.
If you want to see what you're doing.
Yes.
Okay. Just advice.
Maybe you already know.
Ta-da. Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I also have Dick Nielsen, who is a Senior Engineer with CBG Communications. CBG is our broadband consultant for our updated master broadband plan, and will also be working on the implementation plan.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us, Dick. I'm going to go over a few slides, and then CBG will go in depth on the master plan. Overall, the reason I'm here is there's a lot happening in the broadband space. There's a lot of moving money in the state budget. The federal funding account, which is the $28.4 million allocated for last mile wireline broadband infrastructure in Lake County. The applications are due at the end of this week, so we should see some movement on that. I haven't got an exact date from the CPUC when they're going to choose the projects, but I'm guessing 4 to 6 months we might hear something. There is a state fund
the California Advanced Services Fund. This is funded through a surcharge on the telecommunication companies here in California. So it's not as expansive of funding as the federal programs, but it has much more flexibility, and it has some interesting parameters that could be really useful for Lake County. The middle mile broadband network, there's been some funding changes, and that's in development where the state of California is going to go with that. So I can provide a bit more detail there. Then there's BEAD. I know there's several different buckets here, so feel free to ask questions in the acronyms soup of broadband. So the state of California a few months ago was allocated about $1.86 billion through this. This was funded through the federal infrastructure bill. What happens with it is still to be determined. The CPUC said they were going to issue guidance next month, October. So the county might be providing comment. And then final guidance should come out in December. So we're anticipating deployment of BEAD funds in 2024. So the state budget and broadband. So back in 2021, there was SB 156 passed, about $6 billion in broadband funding, a mixture of general fund, and then there was broadband funding in the CARES Act, ARPA, and the infrastructure bill. As you're well aware, the California state budget goes up and down a bunch. So this year was a down year, so that meant certain things had to be pushed back or removed, and one of them was portions of the broadband program, specifically last mile and the loan loss reserve. The governor's budget on the right, and this comes from a report from the Legislative Analyst's Office. I can send that out. It's a good overview. It's about 15 pages of kind of what's changed. But the two major programs that have been impacted is the loan loss reserve and the last mile. Those are what they're mapping out for future fiscal years, but that, of course, is not a guarantee. That is just what the governor's office is projecting. So we'll see what happens in this upcoming budget year.
So I have a quick question about that, and I kind of wanted to bring it up for Supervisor Simon as well, actually, and Supervisor Crandall. I know Caltrans has a rule that when they redo highways, that they're supposed to trench out for broadband alongside the highways. But for Highway 29, if I remember correctly from our APC meeting, Supervisor Simon, they said that they have a separate utility corridor that's outside of the highway, so they weren't going to implement broadband there. And so it's just something that, as I see that middle mile is starting to scale back, we need to just really push, no, you will put broadband if you're working on this highway, and not get a different story of, don't worry, it'll be on this corridor over here, so we got a exemption for the project. And so I know that that happened for the Highway 29 corridor, Canocti corridor that was just finished, or at least Part A. But just something to keep in mind, that I feel like the backscaling of the middle mile is hurting us twice as much because we also lost it out on Highway 29.
Completely agree, and try to bring it up every time. If they're going to be doing the projects in Lake County, they need to be getting that infrastructure in the ground now. So I completely agree.
Agree too. It's something we are going to keep on top with Caltran and CPUC. I will say I'm jumping a little around in the presentation, but no, it's a good question. So with the middle mile, there's now this phase 1 and phase 2. The state might be moving on from that also, but let's stick with the phase 1 and phase 2. That portion of 29 is still in the phase 1 in the funded portion, and all the middle mile in Lake County is going to be built. There's nothing existing for them to lease. So I anticipate construction starting probably in 2024, no matter what on that section.
Okay.
I would also add just that the amount in the revised broadband budget is about $500 million more. But again, that is future fiscal years, so we'll see what happens. So the federal funding account, so just to recap again, this was an allocation for each county, so it's guaranteed for that county. For Lake County, it's about 28.4 million. They have pretty stringent requirements. It's got to be wireline, so no fixed wireless, which is difficult for a lot of sections of Lake County due to our topography. There's about a 9,300 cap per household for ministerial review. Projects can go above it, but then the whole CPUC board commission has to approve those projects. And they have a really high service requirement, 100 megabytes down, 100 megabytes up. A lot of federal programs and state programs are more in the 120 range. So the initial submissions are due the end of this week. We're cognizant of two for Lake County. One of them is the RCRC open access fiber. So this would build off the middle mile. It would enable several different ISPs to offer service off of this. So there's a company they're working with has a network in suburban Salt Lake. And if you're in the neighborhood they have, you can choose from several different plans. So I don't know how much new households it will provide high quality broadband to. I think what the major benefit, at least the initial phase, will be pricing, which I know is a major issue in Lake County. So it could really drive down the cost of your monthly broadband bill. They're mostly proposing around the lake. There's a bit in Cobb and also outside of Kelseyville. We also have a large ISP that provides primarily residential service here, and they have mostly proposed providing service to unserved areas. RCRC's proposal is about 4 times as big as the ISP's, and kind of the total between the two is significantly over the 28 million. So it'll be interesting to see what the CPUC decides to do. They have a pretty complicated scoring metric. You can find it on their site. We did send letters of support for both projects. So we should know, the CPUC won't give me a time frame when they're going to make a decision, but my guess is in 5 to 6 months. If they don't allocate all 28 million, there might be another FFA funding round, which would be in the beginning of 2024. So as I mentioned before, this is a state program. You can use fixed wireless for this, so it actually has been a lot of fixed wireless proposals. The advantage of fixed wireless, especially for Lake County, is for hilly topography, it's just much more affordable to put the infrastructure in. So we have North Coast Networks and Digital Path have both proposed fixed wireless projects for Lake County. They would serve a good amount of unserved and underserved households, so it'd be great if they were approved. But again, there's the funding issue. The state said there was about 10 times as many proposals as there is available funding this year. The upside is because it's a recurring surcharge, it's not a one-time pot of money. So even if we're unsuccessful in future years, there could be possible CASF projects. And these are available on the CPUC's websites. These are the proposed CASF fixed wireless projects. They're required to provide a service of 100 up, 100 down, 20 up, and they have an affordability requirement for a few years. The FFA also has an affordability requirement for a few years also.
Quick question on that map on the left, just because I love polygons, but
sure.
That appears to be increasing coverage for my sailboat, but not any land on Buckingham Peninsula. Should that be overshadowed, Buckingham Peninsula, within that polygon?
Yeah, I asked Digital Path why they included polygons over the lake, And his answer was, well, because of the nature of fixed wireless, you would get service there if you're on the lake. And I don't think that's going to do much for the CPUC, but they put it in there.
So those areas, the lake would be served, but
Correct.
residents on Buckingham Peninsula itself would not be, as shown in that?
So their proposed location for the equipment is on Buckingham Peak, where the tower is. They would just attach more fixed wireless equipment. Because you need eyesight for the fixed wireless, because of the kind of the slope of Canocti and the trees, it's not gonna, there's not gonna be that line of communication for a lot of households on Buckingham Peninsula. So this is definitely a piece of legislation that's.
John, if I could jump in, I was on mute. I was trying to add on that last slide. If you look at if you can go back one, if you look at the one on the right, the peninsula is covered by North Coast networks. Is that?
It may just be a visual artifact, I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah, you're correct, Dick. So the fixed wireless signal is coming from another point, so it's going to hit the peninsula there, whereas the one that's on Buckingham Peak is not.
And these two providers, if you look at all of the maps, these two providers, if they both got all the funding they're asking for, would pretty much cover not just the shoreline, but it would go all the way around the lake and inland a little bit. Which of course is where a lot of the population resides. I'm sorry, go ahead, Ben.
No problem. Appreciate it. So the middle mile network, original proposal is going to be a little over 10,000 miles. The state realized, some of it isn't their fault. So the price of telecommunication equipment during the pandemic increased a lot. And so they currently do not have the budget for the entire 10,000 plus network. So they came out about 2 months ago with this phase 1 and unfunded phase 2. The phase 1 is about a little over 8,000 miles. So in the dark orange is the phase 1, and then in the purple is the phase 2. About 3 weeks ago, the state removed this map from their website, the Department of Technology, which is overseeing this. I've heard there's a significant pushback both in rural and urban California. It was not necessarily the most equitable way they decided these two categories. There's indications that the governor is going to include funding for phase 2 in next year's budget, but nothing is guaranteed at this point.
Well, and the middle mile has changed at least a handful of times over the past couple of years, and it really throws a wrench into things for people like myself in engineering, where you're trying to figure out, okay, you want to expand out into an area that's not currently served. Okay, jump on the middle mile, and that offsets a lot of the potential costs that you would have, and makes the project doable, right? Makes the numbers come out. And then all of a sudden, 10 miles of middle mile you were counting on is gone. It really gets difficult. So hopefully that will be the case, that they'll fund that in the nearer term, rather than letting it go way out 10 years or 5 years.
From what I've heard from the state, I'm fairly confident they'll at least try to fund it in next year's budget.
That would be great.
So the last program, it's the one we have the least details about. It is BEAD. So there was about $46 billion appropriated in the infrastructure bill. California, on a calculation of need, got about $1.86 billion. And as I mentioned, we should have a better feel of the program next month when the CPUC issues draft guidance on the program. They have mentioned that it could be a competitive grant instead of an allocation like FFA. So that means we will need to be proactive and on top of it, and master plan will help us with that, advocating for B dollars in Lake County. So in 2019, the county put together a master broadband plan, and then in anticipation with all this federal funding for broadband and just the need of broadband service that became clear with the pandemic, commissioned an updated version of it, working with CBG. So there's been a lot of analysis of kind of level of service, and a major issue with broadband policy and funding has been mapping, really figuring out who has broadband and at what quality. Thankfully, the FCC has finally put together high quality maps. They're not 100% accurate, but they go down to the household, and that's been really useful kind of thinking through what we can do in Lake County. We've been doing a fair amount of community outreach to industry, tribal nations, different nonprofits, different entities within the county. Thinking through different policy recommendations, what we can do in the built environment, how we can utilize county resources, what funding sources we can go after. And then this is just portions of the online map CBG has put together. So we were going to put out a link to it. It's also linked in the report. It's an interactive map that you can look through different levels of service. And then also other layers for different proposed projects and such things as community anchor institutions. And this is highly speculative. It kind of is contingent on what are the FFA projects that are actually going to come in, what are the BEAD projects. So we were kind of thinking, well, if certain areas are going to be covered with those funding, kind of what are the other gaps we can fill? So this is just preliminary analysis. Also trying to lean on the middle mile network, understanding kind of the level of funding and what's realistic for a project to pencil out.
Ben, if I could just jump in real quick. The value of a map like this, although speculative, as Ben was saying, is that you can then drill down onto this map where this functionality really didn't exist just a few years ago in the broadband world anyway. You can drill down and then you can click inside any one of these polygons and it will give you information of how many unserved households reside inside of that box. So you can start to play around with those polygons and figure out, okay, if we did this, how many households would be impacted by it, and so it really helps in the next stage of the project that we'll be working on with the county. But thought I'd point that out.
Sounds great. And is there any additional comment quickly you want to provide, Dick, on the updated master plan?
Boy, how much time have you got, right? It's the updated plan includes both availability, which is the physical assets, where can you get it, where can't you get it, regardless of price or any other issue like that. And then the second half, which I didn't work so much on, but our company did, different people in our company, is the availability or the adoption piece. Okay, so the first thing that plays into adoption is, well, I can't even get it here. It doesn't physically exist. Okay, that's part of adoption. But then you get into all kinds of socioeconomic issues. It's too expensive. I don't need it. I don't know how to use it. All of these different adoption issues that are a part of the puzzle as well. So now as you deploy more out into the county with broadband, getting it to where people can afford it, people know how to use it, people, I guess, rely on it. They do their banking the new way, right? Online, as opposed to having to run to the bank to do it. And anybody that's got internet, which is the very vast majority of us, knows what it brings to the table and what functionality and efficiencies it brings. So teaching that to people and getting that into people's hands is also part of it. And so a lot of the issues with both availability and adoption have been figured out, if you will, at this stage. Okay, so now we know what the issues are. It's not anecdotal. It's updated. It's it's proven as best it can be. Now the next piece is the implementation plan, which will actually address how do we go after fixing some of these pieces. So adoption, okay, we got the $28.4 million that's sitting there. How can we most efficiently use that to get to the most households, residents, businesses, and so on and so forth. So that's part of that will be more the focus of the implementation plan, as well as addressing some of those adoption issues of affordability and those kinds of things. So,
Thank you. Any questions?
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yes, I appreciate getting this updated. That's step one in order to make sure that we utilize all the available funds to the best of our needs. Is this a final draft of the revised master plan for broadband?
I want to incorporate some of the more implementation directions, so I think it would be really useful once we get the BEAD guidance, because that could be a significant amount of funding, and the county could be much more hands-on with that than the FFA, because we don't directly control anything with FFA, so I think that should be incorporated into the report.
So, and then once it's incorporated and finalized, it'll come back to us for final approval?
Correct.
Okay, so some of my comments I'll just keep privately so we can maybe see some of those made in there, because they're mostly words or typos or things like that. So I know that the FCC opened up their maps and were soliciting public comment for changing their maps, because their maps may not always be correct. Have we submitted anything to the FCC and saying we found something here that you're not showing on your maps? There is access, or there's definitely not access occurring here. I know in our some of our NACO meetings, especially with economic mobility, broadband has been a big topic, and it seems that a few of the jurisdictions that I work with, or that I'm on the committee with, have had to make some pretty drastic changes to their maps that the FCC originated with.
Lake County itself has not. I know a few ISPs have, but no, we have not.
Okay, because I know that we're building a whole bunch of different maps based on different data sets, and I appreciate that. We have to look at different things, but want to make sure that eventually, especially an ISP or some other major corporation, they're probably going to go to the FCC for those types of maps rather than ask locally for those maps, I'm guessing. So making sure that we're all on the same page with our findings. There was also mention about some of the fiber access that we have, like LCOE and things like that. I think I mentioned it last time, and I just want to keep mentioning it because I don't believe I'm wrong, but our community college, at least Woodland, has a different pipeline that it connects to, and I didn't find anything related to that pipeline. I believe LCOE's comes from Ukiah, but I believe that Woodland's pipeline comes through Calistoga or from the Napa area.
Yeah, so we were going to reach out to both Mendocino and Woodland and see if there's potential partnerships. There could be something with BEAD funding, using them as community anchor institutions. I do think most of the residential build out will be built upon the middle mile because that's public, whereas the community colleges, that's a private connection. But there might be something interesting to do with that feed they have.
And especially there's redundancy potential right in the city of Clear Lake near Dam Road, because both those fibers are literally maybe 200 feet apart, so that if LCOE goes down, maybe the college can support them, or if the college goes down, LCOE can support them. That way our educational facilities are always going to be online. It was a project that was brought to my attention when I worked over at the college, and I have not heard about that since then. So again, just want a reminder, just because I think redundancies are part of the solution in ensuring that we never go down. Not only are we deploying more, but then we're also less going to go down. My final question is, within the report, it talks about commercial buildings or just access to our businesses for internet. Is there a map that shows the density of businesses to see when you take a business density map and put it on top of a broadband speed map, that we can make sure that maybe that's some of our priorities, is to ensure our businesses have good access to those things as well? Because it's part of today's business solution is you have to have reliable and fast internet in order to really compete. And so just kind of wondering if those maps exist, if that's been discussed, is that something people do?
That map it does not exist. There's no reason it couldn't. The FCC looks at an address as an address, right? Regardless if it's a business, a residential, I believe even anchor institutions. They're all just an address. But once you've got that information about that address, now you throw another layer on top of it that defines it as a business, right? So is it doable? I would think it's doable if we've got a good base map or a good layer that is of businesses in each community or county-wide. Not sure where to find that, but I can certainly look for it.
And just as a suggestion, maybe our zoning map, where we look at C1, C2, and C3 or things like that to help at least get an idea. It may not have a business there, but at least it's an opportunity for a business. And therefore, if we make sure that there's good broadband deployed in those areas, whatever business may develop there or what business already exists will benefit from whatever project we decide to focus on. Just something I was thinking about as I was driving through this. And that's the last of it. I appreciate the updates, and let's get that $28 million and put it to use.
That's right. No, the only thing about using a zoning map is a zoning map will show an address that will not show up. You've got to be careful, and here, I'll explain real quickly. If you put it on a zoning map that has an address of where a business could be, but it's just a field today, how does that react to the FCC's map that doesn't even show an address there, and vice versa? So yes, can it be looked at? Can it be experimented with? Absolutely. We'll come up with something.
There's probably some community development data we could pull for that. I was just going to add quickly with business. That's definitely an issue Lake County's faces with the cost of broadband. I was kind of shocked with our conversations how much it costs. I know the residential rate is significantly higher than kind of the average national rate, but especially with businesses here, it's frankly, some of them, it's fairly exorbitant. So I think the middle mile will help a lot with that, be it with open access network or just ISPs building off of it. But there also might be some creative solutions with the BEAD money or CASF.
When I was in the background of a discussion that our company held with, I forget if it was vineyards or wineries, but at any rate, right in the middle of the city, Lakeport. And that's got MediaCom right there, and that's about as good as it gets in the county for broadband, other than one-offs from AT&T. In other words, just, if you pay the thousands of dollars to get it from AT&T to go that extra distance, that's available. But the people there were saying that they can't get MediaCom, even though they're within a block of MediaCom. I just find there's just a disconnect there, and I don't know what it is yet, but I'll look into it, because they're paying for 2 or 3 different cellular services to get marginal service, when, to me, a couple $100 for an install, they should be able to get MediaCom. So what's going on there? That's part of the next step to figuring those things out. And I apologize if you can hear my dogs in the background.
Any other questions from the board? I'll open up for public comment. Do we have any public comments on this? Okay, then bring it back to the board. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
There's nothing further. I think this was just presentation.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank
We're going
you.
to take a 5-minute break. 7.5, consideration of a request for exemption from competitive bidding pursuant to Section 38.1 of the County of Lake Purchasing Ordinance, and B, agreement between the County of Lake and Resource Development Associates for consultation and support in the Community Program Planning, CPP, process, in the amount of $310,920 for fiscal years 2023 to 2024, 2024 to 2025, 2025 to 2026, and authorize the board chair to sign. Behavioral Health Director Jones.
Hello, thank you so much. I wonder if it might be more effective to just ask what questions there are from the board rather than give an overview or presentation. I wouldn't have much more than the memo, or just in the interest of time.
Questions? Supervisor Spatier.
I guess it's a question/comment. It's a question/comment. I know that the waiving of the bidding is using 38.1, which is basically saying it's an extension to an agreement. However, the agreement as it's drafted is not an amendment to an agreement or an extension. It seems to stand on its own, and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this is an association with MHSA, which is a 3-year plan. Therefore, they do the support of the 3-year plan. That's hence the 23-24 through 25-26. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then when was the last time we did an RFP for this?
I'm not able to answer that, and I'm not sure. It would have been many, many years ago, even before 16, 17. So I will take the opportunity, given where I understand the information is needed now, to provide a bit of context, which is that, yes, this is a standalone contract for the next iteration of the 3-year plan. However, I want to emphasize the word iteration. The MHSA plan and program is an iterative process, and so the plan that your board has previously approved, and the one that it will again, hopefully, builds on every single plan that came before it. And so having this consultant work with us provides a level of continuity and oversight that is highly desirable. And anecdotally, or I guess just informationally, I would say that as a behavioral health director, I think one of the core duties is also to maintain situational awareness of the market. And I've been immersed in the field and in MHSA land and consulting land for behavioral health long enough to know that RDA, or the consultant with whom we're recommending to contract, is about top tier, and anyone in this kind of range who provides this level of services is going to provide a comparable service for pretty much the same price. And so that's the information that I have.
And I appreciate the comments, and just my personal opinion is that that is what the RFP process would provide for us, is that exact information, and I'm just uncomfortable with moving forward. I think we have to have something in place. I'd be willing to look at a single year and do the RFP process like we've done with others. But every week, different departments keep asking to waive the bidding. My concerns continue to grow. It's not your department, it's our overall process. I am working with staff to alleviate some of those burdens, while also trying to provide better guidance on the specifics of an RFP process. I think that we are leaning towards deviating from RFPs rather than figuring out if we actually have to do one. And in this one, I think we should be looking at doing one.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, so from the staff report from my own education, so we didn't do an RFP, but it looks like there was an RFQ. Basically to qualify that contractor. Were there other contractors that submitted for the RFQ process?
No.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments? Any public comment? Anyone in the Zoom room? No? Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
There's nothing further, Madam Chair. I move to approve the request for exemption from competitive bidding and approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Resource Development Associates for consultation and support in the Community Program Planning CPP process for fiscal years 2023-24, 2024-25, 2025-26 in the amount of $310,920 and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes. All right, thank you. And
There's a B. Is it the same?
we combined them, yeah.
Sorry. Thank you.
It's okay. Long day already.
Yes.
Okay, we need to go back to 5.2. And I do want to make sure we have our treasurer tax collector on for this. I know he was part of the discussion before. He's on. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, 5.2, adopt resolution of the County of Lake Board of Supervisors approving, authorizing, and directing execution of a joint exercise of powers agreement relating to the California Cannabis Authority and authorize the chair to sign. And this is an item from Supervisor Green, but pulled by Supervisor Sabatier. So I don't know who wants to go. I'll let you go first, I guess. Your pen's up.
Would you like to present and I state my statement, or would you like me to state my statement?
Just very briefly, this is in follow-up to your board's prior action in June to join. Was a split vote, 3-2, I grant that. But the vote having been executed, County Council has worked with General Counsel for CCA, and the specific process of joining the GPA is the process outlined here, which is the execution of a counterpart to their standard JPA agreement. There are no substantive changes to that agreement that I'm aware of. There are some housekeeping cosmetic changes, not cosmetic, but housekeeping changes to certain code citations and some update to the document to actually show the words County of Lake on there as a member. And there's a resolution in there also that would handle the housekeeping chore of assigning a delegate to the CCA upon execution of the JPA agreement. I will defer to County Counsel as to any additional comments he wishes to offer, but I believe what is presented to you has been vetted as thoroughly as possible with not one but two attorneys and myself. So thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier, unless you have something to add. Okay, Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you. So there's two things. One, I don't see a amount in the resolution or in the agreement, and I'm not sure if there's a specific years of how long that amount will be. If we are signing, it doesn't appear that we're signing up for multiple years. It just appears like we're signing on and we can quit out of this group anytime we want. But there's no defined amount in any of the documentation that I can see, yet there's an amount that's correlated to this. And so I'm wondering where that needs to be placed, or if I'm mistaken and it doesn't belong in the document.
I believe the allocation was approved when we approved the final budget.
But I don't think we should give money to somebody without having it in writing as to what we're giving them and how much, why we're giving it to them. Having it in our budget is one thing.
Well, we're executing the JPA today. We're going to get billed later for the amount. And so we're not approving, the allocation was made in the budget, previously approved. No payment is due with the execution of this JPA today. Once we get that to them and they say, okay, Lake County, welcome, then they will start invoicing for dues.
And the amounts originally that I had heard were much larger than the 28,000 or whatever it is that it was. Should we see an increase or a large increase or something similar in the following years? And
the reason this amount is lower is because your board opted not to, at that time, approve the subscription to the analytics, the software platform for track and trace and tax compliance purposes. And I respect that decision, so we're not going down that road this year. It is very much an open question in the few meetings I've been able to attend as kind of a lurker, so to speak. Our addition changes their financial outlook. They just approved their final budget for the next fiscal year based on not actually our joining, but based on their understanding of the revenues they're going to get from their JPA members. As you might expect, things change in cannabis world, as we've seen in the commercial things. Certainly things have been changing for CCA during the time they've been up and running. I don't have direct knowledge of their strengths and weaknesses or challenges. I can't predict what next year's dues are going to be because I can't predict what the other counties are going to do, and I can't predict what this board is going to do as far as whether we do end up trying to get some additional services out of this or if we're just going to stick with the annual subscription. So I think they're fair questions. I just don't have any answers for you.
Okay. And then two more things real fast. One of them is this is a public meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you can be a part of the meeting, provide public feedback without necessarily having to be a member. You just don't get to vote, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And they put out their agendas. It's a JPA, so guess what? They get Zoom. They're not subject to certain Brown Act requirements, so that's kind of cool.
So my concern is that we still have the ability to engage. I don't know that we're going to sway the different direction that it's going to go. And also my other concern is if we join and we're not getting any benefit of the products, is it worth $30,000 just for a vote? It's just a question that I have. I don't know that it's worth the $28,000. And also we're providing them with all of the information of our current legal data. So all the data of our cannabis cultivators and things will all be provided to them.
Yeah.
That's what it says in there that we are doing. We're part of the sharing.
Had we exercised the subscription add-on, we would have invoked that process to loop our growers in, and that whole API process would have been activated upon that. Since we are not using the analytics platform, there's no reason for us to go through that. We wouldn't ask growers to submit an API key for a software platform we're choosing not to use. So it could be a potential issue if we again latch onto that analytics platform in years future, but we're not at that point right now. So it does in the JPA agreement outline that authority and that process that would be used if we were to use the CCA analytics platform for tracking and compliance purposes. At this stage, we are not.
Okay, I'll have to, as the conversation continues, look for that, but I could have sworn I saw statements in the fact that if we join, then we would share information. And I just think that at this point, I'm not sure that I'd be comfortable if that was the case, but I'll take your word for it at this moment and keep looking.
So I have some questions too. I'm not really comfortable signing a contract that doesn't have the contract amount in it. It looks like it's for a fiscal year. I'm not sure if it's year to year. So I would like to see that in the contract, and I would also like to see it prorated if it's for a fiscal year, since we're joining a little bit later. There's another section, Section 8. It says fees and compensation. Members may receive such compensation, if any, for their services and reimbursements and expenses. So I'm a little concerned about that. If we're paying to join this board and then they're paying the members, I feel that should probably come back to the county, correct?
I'm not aware of anybody actually getting paid. And to be clear, this is not a contract. This is a special creature. This is a joint powers agreement, and we don't have a choice about tweaking this. The actual process outlined in this agreement, and I don't have it chapter and verse, but maybe county council can find it, is the only action before us today is to execute the JPA agreement as a counterpart. That is to say, we're basically taking the same step that the initial counties did when they formed the JPA, and as outlined in this JPA agreement, should additional counties wish to join, there is a specific process outlined, and that specific process is what is before you today. It is to execute a counterpart to the original agreement that created the Joint Powers Authority. There is no additional requirement for a contract. Should this be approved today, there will be no additional action by the JPA board, as I understand it from Mr. Turner, their general counsel. So this is the bundle. If we're going to join, it's going to come in this form. If you want to, upon joining, then request additional clarification or some type of contract because there's some uncertainty about that, I can certainly approach them about that. But it would premature to do so now because, the original vote we took in June was to go ahead and authorize a membership but not the software. If we're going to honor that vote, the mechanism that's been identified and vetted is this agreement that's before you.
Supervisor Sabatier?
And just real quick, I'm going to read it. Section 1 of Article 4, powers of the CCA, item number 24, states has the power to collect licensed data, tax data, and financial records, which the CCA agrees to maintain as confidential information and shall remain exempt from disclosure under the Public Records Act. So this does not say if we sign up for any additional systems or anything like that, that we will be sharing that information. And I'm not sure what our goal is with this group as far as what Lake County is looking for. But until I know, I'm not certain that I'm comfortable with basically giving them the power to collect our license data, tax data, and financial records.
So when we had this discussion before, we talked about it as a package with joining the JPA and the software package. And since we've separated that out, I'm just unclear on what it is we're trying to achieve here. What are going to be the deliverables? What are we expecting to get out of this? Because we separated those two out in our last discussion. And so I'm just wondering if you could share that because I think that's important for all of us to understand.
Well, it seems like we asked and answered this in June when we took the original vote. Obviously, there's some uncertainty as to the value we're going to get short of the software package and short of the additional services they also have for consulting. At the time, we have a cannabis task force. We did talk briefly about the consulting services that are available through the CCA, which is pretty high-level stuff. But there was not interest from the board at that time to leverage that. What type of value is involved with just a simple membership? Well, I can just share that the few meetings I've attended, I've learned so much about what different counties are doing, and they're not literally all over the map. They're also figuratively all over the map in their approaches to cannabis regulation. We don't have from the state, notwithstanding the baby steps that have been taken by the Department of Cannabis Control to better serve local governments and be more transparent to local governments. I think to the extent they have started opening up some local access, at least county level access to some of the track and trace data that the State Department is collecting, I believe it has been the efforts of CCA to leverage that information for the benefit of their member counties. We've been all our own. Right? When MRSA was first passed and then Prop 64 passed, cannabis regulation at the state level was a three-headed monster. And then a couple years ago, we decided to consolidate it, or the state did, into this unified Department of Cannabis Control, which I'll be honest is a work in progress, and their track record on engagement is certainly not flawless. Having the ability to speak with different counties about their issues and also to speak with different departments within those counties. What are their pain points? What are those counties that do use the compliance software for interested in, and what benefits do they see? They also, even the software package users, see the limits in their own software platform because they don't get to share information that falls outside their county's jurisdiction. So if you have a big producing county that's basically producing flowers and stuff, but the export goes to other counties for processing and manufacturing and stuff like that, we don't have a good picture from the state, and we don't have a good picture right now, even with the analytics platform, what the full picture is of how cannabis is being grown, how it's being processed, how it's being moved, whether compliance work is needed, or if everything is just off to the races and just humming right along. So It's been a journey just from the self-reporting that I've heard from the member counties, a mix of policy people, 1 or 2 supervisors, more treasurer, tax collector type people right now. And I think it is fair to say that this JPA has reflected the changes of the industry and of the state in approaching regulation. It has done what it's done up to this point. That doesn't mean that same approach is going to be useful or widely accepted among the member counties as we move forward. And as much as I've benefited from them, I think we're actually at an inflection point where they could actually benefit from new voices and new experiences and seeing what's working and what's not working for the member counties. And if we can put our collective minds together and actually say, are we all on track, or is this totally whatever goes county by county? Is this a workable system? Is this a sustainable system? Don't know the answer to that just yet. So I see a lot of opportunity for cross-pollination and cross-fertilization of ideas, and from that ability to advocate somewhat for change, both within the Department of Cannabis Control and potentially some statutory or legislative changes that may be needed.
So it sounds like you're attending the meetings and learning a lot. You're also talking about the platform that we're not participating with, and I know we have our treasurer tax collector on, who will probably want to weigh in at one point. But and you say we're getting to the point where everyone's learning from us, and that was the experience that I had when I sat in on their meeting, and I think Supervisor Sabatier can speak to his experience too, is they were asking us for our experience because we're so much further along than the other counties, which is why I disagreed with this back in June, because I felt like they wanted us for our experience and likely access to our data. So I'm just wondering, again, like, what will we expect from this to improve? Like, what are some measurables that we can expect to see from this?
Well, let me just ask a process question. We took this vote in June. Why am I now having to justify it again? I brought this item forward to fulfill the will of the board that was expressed in June, not to open it up for a second bite at the apple, right? So we either stick to our guns and say, you don't have to like the vote that happened in June, but the direction was pretty darn clear, and the money did get set aside in the next budget. So we're here to execute the JPA. If you think something has arisen since June that gives you greater pause than you did then, and I haven't heard anything new, you're basically repeating the same stuff you said in June.
It's the agreement that we're looking at.
Well, then let's focus on the agreement.
Okay, and we brought up some issues, but you said we were not allowed to change them. I do want to let Patrick Sullivan speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. There are a few points I was just going to bring up in relation to the state metric viewer, the software we're going to be given access through Department of Cannabis Control. I wasn't sure exactly what this item was about, but I thought it might be relevant. This week, we received our notification from the state that we are being given access, so that CDD and tax are going to be the primary points of contact. We'll be able to authorize access for other users that have a viable purpose. The nice part about this software is that it is, free to us as a county government. I don't know that it will ever be able to do everything that the platform does, but I know they are trying. We're supposed to be able to have a basic training done sometime in the next few months. And then in spring, I think after they get everybody up online, the state is going to do an audit training that is supposed to be more intensive, and it's going to be in person. So I think that will provide CDD staff and tax staff that are able to go the opportunity to go to Sacramento and get a feel for what this software can do. I know we're supposed to be able to see all of that self-reported data and licensing data. I think it's more in the raw form. I don't think it has a lot of the analytics that TCA is trying to develop. But I think for our purposes, it's finally going to give us that window into the data that we have wanted. And at least since it's free, I feel like there's no harm in really trying it out. But yeah, I was just going to add that into the discussion in case it's relevant. CCA, software. I know they've put a lot of effort and money into the analytics. I know that's why it's so expensive. So while I can't speak to exactly what the state metric viewer system will be like for us yet, I can just say that we do actually have access now once we complete the training.
Okay, thank you. And did you have a comment, Supervisor Sabatier? You had your pen up a minute ago. Well,
No, I'll just say it's asking for our vote, and we have the ability to choose which direction to vote. I felt the same way I did back in June, that we are only signing up so we can get a vote on something that we are not necessarily benefiting from because we can publicly engage. They're talking about looking at federal law for banking. That's going to happen whether we're engaged or not. We can provide public comment if we want, but I don't know that it's worth the dollar amount for something that I think we had better ways to spend that money. And today you're asking for my vote to continue moving forward, and I have the ability and the right to choose nay or yay, and so.
Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah, just looking at some of the stuff, I know we're looking at the amended agreement, members' responsibilities. Is this where you were reading from, or is that a different section of this agreement, Bruno?
I was looking at the Article 4 on page 11, where it talks about the powers of the CCA.
All right, and I was looking at, let's see here. Ended 9/24, page 50, members' responsibilities. It's got A, B, C, and D, and the one, when I read through this, really jumps out to me is, it says D, adopt or amend ordinances to require persons engaged in commercial cannabis as conditioned of their license, permit, or other authorization to operate to comply with any and all requirements imposed by CCA on commercial cannabis operators or operations. And just above that, it says each member shall in all ways cooperate with and assist the authority in all matters relating to this agreement to apply by the bylaws and policies, procedures, and rules promulgated by the authority. We're still working on trying to get our ordinances correct. And while I see the value of a JPA, and I do, Mike, I see the value of being able to attend the meetings and other things. There are many different JPAs that we're involved with here, both at the county level, both for LTA, APC, Workforce Alliance of North Bay. I don't think any of them say we will adopt or amend ordinances. That's for our purview here as the board. And it makes a challenge. And yes, that's different than, I was one of the ones that helped move this along. But now looking at it, reading through it, having some more time to, really delve into it we went through it today for a long time, and we're going to be doing another iteration because there were concerns brought up of what we move forward with today. And if we're giving the authority away to the CCA to say, hey, we're going to make changes that we think is going to fix it for Lake County, I just think it's going to complicate things even more. So looking at it a little bit more, I'm not sure if I can support this today moving forward too.
Can I ask you what pages you were looking at? I can't seem to find it. Page 5? Thank you for that.
Because even with the other JPAs, the LTA, the APC, Workforce Alliance, we separate ourselves as board members on there, even with LAFCO, to have independent, we look at these, anything LAFCO does would not restrict this board from making decisions. Now, we'd have to go through the LAFCO process, but it wouldn't make us amend our own rules, ordinances, or anything like that.
As a courtesy, Mr. Turner is general counsel for CCA. If there are actual legal questions as to the impact of any clause of this JPA agreement, I would just request, he was not available today. He has other duties. Guess what? CCA really does stuff. So I just ask, is the consensus of this board that you're concerned about some legal clause, or are you just really just kind of over the fact. You think I can just tune in from afar and not spend $28K and we're going to get as much bang for the buck. If there are actual interpretations of the JP agreement that Mr. Turner can help clarify, then I would request we just postpone this a week and allow him the courtesy of being able to respond.
I think we can ask our county council his interpretation of this.
Yes, so, sorry. As for,
It is page 5. Yeah, I thought it was 15. I didn't. didn't make
I have my glasses.
Didn't make it big enough, sorry.
That's why I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
My glasses do both, so.
so that particular subsection under page 5, section 6, sub D, can be interpreted as a shall as opposed to a may. So this, in essence, is an agreement, a joint exercise of powers agreement, and much like any agreement or document, it's being proposed to your board. And if there are any amendments that your board may want to consider in this agreement, it could be proposed as a counter. And your board's approval of the agreement with such amendments could be subject to that. Unlike any typical, the usual agreements that where the county utilizes the standard template agreement, this is an agreement with a joint powers authority. Mr. Turner, I have been in communication with Mr. Turner. He indicated that the next meeting for the CCA it will occur in October, and that sometime in October, and that may be the time where the CCA may consider some amendments, not just coming from this side, but also from any possible amendments that they're looking to have in for the use of their agreement. And so I think amendments are possible, just like in any other agreements, and your board's approval can be subject to that. Now, as Supervisor Green mentioned, if further discussion can take place as far as the specific provisions of the current agreement that's being proposed, that's also another possible option for your board, so that further clarification can be made with Mr. Turner present. That is also an option.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes. In looking at the most recent document that, like the clean version, I guess you could say, at the bottom it shows that Mendocino is inactive. Do you happen to know why they're inactive?
I don't have the full story. I believe they were an original software subscriber, and they probably had some sticker shock. But I don't want to misstate the facts.
And then I've also, and I've also have spoke with a couple of colleagues, and they're not there to make utter change, if you will. They're there to see what's going on. And I know that I voted yes to direct staff to prepare a budget for this. Let's see, I have it right here. Direct staff to prepare a budget item for the potential addition to this. But that we voted no on the second. And then just talking to colleagues and then seeing Mendocino inactive, I think we can do this from afar. Do they also report at CSAC, do you know? Are they a part of that, or?
Well, as a reminder, CCA is an offshoot of CSAC Financial Corporation. Okay. And so there is, other than CCA, I'm not aware that CSAC or RCRC or any of our go-to policy groups are really standing up and taking ownership of cannabis regulation, which is sad. And so this CCA, JPA, as limited as scope as it may be, and as all over the map it is in terms of its current purpose and where it may be headed in the future, I think the need that was stated when it was formed in the first place was substantial and continues to be substantial, at least in terms of track and trace. Some things like banking may resolve themselves, but there may be steps we can take, interim steps. Driving policy, they had a bill didn't get out of this legislative session, but it would have provided funding so they could have served all 58 counties as opposed to just those people brave enough to sign up. But the governor's office was not in support of that. So we have, I won't call it a turf war, but obviously there's some debate at a state level about what DCC's proper role is and what CCA's supportive role or non-supportive role, or I don't really get what the perspective is. And again, it's really going to depend on who you talk to at what level of government. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure if at CSAC that they update their policies each year, how they're going to advocate legislatively. But I know in RCRC, we had an ad hoc working group last year and discussed the very things you're talking about, track and trace and banking. And I know when we went to DC, we had discussed with the representatives to move forward with some of that. And of course, they didn't give us any information on it. But I'm just mentioning that because you mentioned it. So I don't know if this takes a deeper dive or anything of that nature. But I know it's talked about in RCRC.
Yeah, I just want to engage with our other counties and our other stakeholders in the state. We're in such silos, and we may think that we're all that, and we're the best permit program since sliced bread, but other counties have gone through just massively different experiments in how they've handled their land use permitting and how they've handled their compliance on track and trace and tax payments. And I think it's more than just an anomaly. It's more than just, oh, look at all these different counties kind of doing their own thing. It's, are we being effective? Are we not only managing our own programs effectively, are we interfacing with our neighbors effectively and the state effectively? And these are important discussions to have. I don't know if I can do any better with CCA and their board in nudging discussion of these issues than I can with this board. But I'm open to the idea that we should try. And if we go through a year and it's a total bust and we've, in the board's view, wasted 28K, we've wasted much more on probably some other pilot projects and some ideas that didn't pan out. But to me, to walk away from this now is to just accept that we know what's best, and whatever the rest of the state and whatever the other counties are up to, that's information we don't need right now. We don't need to leverage that cooperation between counties and between cannabis regulatory authorities. And I see a lot of room for improvement. And I think CCA is the only vehicle that I know of right now that is on point to actually address some of these issues head on. And I don't see that CSAC has the horsepower or the interest to do that. And I don't think RCC, to the limited extent I know what they're doing, is engaged fully on this subject either. So
the only thing that they necessarily do is when we put together at the ad hoc committee is when they deal with legislation at the Capitol where they're at, they just emphasize the vote of the collaborative board of directors group from the working group, some of the issues you're talking about, like track and trace and how to deal with cities or, so they don't necessarily attack it head on, but they do have these policy revisions in mind. That's the only difference. And I know, like, in looking at the list of some of these folks, I don't feel like we know best, but at the same time, I know these guys joke all the time because some of them have been doing it for quite some time. So I don't think there's any way I would think we're better than Humboldt or Mendocino. So I don't know. For me, I think I don't think I can support this any longer.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I just wanted to make the comment that having communication with the different counties to figure out what they're doing and finding the pros and cons of what they think that has worked well or not well within their counties is possible outside of this. And again, it's a public meeting. You can continue being a part of the meeting. And if there's something that you feel we need to support that they're working on, we can always do a letter of support to make sure that we follow a bill and do what we can. There's nothing that stops us from advocating from our seat and being up to date on what the conversations are and understanding what other counties are doing, because those conversations are free. I think that the benefit of being a member is accessing their systems. we are choosing not to access their systems. And so I go back to not understanding the benefit of just having a seat at the table when a seat at the table minus a vote is still available.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for the public. Do we have anybody in the Zoom room? No? Okay, bring it back to the board for action.
I'm going to offer the resolution, if only to have it die for lack of a second.
All right, Supervisor Simon?
No.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Nay.
Supervisor Crandall? No. Supervisor Green?
Aye.
And Supervisor Pyska?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we have 7.1, our calendars, and I know we didn't do that last week, so if anyone feels like they've got a report on the last couple weeks, go for it. Who wants to start?
I'll go ahead and get started. I'll try to be brief. I hear there's a birthday that needs to be celebrated. Just wanted to say that I feel like there's some good headway in looking at solving part of the solution for our ambulance stuff. We have high potential for EMT courses starting on the high school level. As soon as I get a little bit more concrete evidence after next week's meeting, I hope to provide some even better news. Also, the ambulance ordinance committee, or the group that is meeting, has discussed the ordinance. Good discussion and good contribution from hospital, fire district, and our PHO, and so look into that continuation. And now I'll go ahead and move forward for what's next. And I have my first thank you for approving the appointment to the NACO Health Steering Committee. I'm going to have my first meeting tomorrow. Lots of things that I can't even see what it is. I'm going to meet with LG Sonic to continue the conversation that I had started here before, just to see if there's another option that I can bring to the board, as I believe there might be another better option and opportunity, and so wanting to look into that. Going to go to the Lake County Fire Chiefs Association meeting that's happening over in Clear Lake, most likely at Station 70. And I know there's a First Five Lake Commission meeting happening. Supervisor Green, you'll be making that meeting, or do I need to step up for that?
Sorry, when?
On Wednesday in the afternoon at 2 p.m.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then later on that evening, I will be here in Lakeport for the town hall. In fact, I'll be helping PEG TV, but also have great interest in the homeless town hall meeting that the city of Lakeport is putting together. Have a Hope Rising meeting on Thursday. Then on Friday, I'll be meeting with Supervisor Green over at the old juvenile hall to have some discussions about what's possible for the future there. Have a meeting about Lake Pillsbury and Potter Valley at the courthouse. And just a bunch of stuff that's school related. And I'm going to stop right there because I don't think I have anything else on that Monday. Middle Creek Project Committee, I apologize. You have a meeting on Monday for that?
Yeah, it should be
Okay,
restoration.
we already skipped a month. It goes by so quickly. Meeting with our CAO, and then back here on the 3rd. October already.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, I was trying to look for my notes from the RCRC, but so last week, Wednesday, after we traveled the night after the meeting, we got to the annual meeting, a series of different events. Initially, commonly each annual meeting, they bring forward some talkers, public speakers that have knowledge about a specific initiative. There's also like a talking session amongst different keynote speakers from different counties who've dealt with situations and whatnot. So there was a gentleman, and I don't remember his name. You'll remember it. I know you will. So,
Kyle Warner.
Kyle Warner, who talked about trails in a community in regard to mountain biking, but I'll let you explain that more in depth. There was also discussion about political climate and there was a gentleman who talked about the political climate of not only the United States but in general, and how a lot of the generation, the biggest population generation now is becoming more independent than anything, and that was an interesting thought and a topic of discussion. There was a presentation on fentanyl, and we were named as one of the top 4 in regard to fentanyl. It was an interesting discussion because not only was there an initiative that one county had put forward, and I don't remember the acronym. I think it was one pill saves or something like that.
One pill can kill.
One pill can kill, and it was just basically advertised everywhere so that people are always remembering and being educated. But also there was a DA, and I think she was from was it
Placer.
Placer. I also thought it would have been. I thought it was the other one in Santa Cruz, because I know we're dealing with Santa Cruz and a couple other things. No, yay. And so, but that DA had accentuated some of the struggles that we have when it comes to holding specific repeat offenders accountable, especially in regard to meth and also fentanyl. So, very good topic of discussion. Let's see. The next day we had actually Adrian. Yeah.
Okay, now I don't remember her last.
Okay, yeah, it was. I'll remember it, but she survived the Boston Marathon terrorist attack, and it was a very motivational discussion. I don't think anybody in the room had a cell phone in their hand, so she was. Yeah, it was intriguing, and I was just complaining about my knees right before that, and then after she talked, I was like, okay, no, I'm never complaining about that again, because she walks, did a marathon, danced again, after she lost her legs. So I just know her name is Adrian. I talked with her afterwards for quite some time. But then in the evening, we did the annual the auction, and our basket sold for the most it's ever. Since I've been on the board, I don't know. Otherwise, it was $900. Cal Water put $1,000 on it, and then did PG&E really put? They said they put $1,000 or something, but either or. So it went for basically $900, but then Cal Water put some on it too, and so yeah, that was really cool. I know we put together a good basket as a collaborative team, as we always do. The annual, or not the annual meeting, but the board meeting, RCRC, GSFA, and GSCA, they went fairly quick. I know that we said a lot of what was discussed about broadband, actually Ben brought a lot of it up. RCRC, we had a couple of updates about legislation, but mainly talked about a closed item session, and then also I gave my report on the EPA Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Federal Advisory Committee, which I'll be voting this Thursday in a special meeting on the letter that we'll be giving to Administrator Regan from our advisory group, giving recommendations, and so hopefully they'll be implementing. Like I said before, there's usually 12 recommendations, and they take one from each group, each ad hoc group. And since we had 4, but now we have 3, hopefully we'll have 1 out of each 3 recommendations. So yeah, that was. I'm sure that Supervisor Pyska will have a lot more to add. But following that, Saturday we did the water, the shoreline cleanup day. I was at the Lucerne Harbor, and let's see. Monday, we did the CPUC meeting, which, as you know, we had an extra item as a result of it. This next week, let's see, Thursday, I have that Farm, Ranch, and Rural Committee meeting. I'm not sure if AAA is going to, I know they're looking for a quorum. I know we have a couple of them. We brought that up to our colleagues in RCRC, asking if they could work with us and advocate for us about the Brown Act requirements when it comes to ad hoc groups or different groups, not so much Board of Supervisors, but these committees and ad hoc groups. It's a struggle getting people to these meetings and having a quorum. So that was one of our requests. Friday we have a Lake Pillsbury Potter Valley project meeting with Mendocino County, and then I have a COAD meeting in Lucerne, and then Monday CAO meeting, and then Middle Creek Restoration. Then back here Tuesday.
Do you mind if I add something real quick? I just want to take the time to appreciate the amount of staff time that's been provided for the Lake Pillsbury. We meet at least once or twice a week, if not more, and staff is absolutely on top of it and engaged, and I just want to share appreciation for that.
Who's already down here?
I can go. Where was I? So Saturday was a big day in Lakeport. We did have the Clear Lake splash in, see the seaplanes and also the experimental aircraft, which have experimental labels on them, and it doesn't make you feel better when you see that. But it was fascinating to see them. I got to speak with some of the pilots, and I'm very appreciative of that. And I got bundled this year with Taste in Lakeport, and I think there must have been at least one other thing going on that day. Oh yeah, Coastal Cleanup Day. There was an event at Library Park on that the city handled. I ended up at Highland Springs and met Marina from Water Resources, and some other folks came out. And sure enough, there was a fair amount of trash even out at Highland Springs. Let's see what else I got. Yesterday, Scotts Valley Community Advisory Council. I want to thank Sheriff's PIO Lauren Berlin and Lieutenant Bingham for coming out. They gave an update on emergency preparedness, basically focusing on the two apps that the sheriff does like to promote, and we all should too, because they work in tandem. And so one of them was Lakeco Alerts, and they pointed out, the web, where you can find it on the sheriff's website. We talked a little bit about whether we can do web badges or something to make it a little more prominent on the main website. And then what used to be Zone Haven, it got rebranded, unfortunately. So now it's Genesis Protect is the app, but the good news is none of our zone numbers changed in that migration to that new platform. The bad news is it's a new platform, and everyone that we finally got excited about Zone Haven may or may not know that they have to go look for this rebranded app. And it's kind of unique. The Lakeco Alerts actually requires people to do a user profile and stuff like that. This Genesis app, you can just get in there and look for your address, find your zone, and sign up for notifications without creating a user profile. So that's pretty cool. So if you haven't checked it out lately, Lakeco Alerts and now what used to be Zone Haven, Genesis Protect is how this county is really working to get the word out when we have emergencies. And as we discussed at the council yesterday, it's very much an imperfect system. Even with that, we still need also ham radio operators and any number of alternative systems, including phone trees, to get the word out when bad things happen. We'll have First Five Commission tomorrow, apparently. We'll be touring Juvenile Hall with Supervisor Sabatier and some others on Friday to discuss next steps, possibilities out there. And I want to apologize. I was going to try to get to the Eco-Cultural Bio Blitz last Friday at Highland Springs, but I was unable to attend that. And that's it.
So I know we put stuff away. So the multi-use path is starting in Middletown, the math and Caltrans, and the tribe obviously supported that project with the support letter, so that started up. So very happy to see that work being done, both for safety reasons, but also, as we talked about, changing the health and of our community. It's going to be a great walking path. Also allow the horses to move back and forth as they do in South Lake County. So excited to see that project and that work being done in coordination with County, Caltrans, and our contractor that's working down there. So excited to see that happening. From the county side, I know the LAFCO was moved till October 4th. Oh, so we're having two of them then too.
Yeah.
Is it October 4th?
Same with AV.
City of Clear Lake, so that's Ava too. Ava's going to also be happening next week, so cool. That perfectly lines up where we're at. Friday, spent the time down at the Capitol for California Indian Days. I was very excited to be down there with all the other tribal nations, celebrating that day as we move forward. So this week, after today's meeting, I have, I don't think I'm going to get an agenda review today. But I do have tomorrow, I'm going to attend the fire chief's meeting too. Some RRA conversation I think needs to happen there, so I'm going to try and attend. And then also Friday, the air curtain burner conversation. I've accepted a meeting for that, that we got to take care of. And that's early enough where I can, CAO Parker, we can get back on the line and get that done. This weekend, have a funeral service that I'll be attending in South Lake County. And then, don't have anything, oh, I do have something on Sunday. I think Senator McGuire's doing something over in Hillsburg. I think I'm going to attend an event he has over there. I can't think of the name of it. I think I'm going to. Chili cook-off? I think that's maybe what it is. So I think I'm going to attend that. And then be back here on Monday, ready for the meeting on Tuesday.
Okay. So it was my first RCRC annual meeting. Had a great time. And first time what we've brought staff. And as you can see, we really need each other to remember everything because there's so much that happens. And it was amazing to have our assistant and deputy CAOs there to be soaking everything up and giving us the support that we need to roll things forward. There are some initiatives that we're going to be bringing to the board that we talked about. So we're super excited about that. The trails discussion was incredible. And then we ended up hanging out with him all night, picking his brain. And then, of course, I always go on trails wherever I go. So we went for a bike ride, all of us, and it was really fun until our assistant CAO broke his bike. But he got a new one, and we didn't ditch him for very long.
You guys tell me that. You gotta lead with that.
But what's really incredible about what was really incredible about being there is that we heard so many comments. It's so great to see Lake here. It's so great that staff is here. By the way, your staff is incredible. That deputy CAO is incredible. I talked to your assistant CAO. We got a ton of feedback just on our staff and their engagement with everybody there. So that was just phenomenal. I love seeing that. It is an investment for us, but it's so critical where we are and all the initiatives that we want to be moving forward. So it was great. It was great.
Adrian Hazlitt.
See, we need each other. Yeah, she was amazing. So yeah, I came home Friday, and then last night. Well, I had a meeting yesterday with the Lieutenant Governor's office, and I think Supervisor Green has met with her also, with Dana Stapleton. I think she's reached out to everybody. She said she did. I encourage everyone to have a conversation with her because she wants to know what's going on in Lake County. I talked to her about Lake Pillsbury. I talked to her about your sonic boom things.
Sonic boom.
Your algae busters. These are the opportunities that we have. I talked to her about our biomass issues. She wanted.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we get contacted by these people when we're out at RCRC or wherever we are. We have a list in our minds of the most critical issues for our county, and these are the times to advocate. And so I reach out and check with her. She does want to get the Lieutenant Governor up into our county for a tour at some point. The Lieutenant Governor is very interested in water issues and environmental issues. And so all of these things fold right into what her priorities are. And I think that as soon as that video is done for Lake Pillsbury, we shoot it off to her and make sure she wanted to get up there as soon as possible, but she's, there are scheduling issues. Then last night I was at the Soda Bay evacuation community meeting at Riviera Heights. We've been planning this for 6 months on a grant that we were awarded over a year ago. We do know that we have to have a countywide evacuation plan, so this is kind of a little pilot program. We did have staff there. We had Director De Leon, Director Turner, and our Chief Climate Resiliency Officer, Terry Logston. We were able to answer a lot of questions. It turned into a different sort of meeting than we had planned, but a lot of people are passionate about this. We had some really great conversations, and staff was on hand to answer questions, which was really important, along with our consultant from Headway. So that is moving along. We got a lot of feedback. The grant is The grant is due, everything must be done by March, so we're on a pretty tight timeline to make sure all that happens. And then tomorrow, we're going to do agenda review today because tomorrow I am at all-day board retreat for North Coast Opportunities in Ukiah. It's an annual board retreat, so I'll be over there. I got to leave first thing in the morning to hit that. And then Thursday, I will be in Sonoma Valley for the annual After the Fire conference, I guess. I'm only able to attend 1 out of the 3 days, but Terry Logston will be attending some of the other meetings. And then Friday, I have the CSAC Women's Leadership meeting right into the air curtain burner. And then the COAD meeting, I'm going to have to miss our evacuation meeting, but I think that might not happen since we just had our meeting last night. And then our meeting, our CWDG discussion about that grant. And then the Kelseyville Pear Festival 6th Annual Farm to Fork Dinner on Main Street, Kelseyville. That will be starting at 5 o'clock, and then Saturday morning I will be up very early to drive a tractor in the parade. Sunday I'm gonna go to the Fiddlers Jam. I haven't been able to go there for the last couple months, but they have some new things that they've moved onto the site, so I'm really excited to see that. And then Monday, meeting with Assistant CAO. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So that is it for my calendar. And then we're going to move into closed session with our extra item, which is litigation or initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4 two potential cases. Thank you for joining us, and that's it for our open session. Thank you.